Watch this: a lone warrior swings everything he's got into one final strike, lighting up the whole battlefield. The beast on the other end takes it hard, roaring in agony as flame and rubble rain down. For a second, everything just stops. Dust and silence hang over the crater. Jagged spikes of rock and lightning erupt where the blow landed. This fight is nowhere near over. A voice rumbles out of the smoke, calling him exactly what he is: the last human standing. He steadies himself, blade crackling with light. "All right," he mutters, bracing for round two. Something huge and burning unfurls behind him, declaring victory a little too soon. The two collide again, sparks and fire tearing across the sky. This is where it all falls apart. The world had met its end, and he's the one left to pick up the pieces. 1 year since humanity lost the war against the demons. One brutal year of retreat and ruin. Cities burned, and the survivors weren't spared either. The demons twisted captured people into fresh monsters. As the last fighter of the resistance, he's kept this lonely war going all by himself. Up until this very moment, standing alone against the thing that ended his world. He sags for a second, exhaustion and grief written all over him. His grip tightens on the hilt anyway. Giving up was never really an option. The demon lord stirs in the wreckage, still very much alive. The dust hasn't even settled, and this fight's already gearing up for another round. Tartaros, still smug, even half buried in rubble, actually compliments him. First human to annoy him this long, and he applauds the tenacity. He goes on: "Most people call fighting a hopeless battle foolish, but giving up out of fear, that's the real mistake, apparently." "They are," our hero starts to answer, eyes narrowing. "Just weak," he finishes flatly. "Savage, efficient, love it." Tartaros presses on. Since Zephyr already clawed his way to the top of the human world, he's got an offer for him. The pitch work underneath him, and together they go conquer other worlds, even the realm of the gods. "With my power and yours," Tartaros grins. Zephyr's only answer is to grip his sword tighter. He just stares, unreadable hair shadowing his eyes. "Huh, is that the truth?" he finally says, not exactly a yes. Tartaros, ever the salesman, insists it's not a bad offer. "Nonsense," Zephyr snaps back, though inside he knows his shattered body has nothing left to give. He wonders what Tartaros is really after. This isn't an offer, just. He reads it for what it is: one more way to make him beg for his life. His friends, his loved ones, the thought of groveling to the thing that took them all makes his blood boil. Tartaros' claw flexes, patient and menacing. In the middle of all this, he can't help a bitter little thought: my personality, it's so awful. Bad time for self-reflection, buddy. His mind flashes to someone else entirely, a crowned woman who used to scold him for swearing too much. Since he never actually listened to her, she apparently laid an interesting curse on him instead. A plan forms: detonate his own hand, and the shockwave will reach far beyond this world. "This is my answer, Demon Lord," he says. He's done talking. Tartaros, "Fuck off," he spits, politest rejection letter ever written. "You fucking bitch," he winds up and lets everything go. The blast rips through the battlefield in a blinding flash. Energy screams outward, carving through rock and fire alike. The explosion just keeps growing, swallowing everything around them. It's still going. This is not a normal attack, this is a last resort. In the aftermath, something in the smoke narrows a single eye. "My hand, what's this?" Tartaros stares at himself, dazed. What just happened to my hand? Turns out mutual destruction was the whole plan. Tartaros' eyes go wide in disbelief. "Zephyr." Zephyr screams through the pain, his own arm a smoking ruin. Blood sprays as the true cost of that attack finally catches up with him. Rock spires and stray light still crackle across the ruined battlefield. Tartaros grits his teeth, furious and for once actually hurt. A lone silhouette stands in the wreckage. It's not clear yet who's still standing. "Zephyr, you bastard!" Tartaros roars. "You dare dishonor me like this as a damned human." Tartaros' form convulses, cracking apart under the force of the blast. And with that, my fight had finally ended, Zephyr thinks, watching it all fade. He never got revenge for the people he loved, and he never managed to save humanity like they'd hoped. It all ended in vain, just like that, or at least it should have. His hand reaches out weakly into the dark. He blinks awake, somehow impossibly alive. What's this? He's floating whole in armor he doesn't remember putting on. Didn't I just die? Fair question. Something's very off, every wound is healed and his armor's in perfect condition. He takes in his surroundings, towering statues, cold blue light everywhere. Statues of gods, a temple. Was there ever a temple like this? He's never seen anything like it. He steadies himself, trying to process where he is. Of course, it's the afterlife, the underworld, he decides. Wrong guess, this is actually the lowest floor of the pantheon, where the gods themselves live. Light shimmers around him, resolving into something like wings. A golden-haired, winged figure descends toward him, clearly not human. He tenses immediately, ready for a fight. He reaches for his sword and it doesn't come. My sword can't be summoned. Gods, I am the high-level angel Mercedes, she introduces herself. You have already died, she tells him bluntly. Usually you'd have gone straight to the underworld. However, by strong demand from the three great gods, we've decided to send you back to the past. Light wraps around him as the weight of that sinks in. What is the meaning of this? He demands. She explains they'll send him back with his memories to give him a shot at changing the future. The catch, he keeps the memories but not the trained body, the magic, or the skills he earned. Back to square one. Well, since you already reached the peak of the human world once, she shrugs, I'm sure you can climb back up quickly. He has nothing to say to that. He wonders if this is even real. Tartaros never had illusion powers, so is this just a dying delusion? A tired, disbelieving laugh escapes him. No, I believe you, or let's just say I do, he says, What am I supposed to do? How can you hand me a second chance for free? There's always a catch. He remembers praying for help while people died all around him during the demon attack, and the gods answering with total silence. Worse, they stripped the clergy's ability to channel divine power, wiping out healing and gutting the human armies fast. Once the math stopped favoring them, the gods simply abandoned the whole world. No calculating god hands out chances for free. Mercedes takes that in. I understand that answer. I'll make sure to share exactly what the gods are thinking right now. Her eyes narrow. Show us, she says. She descends further. Something a little more interesting is apparently in order. Zephyr's expression hardens, bracing for whatever comes next. The gods, she explains, have genuinely been sorrowful watching him. It's rare to see a human fight this hard all the way to the end of the world. Truthfully, it was worth watching you, she admits. Plenty of gods regret how fast his world ended. Does he remember how luck kept favoring him more as time went on? The reason the gods decided to give you another chance despite the consequences is because Zephyr freezes. Something dark and heavy seems to loom over the moment. Power surges around him, blue energy crackling to life. Those fucking bastards, Zephyr seethes, stalking forward, rage barely contained. It's interesting, everyone, memories of the fight flood back. He remembers exactly why they all fought to the death in the first place. Entertainment for you, were you all looking down on us the whole time? He explodes with fury. Mercedes reacts fast, throwing up some kind of barrier. He actually swings on one of the towering god statues, fist glowing with power. The impact rattles through him. Chaos erupts as the clash continues. A massive hand grabs at him mid-strike. Mercedes looks genuinely startled by the whole thing. The gods are watching, please be courteous, she warns, holding him back. Since it seems you've misunderstood, she says coolly, let me clear a few things up. Proving your own worth is the only way to get what you want. That goes for humans and every other species alike, she tells him. Her hand extends. How can anything be free in this world? He grits through the pressure holding him down. Also, she adds, standing over him where he's knelt in the broken ice. There's one particular god who's been strongly demanding his return, for a very specific reason. Zephyr has no idea where this is going. Cut to chaos elsewhere. Something that looks a lot like Tartaros is causing a scene. How long am I supposed to wait? Come out, let me talk to a manager. Yes, the demon god who ended 10 worlds is filing a complaint. A demon god who conquered 10 worlds took a hit from a mere human. Don't make me laugh, that's impossible. Mercedes, exasperated, I said I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens afterward. Zephyr just stares. What is that crazy bastard doing? Turns out that's Tartaros himself. the god of destruction who wrecked 10 worlds including Zephyr's, demanding a rematch out of pure wounded pride. He'd never lost a fight and never taken real damage from anyone, apparently. But that record's broken now because of you, Mercedes says. Do you understand the damage you've done to his pride? What, just for that? Zephyr can't believe it, this vile bastard. Tartaros wants a second match badly, just to claim a clean, complete victory this time. What do you think, Zephyr? Mercedes asks, watching him closely. His fist clenches slowly, considering. The answer is obvious, he says. He's absolutely taking that rematch. I will grant his wish, he decides, blade catching the light. Light bursts around him as the deal is struck. Mercedes lays out the terms. The transfer starts now, the exact arrival time is unknown, but he'll have plenty of time to rebuild his strength, plus some returner privileges from the gods. He thinks to himself, an opportunity from disgusting, uncaring gods is still an opportunity. He'll use it for revenge. Revenge on Tartaros and on every god who looked down on humanity like bugs. The coordinates lock in. Final confirmation comes through some cosmic constellation system, complete. Then, I wish you all the best, Zephyr, Mercedes says. I'll be expecting you to entertain us. The magic circle beneath him flares to life. Streaks of light pull him away, hurtling back through time. Somewhere else entirely, rubble clatters down around a crumpled figure. Brother, he isn't breathing, brother. Shit, this is crazy. Voices panic in the dark. Shut up already, a rough voice barks. Hey, wake up. Wake up, rookie. Someone's shaking him hard. Cold water hits his face and his eyes snap open. He's hauled up by a scruffy blonde stranger while a small crowd watches. Oh, he's awake. See, I told you he isn't dead, someone says, completely unbothered. He spots a small cross-shaped brand on his own chest. What are these? I feel like I've seen them before. This stigma is, realization hits him hard. Flashback 10-20 years back to when he was a slave of the temple. The same brand marks his arm here too, the mark of temple property. Captain Tilda, someone calls out right before getting yelled at, your break is over, get back to work. Yes, Sir Tilda. A hot-tempered blonde slave snarls at someone, I'll really kill you if you piss me off again. Young Zephyr just blinks at him, what are you even talking about? This bastard, his companion cuts in, brother, let's go, I don't really have to care about those guys. Ugh, Zephyr grunts, caught in the middle of it. A small boy stammers his thanks for being protected while the hothead just asks, who the hell is this kid? His own memory of it all is fuzzy now, it's been 10 years after all. Oh, this is going to be hard to get used to, he mutters back on pickaxe duty. Somewhere in the back of his mind that returner privilege waits, all he has to do is say the words. He slips away from the others, footsteps echoing down the tunnel. Alone at last, he steadies his breathing. Standing in the ruined daylight, energy begins to swirl around him. Unlock perk, he says, and something responds. Wait, is this? This is crazy, he breathes, staring at what just appeared. Could the gods actually be handing him something this powerful? He can't help but grin. Words already spreading in the minds, some new hire is tearing through this job like he was born swinging a pickaxe. And there he is, silver hair, dead focus, just obliterating rock like it owes him money. Chunks of ore keep raining down, and the guy hasn't even broken a sweat yet. The other miners aren't thrilled about it either now that he's set the bar this high, nobody else gets to slack off. Even he looks stunned by his own performance. So how does a fresh miner move like a war god on day one? Let's rewind a few minutes and find out. Turns out he just unlocked something called perks, and the moment it kicks in, his whole body lights up. Information floods straight into his head all at once, and even he's overwhelmed, asking himself what in the world all this is. Top-class skills, rare items, the works, apparently it's all just handed to him now. Some of these are real combat abilities, not just stat boosts. This perk system is way above his pay grade. His first reaction is pure disbelief. Are the higher-ups really just giving this stuff away for free? What a bunch of suckers. Before he can even process it, a miner grabs him by the collar. Turns out standing around daydreaming isn't part of the job description. Didn't I tell you to get back to work? Yeah, first day on the job and he's already in trouble. The mining captain rolls up too, red helmet and all, ready to chew him out for slacking on day one. Meet the captain of the mining team, a guy who clearly does not appreciate backtalk and hates being ignored even more. "Let me educate you a little," he growls and cracks his whip straight at the new hire. Except our guy just catches it barehanded, no flinch, not a scratch. The captain's whole face goes, "Wait, what?" Not exactly the reaction he was expecting from the rookie. Onlookers are just as floored. Catching a whip barehanded isn't exactly a beginner move. He shrugs it off with a very unconvincing apology and heads back to work. He hands the whip back without another word, dead silence. Nobody really knows what to make of him yet. He checks his own hand after the catch, not even a scratch. Something is clearly different about this guy. In his head, he chalks it up to experience. After everything he survived, a mining captain's whip is basically slow motion to him. Even he's a little impressed it didn't leave a single mark. Whatever's happening to his body, it's working. That's when perk number 1 reveals itself properly. It's called Wall of Iron. Massive defense, ignores weak hits completely and keeps him from wearing out. Picky conditions, sure, but when it works, it flat out works. And here's the real kicker: he's got knowledge of the future on top of all this. Combine that with his new powers and he figures he can claw his strength back fast. First order of business, figure out his next move. Meanwhile, life in the mines rolls on. Somewhere a clerk is scribbling down the day's haul. And our guy just keeps hauling ore like it's nothing, sack after sack. "Great work," someone tells him, once the day's workload gets tallied up. Time for the results. Every mining crew lines up while the rankings get announced. First place goes to Group F. His group. One kid can't stop gawking, and even the captain's stunned. This scrawny rookie was on his team the whole time. Naturally, some of the other miners are salty about it. How are they in first place? Jealousy. Thy name is mining crew. Third goes to Group H. Dead last is Group EQ, cheering from the winners and groans from everybody else. Here's the twist though: by mining team rules, whatever the last place group would have earned gets split between first, second, and third instead. Rough deal if you're at the bottom. Elsewhere, a crowd prays to the goddess area, begging for salvation and her so-called eternal light. Our guy's not buying it though. "Salvation, my ass," he mutters under his breath. See, the Temple of Area is the biggest religion on the whole continent. It's also, fun fact, the biggest loan shark operation around. Nothing says divine salvation like predatory interest rates. Most people working these mines lost everything to monster attacks. Others used to be adventurers before the temple rescued them. And that rescue came with a price tag. They're all working off crushing medical debt as slaves now. Our guy's got the same brand burned into him. Step outside the work zone without permission and that stigma stops his heart on the spot. So his plan is simple on paper: pay off the debt, get free, then deal with the real threat waiting for him, something called the demon god Tartarus. Because there's unfinished business haunting him, a memory from another life, soaked in magic and blood. A memory of raw, overwhelming power he once had and clearly lost. And a face he hasn't forgotten, someone he failed to save the first time around. Her voice calling his name is what snaps him back: Altair. So now we've got a name for our guy. Altair just stares at the brand on his shoulder, the weight of that old memory settling in. "I'll protect you this time," he promises. Turns out this whole grind is about way more than just mining quotas. Back at the temple's little shop, a priestess offers her services to anyone who needs a consultation or just wants to spend some coin. She's not exactly living the pious life either, spotted ordering a glass of beer at the local market like anybody else. One glass of beer, 80 silvers. Prices in this world are no joke. Every coin matters when you're trying to buy your freedom. Speaking of coin, the kid from the mines shyly walks up, offering to buy him a drink. Altair, unimpressed, just raises an eyebrow. "You even have money, kid." The kid admits he just got paid, though it's not much, and insists on treating him anyway. Turns out this kid used to get jumped by bullies until Altair stepped in, and thanks to him, the kid's group actually placed first. Before that, his group was stuck at the bottom, made up of nothing but the weakest workers in the mines. This is literally the first paycheck the kid's ever gotten. Altair's response is a single unbothered huh. And that's exactly why the kid kept getting beaten up in the first place. If one person in your group can't work, the whole group's output tanks. Beat up the weak link in another group and yours climbs the rankings for free. A nasty little scheme running under everyone's nose. Altair refuses the kid's money outright. He's not about to rob a child, adult pride or not. Then he brushes him off completely. Don't come near me, it's bothersome. Softy energy, terrible bedside manner. Next stop, the general store. Altair's after something called water of recovery. The shopkeeper sizes him up, never seen this guy before, and immediately wants to know if he's even got the coin. 1 gold a glass, 4 a bottle, and if the pain's bearable, the shopkeeper suggests just toughing it out instead. Altair forks over 1.5 gold anyway. Then he drops the real bombshell. He wants to take out a loan to cover the rest. The shopkeeper, ever the businessman, just asks for the paperwork. The kid, yes, he's tagging along again, absolutely loses it. Are you crazy? But the loan gets signed anyway, stamp and all, no turning back now. The kid begs him to understand how brutal debt and interest rates are here. Altair's only reply, shut up already, before knocking back the potion. He's not doing this for fun, he just needs to pay it all back, stigma and all, and get on with his real plan. Here's the thing about that potion, drink enough of it, and it secretly boosts your magic power too. Normally that's a terrible deal, way too expensive for the payoff, but Altair's got perk number 2, Vision of Hermes. That skill jacks up the effect of every potion he drinks by a flat 500%. Suddenly cheap potions are basically cheat codes, which matters because the mines sure aren't paying him a fortune. No matter how hard he grinds down here, there's no real payout waiting for him. So instead he stocks up on cheap potions and lets that perk do the heavy lifting. And in the meantime he's putting in the physical work too, training solo, pushing his body back into shape. Then comes his real move. He tells the captain he heard a monster's cry echoing from deep in the mines. His advice, get the hunter team involved immediately. The captain doesn't hesitate, he'll personally lead them straight to where that cry came from, and just like that, Altair's got his way out of the mine gates. Not bad for a rookie who can catch whips with his bare hands. Monsters are not born so much as torn loose from warped magic, and most of them hate humans on sight. They have caused plenty of damage, but monsters gave humanity a second chance too. Kill one and its body crystallizes into a magic stone. Bone, claws, fur, all of it becomes gear. Every dungeon is basically a treasure chest that bites back. Materials the world cannot live without now, which also means every dungeon is a monster's home address. Dangerous real estate, that is exactly where hunters come in. Footsteps echo through a dusty road as hooded figures trudge toward another job. A trio of cloaked hunters marches forward, heading toward whatever is waiting for them. Hunters, slaves picked for their combat skill and thrown at monsters with a little extra pay to make up for the part where they might not come back. Our guide is flat broke and he knows exactly why. A loan officer is already losing patience with him. We can't keep giving you loans, the man snaps. Our hunter just wonders if he is over his daily limit again. Turns out it is his rank that is the problem, not the limit. Out of options, he briefly considers just stealing from someone. Enter a temple priestess with a real solution, sell your organs for a loan. Apparently the temple is hunting for fresh ones. He does not look thrilled about the offer, she looks a little too pleased about it. He haggles hard, take the organs only if he cannot repay in time. The priestess swears the temple is not running some shady operation, sure it is not. A bystander loses it, are you crazy, why are you selling your organs? Do whatever you want, it's your funeral not mine, comes the reply, while he pours himself a drink like a man at peace with bad decisions. And just like that, another desperate customer gets signed away to the lab. He steals himself, mana crackling faintly around him. All right, time to move. I'm ready to go, he says, stepping out toward his next job. An armored knight sizes him up. Are you Zephyr, the one assigned to be our guide? He rolls his bandaged wrist, ready for work. Yes, it seems so, Zephyr confirms. The knight introduces the rest of the crew. This is Dale Marco. Inside, Zephyr's thoughts turn sharp. The timing is perfect. Out loud, he just says he hopes he can help. A hooded hunter with a spear steps up. I'm reconnaissance team leader Goth. No night vision on him, but he has mana detection instead. Exactly the kind of skill you need to sneak deep into a dark dungeon without waking anything up. Hey, carry this, the knight orders. Dale smirks. Oh, a miner who uses mana, that's interesting, haha. Dale keeps needling him, maybe he'll wake up the entire dungeon. Someone barks, shut up, Dale. Zephyr just stays quiet. Zephyr studies his new teammates, 2 of them look familiar, he recognizes at least one. In his first life, he was transferred to be a hunter about a month after this exact dungeon was cleared. If history repeats, 2 people on this team die right here. 3 cloaked figures walk on, unaware of what he just remembered. A dark little thought crosses his mind. He has a pretty good idea how to use these kids. Boots hit dirt as the group steps into the dungeon entrance. Here we go. A masked waiting team hunter waves them down. Hey, over here. We're the waiting team, the green-tinted figure says, hand out. Everyone put out your hands, the handler instructs while a signal horn sounds nearby. A bracelet gets tied around Zephyr's bandaged wrist. This is a string bracelet laced with magic, the handler explains. If anything happens to him down there, the matching bracelet snaps and backup gets called in. Since you're just doing reconnaissance, you probably won't need it. Have a nice trip, the handler adds, tying it off. The group heads into the rocky canyon, footsteps echoing off stone. Zephyr walks alone into the dark, mana senses stretched out ahead of him. The tunnel swallows him whole, total darkness, total silence. Careful, quiet steps, someone is closing in on something. 2 jackal-headed beastmen prowl the passage, torches in hand. The party spots them first, sharp intakes of breath all around. Backs turned, torches lit, the beastmen have no idea they are being stalked. A pebble clatters off in the distance, a decoy tossed, both monsters freeze, confused. They snap to attention, way too late. One goes down in a spray of blood. Recon's real job, after all, is finding the monsters first. The second follows right after, then comes the harder part, scouting what is actually down here. Based on whatever intel they gather, Command puts together an attack squad built exactly for the job. Then a squad with real firepower comes in and clears the place out. That is how it is supposed to go. One of the dead beastmen looks like it lost a fight before this one even started. Looks like these guys are the last survivors of that earlier attack, someone notes mid-swing. Dale Marco, the leader, calls out, marking territory with crossed blades on the ground. A recon hunter reports in, there's another breeding ground on the other side of the mine. Groups A and B wiped one out just last week. Since the recon team is made up of combat-capable hunters too. Sometimes, if a job looks easy enough, they just clear it themselves on the spot. Hey, the leader grins, why don't we take this one ourselves? Goth shoots him down flat. Leader, we're supposed to just scout and get out, let's not make reckless calls like that. We can easily beat a cobalt dungeon, the leader insists. Goth is not having it. Are you joking? We have 3 people and some trash. What are we even supposed to do with a team like this? Someone gripes. The leader tries to smooth it over. All right, let's calm down. Leader, you got a plan? I'll decide once I hear it, someone presses while a masked figure smirks off to the side. The smirking hunter lays out the scheme. Crush a few things, mix them with the leftover cobalt scent and fake the smell of a female kobold. Take it out, the leader tells Zephyr. Yes, he says, rummaging through his pack. Turns out the secret ingredient is hazelnut leaves and seeds. The masked hunter grabs Zephyr by the collar and shakes him down, hunting through his gear. Ooh, is all Zephyr manages. The smell is strong enough to carry for hundreds of meters. Somewhere out there, a jackal beast's nose just twitched. The monster starts drooling, sniffing the air, and charges. Somebody pinches their nose in disgust. Worth it, probably. The trap springs shut. Something is caught, and it is furious about it. And lay out a trap. The plan pays off as the beast shrieks, pinned under a burst of rock and spikes. Dust settles over the sprung trap. Whoa, leader, I actually respect you sometimes, one hunter admits. What, sometimes, are you joking? The leader shoots back, mock offended. This is what you call experience, the leader says, glancing at Zephyr. Although I did teach him this part. See, told you it would work, someone crows. Another turns to Zephyr, genuinely curious. How did you know all this and prepare for it? I didn't even know you could do something like this. The leader's mind drifts back. In his first life, right after becoming a hunter, he used to work on this same team. He always wanted their approval and never quite got the chance to earn it. Then, snapping back to the present, he blurts out, "What, clear? Honestly, I went in and scouted it myself already," Zephyr admits. "It's just a dungeon with a few leftover kobolds." The leader blinks. "By yourself, that confident?" "I used to run recon for my old party. I learned how to find paths and move quiet," Zephyr explains. "Huh, so," the leader mutters, thinking it over. Privately, the leader weighs it. Could the four of them really pull this off with a trick like that? Zephyr just shrugs. "I'm just offering you the choice." He's actually pretty useful, the leader admits to himself. "Of course, it's your call," Zephyr says. The leader thinks it would be a waste to hand a chance like this to anyone else. Hazelnut is not easy to find, but this guy clearly knows how to prep a hunt, maybe even how to track monsters too. "I like that he's trying to hand me the credit for this," the leader thinks, more impressed by the second. With a manager's pull in HR, he could get this kid transferred to the hunter team immediately. "Use this," the leader says, handing something over. One word to the. That's probably exactly what he was going for, the leader realizes. "Unfortunate. I was actually kind of proud of the effort. I'm not some kind of beggar. A kobold dungeon isn't enough to make me accept a favor," the leader says flatly. "Well, I'll at least clear this dungeon as thanks for the help," he adds, blade already swinging into a monster. The fight rolls on, blow after blow. He pockets a magic stone. Downside is these are pretty low quality coming off kobolds. "Alright, looks like we've handled most of it. Haha, who would have thought it'd be this easy?" "Seems like this tunnel is clear," Zephyr reports, pack still on his back. From above, someone scans the last stretch. "Alright, that leaves." "Huh, there's something here." Someone crouches over a pile of remains, bones, maybe just leftovers, then warily, a wild beast. Out of nowhere, something huge lashes out with a blade of raw force. Dale gets caught mid-dodge, thrown clean off his feet. He slams into rock hard enough to draw a scream from the beast itself. "Dale," someone shouts. Shock ripples through the team. Nobody was ready for this. The creature pounces again, sending another hunter tumbling across the ground. Dale rings out again over the chaos, breath ragged, everyone scrambling to reach him. "Everyone, get behind me," someone yells, gripping a glowing weapon and stepping forward to shield the rest. "Damn it, I thought we were done here," the leader growls, slamming a burning weapon into a defensive stance. "What was hiding down here? It's fine, as long as we can hold the line and find a way out," the leader answers, trying to sound steadier than he feels. A shield gets knocked clean out of someone's grip. "My shield," comes the horrified realization. The leader swings his polearm at the creature's tail, shouting for backup. "Marco." "KHH," someone gasps. "That tail, it hits like a battering ram." "There's no way," a hunter chokes out, staring at just how much power that tail carries. The tail whips through the air again, impossibly fast. Eyes go wide with fear as something connects hard, off-panel, brutal. A scream tears through the tunnel, blood splattering across the stone. Topside, a masked handler goes rigid, catching something they really were not expecting. The handler's hand shoots up in alarm. "What's going on in there?" someone mutters as blood keeps dripping from something off-screen. Blood pools dark against the stone. The drip does not stop. A bloodied hand reaches out weakly. GHH, someone is badly hurt. Sweat and blood mix on a face barely holding on, breath ragged and shallow. Zephyr steps in front of his fallen teammate, fists up, standing his ground against something way out of his weight class. A perk flashes into view. Will of Iron, massive defense, ignores anything under his current threshold, never tires him out. Guess even Will of Iron couldn't block all of that, the leader thinks. This thing shouldn't even be a year old, the leader realizes, stunned. Guess you can't ignore what its species is capable of. Ha. Go stands bloodied, grim-faced, barely upright. A dark, clawed shape lunges out of the shadows. Zephyr dives straight into the fight, tattoo flashing, taking hit after hit without flinching. The creature has a name and it is not a friendly one, Predator. Turns out it fakes the scent of other monsters to sneak in among them, then eats whatever raised it once it's fully grown, just to cause chaos. Their little hazelnut trick may have called this thing right to them. "Let me borrow that," Zephyr says, grabbing a weapon off a stunned ally. "Wait, what are you trying to do?" "What are you trying to do?" the ally repeats as Zephyr's grip tightens around the shaft. He walks straight toward the monster, weapon in hand, teammate down behind him. The blade catches the light mid-swing, ready to finish this. Energy swirls in his palm. Now then, I'll at least grant you one last wish. Weapon raised, Zephyr looks the monster dead in the eye. How do you want to die? Another perk flickers into view, this one blank. Perk 3, unknown, whatever it is we're finding out next chapter. Perk 3 just lit up in his palm, a silver key, glowing like it's been waiting for exactly this moment. It's a key to a forgotten castle, letting him pull anything out of a hidden storage room whenever he wants. Basically, an inventory cheat code. In other words, a subspace stash, free real estate, and only he knows the address. He reaches in and pulls out flowers, not exactly the legendary sword you'd expect. The leader nearly jumps out of his boots, watching plants just appear out of thin air next to him. Turns out it's a dragon soul plant, a natural tonic that calms the mind. Handy considering what's about to happen. He wraps his hands fast, gearing up for round 2. Please stand back, he warns the others, it'll get rough. The leader can only stare, stunned, as their supposedly harmless guide steps up to face the monster that just wrecked the whole squad. What are you doing? You're not even a combatant, someone shouts. Zephyr just grips the spear tighter and keeps walking forward. Bleeding and barely upright, the leader forces himself to move too. Damn it, even if he dies here. He refuses to die an embarrassing death hiding behind a miner. Pride really will get you killed one day. The predator rears up and lets out a roar that rattles the whole tunnel. That roar isn't just noise, it's a skill called fear, built to paralyze anything in its path. And it's working, the leader can't even stand. Zephyr's eyes narrow. Yeah, he remembers this trick. A story his senior told him back when he was a rookie, about a monster just like this one. Years ago, a fully grown predator tore through a nearby village. Anyone who saw its face up close never forgot it. Legend says the villagers couldn't even blink, forced to watch the whole thing happen. Frozen stiff, eyes wide, completely helpless. There was nothing anyone could do about it. Not one muscle would move, pure fear had locked their bodies in place. All they could do was wait for their turn to come. Back in the present though, someone clearly didn't get that memo. Zephyr's already sitting on top of the beast and it is not looking good for the monster. The leader blinks, brain still catching up. What am I even watching right now? He mutters, replaying the last few minutes in his head. Rewind a bit, bandaged hand, borrowed spear, and a look that says he's already made peace with getting hurt. He goes airborne straight at the thing that just leveled his whole team. The predator swipes back, claws wide enough to take his head clean off. It connects, Zephyr gets flung like a ragdoll while the monster shrieks in triumph. But he's still moving, still thinking clearly. As expected, he thinks, it works wonders against fear. Out of his 9 perks, only one is actually a weapon. Everything else he's had to get creative with. He uncorks a nasty-looking green vial. This is more than enough for a puppy like you, he mutters. An old friend's parting gift, about to get put to very good use. Venom King Fade's 70-second recipe, poison number 68, burial. Someone once asked him if it was really okay to just give this away. You spent your whole life perfecting this recipe, you're really just going to hand it over. Fade just laughs it off. What's the point of hoarding it now that the world's already gone to hell? No, I hope you use it, he says. Better it saves someone than rots in a drawer. If my poison kills one more piece of trash and saves one more person, that's all I could ask for. And right now, Zephyr's cashing that gift in, blade meeting claw with a grunt. Fade's words linger long after he's gone. I could ask for nothing more. One good hit is all it takes to get the venom into the bloodstream. And the predator instantly knows something's very wrong. The poison is already spreading, working its way through every vein. It thrashes and howls, but there's nowhere to run from what's already inside it. Burial is brutally simple, common herbs, nothing exotic, just enough to slip into the blood and shut every organ down. Oh, and it hurts a lot. Turns out the Venom King was kind of a sadist. 3 minutes until the venom fills its whole body. All Zephyr has to do is survive that long. Easier said than done against something still this angry. He keeps weaving through its attacks, buying every second he can. The tail catches him off guard and sends him flying. He slams into rock hard, air knocked clean out of his lungs. Bruised and bleeding, he still gets back up. Giving up was never really an option here. The predator's jaws snap wide, ready for another go. Zephyr plants his feet and squares up against something 20 times his size. "This is for you," he says, dumping the rest of the poison straight onto it. The beast howls louder, the venom really starting to bite now. It staggers and Zephyr doesn't waste the opening. He drives the spear down with everything he's got left. 2 minutes left on the venom clock, he thinks, then corrects himself. No, one, time's moving faster than he'd like. His grip tightens around the shaft, knuckles white. With what he's got right now, outrunning this thing just isn't realistic. So it's simple, either he waits out the last minute of poison or he ends this himself right now. He chooses to end it himself. Every muscle winds up for one last full power strike. And he lets it fly. Straight at the thing's throat, no hesitation. A little more, he tells himself, closing the gap even as claws swing his way. A little bit more, now. He lets go at exactly the right instant. The spear rockets forward on a perfect line. It connects and the predator lets out a scream that could wake the whole mine. Zephyr's already moving again before it even finishes screaming. Its eyes are still locked on him, furious and dying. He slams the weapon down with everything he's got left in the tank. The predator snaps back, jaws still hungry for one more bite. He hits the ground hard, weapon skidding against stone. And then, of course, the spear finally gives out and snaps clean in half. "No spear, fine, take one more," he growls, already reaching for backup. A dagger slides free from the strap on his leg. And another one, he adds, because apparently one blade was never going to be enough. Magic crackles around his fingers, charging the blade for what's coming. Blood-soaked grip, steady hands, one more strike lined up. The dagger finds its mark, and the predator's scream says it felt every bit of that. He's on top of it now, refusing to let up for even a second. The beast claws weakly at him, running out of everything: venom, strength, time. Zephyr stands over it, chest heaving, completely spent. Not yet, he tells himself, forcing his body to keep going anyway. One more hit, that's all this needs. He douses himself and gathers every last weapon he's got scattered around him. By the time the dust settles, the predator finally stops moving for good. His mind flashes back years to a simple thought: his strength and his body now beat what this creature used to handle. That's exactly why he prepared this next part. Recovery water has a hidden trick: chug 10 bottles in one sitting and your max magic pool actually grows. Inefficient as hell, but with his perk boosting it, he doesn't even envy people with fancy elixirs. All that prep, and now the magic power is finally ready to move. He winds it up through his whole body, every muscle lining up the shot. Nothing fancy, he thinks, just a simple magic power technique. Every weapon he's driven into the ground around it lights up and discharges all at once. Light floods the tunnel from every angle. The predator doesn't stand a chance against all of it hitting at once. When the light fades, there's nothing left standing but rubble and silence. The leader just stares at the wreckage and lets out one disbelieving little laugh. Yeah, that about sums it up. Later, the leader can't stop replaying it in his head. Honestly, he was kind of proud of the effort Zephyr put in, offering him a favor like that. "I'm not some kind of beggar," the leader had told him at the time. "A cobbled dungeon isn't enough to buy my favor," he'd said. In hindsight, massive misunderstanding. Because even without winning him over directly, someone with skills like that was always going to get noticed sooner or later. He would have moved up the ranks eventually. Problem is, right now on paper, he's still just a miner. A miner who technically isn't even allowed inside a dungeon without the right paperwork. Lucky for him, the leader's about to become that paperwork. Zephyr stands tall in the aftermath, no idea yet just how much this fight is about to change for him. The leader walks over, already made up his mind about something. Deep in the woods, someone is sprinting for his life, gasping for air like every breath might be his last. Whoever is chasing him is not far behind, and he knows it. His pursuer is not holding back either, a hooded brute grinning as he swings a spiked chain like it is a toy. The runner does not get far, he is cornered and all he can manage is a horrified no. Chained to the ground and battered by a spiked ball and chain, he screams that this is all one big misunderstanding. Another accused man tries the friendship card, reminding his captor that they walked into this temple together as squadmates. Anything to be spared. Someone else calls the enforcer out by name, Sahaku, begging him to believe they are innocent. But the verdict was already decided somewhere above Sahaku's pay grade. A cold voice gives the order, crush him, and the chain comes down. The body hits the ground and twitches once, then goes still. Except something else twitches too, and it is not him. A monstrous parasite tears its way free, the real devil worshipper this whole purge was hunting for. It does not get far, someone blasts it apart on the spot. The parasitic centipede has shown itself, comes the report, blade still dripping. Turns out one of them really was hiding a devil-worshipping parasite. Vindication of a sort for all that bloodshed. To dig out one worm, Sahaku wiped out 7 of his own squad mates. Back at headquarters, whoever is reviewing the report is not thrilled about those odds. 1 in 7 is a rough hit rate. So they must have been rebelling awfully hard, comes the sarcastic reply, to be worth burning down the whole house just to catch one bug. There is only a month left before the big raid, and this so-called examiner wants every heretic in the temple flushed out before then. Someone warns him this witch hunt is going to cost them dearly. He does not seem to care. Fine, he will smooth things over with the hunting team's complaints, but naturally there is a price for that too. You had better deliver results, he warns his agent, then adds, dead serious, and do not act rashly. A bit late for that given what we just saw. Yes sir, comes the obedient reply. Sure, no rash acting at all around here. Elsewhere, in a much less murder-y office, it is just a regular day at Human Resources. Team leader Goth files a nomination for a brand new recruit, a miner named Zephyr, snapped up just this week. The clerk explains the fine print. Nominate someone from another department and they land squarely under your command. Cut back to yesterday in the dungeon. The armored squad leader is already plotting how to make Zephyr's talent his own personal win. Keek, life's all about luck, he grins, practically patting himself on the back for finding such a useful slave. He can hardly believe his luck landed him an opportunity like this. Then Zephyr makes a proposal that wipes the grin clean off his face. You want to pretend the predator never existed, the leader sputters. Zephyr, calm as ever, yes. Are you saying you will just make the monster's corpse disappear? Now he has the leader's full attention. Zephyr lays out the con. Hide the predator, keep the cobalt loot on the books and report the dungeon as just another cobalt lair. See, anything a temple slave pulls out of a dungeon, corpse, magic stones, gear, automatically belongs to the temple. Every last drop. The only thing a combat slave actually gets to keep is a cut of the clearing bonus. Everything else funnels straight to the temple's coffers. Even if this works, the leader worries, cradling a chunk of loot, the post-processing team is going to come collect everything anyway. Yeah, sure, he mutters, then holds something up, but what about this? Zephyr just raises his palm, a strange glowing mark blooms across it. It was here, he says. And just like that, a colossal predator's corpse gets swallowed into nothing. But it wasn't here, he adds, deadpan, watching the leader's jaw hit the floor. The whole clearing goes eerily empty, like the fight never happened at all. Subspace magic, the leader chokes out, no way that stuff fills up after just a few items. A monster that sighs, gone without a trace, blood and all. Whatever Zephyr is hiding, it is clearly not some starter tier skill. Zephyr snaps back to the present the moment a familiar name reaches him, Goth. Present day again, and the deal with the corrupt squad leader is already locked in. 3 more dungeons, Zephyr's cut of the clearing reward, and in exchange, every monster corpse quietly vanishes into his pocket dimension. For a patrol leader starved for real battles, quarterly clear counts are everything when promotion season rolls around. He has been stuck leading a glorified patrol unit for 3 years, watching real hunters get all the glory. But with a secretly overpowered slave on his roster, he can hog entire dungeons before any other team even shows up. He wants rank, Zephyr wants cash, a match made in mutually corrupt heaven. Good trade, Zephyr thinks, just have to be careful not to get caught. Sell the predator quietly, clear his debt and buy his way out of temple slavery for good. That is the real plan. But first, there is one thing he absolutely has to be part of. The great raid the Temple Knights are launching within the month. I have to be in that raid, he thinks, and get my hands on that item, whatever it takes to change what's coming. Whatever haunted him in his last life, he is not about to let it happen twice. The temple's halls glow gold in the evening light, and somewhere inside, the wheels are already turning. Crowds shuffle through the courtyard below, everyday temple business as usual. Last time around, he signed up for the hunting team too late and missed the raid entirely. Not this time. This time he has got a plan to force his way into this exact party. Now it is just a question of timing. First stop, the supply depot on the ground floor. Goth mentions he is swinging by the infirmary after to check on Dale and Marco, still recovering from that predator ambush. Oh, and if you have got any extra luggage to bring back. A hulking stranger cuts in and the squad leader visibly tenses up. The three of them head out into the busy streets toward the depot. Up ahead, a heavily muscled, chained man strides through the crowd behind a hooded figure, and people practically part like the sea. Zephyr cannot help but glance their way. The hooded one at the front carries himself like someone used to being obeyed. The squad leader lets out a shaky breath of relief once they have passed. That's the heresy examiners, he mutters, like the words alone taste bad. Those are the examiner's personal slaves, he explains. Treat them like officers, not regular grunts. They are infamous for skipping procedure entirely and mauling anyone who so much as bumps into them, especially the one they call Mad Dog Sahaku. The guy joined up specifically because he likes killing people, the leader warns, and once he locks onto something he does not let go. Be careful. Then right on cue, someone clears their throat behind them. Did he hear us? Sahaku stops mid-stride. Hold on a second, something is bothering me. He turns and points straight at Zephyr. You there, dressed like a miner. My name is Sahaku of the Heresy Examiners, he announces, and Goth's smile goes rigid. State your name and department, Sahaku orders, and Zephyr's eyes narrow just slightly. Goth jumps in fast. Sir, this friend here is Zephyr, just transferred to my team. If there's any problem, I as team leader will. Hey, Sahaku cuts him off without even turning around. Shut up. He leans in close with a grin that is all teeth. Nobody asked you. A wave of raw, unstable killing intent rolls off him, and for a second the whole street feels like it is holding its breath. Goth actually staggers back a step, and he is not the only one rattled. Sahaku's eye narrows further. It's certain, he mutters to himself. Something about the way Zephyr just stands there is setting off every alarm bell Sahaku's got. Anyone else would have missed it completely. But Sahaku's senses are freakishly sharp. This bastard, he growls under his breath. He is a high-level expert. The realization lands like a punch. Every instinct Sahaku has is screaming that this so-called miner is nothing of the sort. He puts it together fast. Dressed like a miner, just transferred to the hunting team, which means he came straight out of the mines. Every new slave gets performance tested first, strength, magic, the works, before getting sorted into a department. The hunting team always snaps up the strong ones first. So how does an expert like this slip through and end up stuck breaking rocks? Sahaku's eyes stay locked on him, working the angle. Without a word, his fellow examiners quietly start closing in around Zephyr. Certainly an expert, Sahaku decides, but not so strong that we cannot just take him in. The examiner himself steps forward with a thin smile. I'll ask you a few questions, answer them honestly, and Zephyr answers outwardly calm, cool as ice, while inside he is already laughing. Pathetic, look who finally crawled out of his hole to say hi, this should be fun. A blonde inquisitor squares up to Zephyr on a sunlit street. Let me ask a couple of questions, he says quietly and without any lies. Several hooded figures close in around them as a low rumble echoes through the plaza. Ever heard of a demon god worshipper? The inquisitor asks flatly. Zephyr's scarred throat tightens. That question landed harder than any blade. Nobody alive knows the demon god worshippers better than Zephyr does, and that thought alone worries him. They are the fanatics who kneel to the demon lord Tartaros, the ones who will drag humanity toward ruin in the war to come. Right now he calls them exactly what they are, betrayers of humanity. This inquisitor, Zephyr realizes, sees the world differently than most people do. The man had thrown in his lot with Lord Marsh's and the heretics inquisitors, hunting cultists for a living. You, the inquisitor says, eyes narrowing, are dangerous. I have a gift for spotting the little things that do not add up, he brags. And right now, he adds, my gut is screaming at me. Zephyr's hand snaps to his sword hilt before he even thinks about it. From here on, you answer truthfully. Everything you say can be used against you. A hooded blade flashes in nearby. This bitch dares, only to be waved off with a casual go ahead. He levels his blade at Zephyr for emphasis. Keep that in mind when you answer me. Zephyr goes quiet, then asks for one thing first: can they move somewhere with fewer eyes watching? His mind drifts back. This bastard, someone once snarled, and that is where the real story starts. A younger, cockier version of the Inquisitor grins, needling him. So you are saying you can handle 5 men on your own? Fine by me, he laughs. The more of you there are, the prouder I will be of the work. Confidence like that never ages well. He calls up a crackling surge of power, a red sigil blooming to life around him. A triangular seal burns into the stone beneath his feet, runes lighting up the whole plaza. His skill, red field, everyone caught inside it gets buffed, and the buff only grows the more allies pile in. He stands wreathed in crimson light, daring Zephyr to try him. Zephyr just smirks. Oh, now this is a little more interesting. Then he says, cracking his knuckles, I will go too. The Inquisitor's eye twitches. Zephyr's stance is nothing he has ever seen before. Is what most people would think, he scoffs, and the ground cracks under his charge. There is no use running. I am above everyone inside my own red field, he roars, leaping in for the kill. Accelerate, he screams, closing the gap in a blur. Blades and light collide in a shower of sparks. He grins, already certain he has won this. But Zephyr reads every move and answers with a strike of his own. Blood sprays as Zephyr's blade finds its mark clean across his face. The so-called untouchable Inquisitor staggers, blood streaming down his cheek. He is sent flying in a streak of crimson light, all that confidence gone in an instant. Zephyr's kick catches him square in the leg with a sickening crack. It worked, Zephyr thinks, allowing himself a flicker of satisfaction. The Inquisitor's face twists in disbelief. That is not supposed to be possible. His leg, someone gasps from the sidelines, horrified. It is like kicking a steel pipe, he grimaces, clutching the limb. Zephyr's fist detonates against him with a crack of pure force. A second blow follows, wreathed in fire, before he can even brace. Hit after hit lands, driving the once cocky Inquisitor straight into the dirt. He coughs blood, finally broken, sprawled across the stones. His weapon skitters uselessly across the ground beside him. The memory shifts. A new fight, a new arena. Zephyr mid-swing all over again. Zephyr, you're right, an ally shouts a warning across the chaos. He pivots just in time, steel ringing against steel. Across the pit, a hulking brute swings a spiked chain at a knot of fighters. He grins wide and calls out, hey, come and play with me too. Adorable, right up until that chain swings at your skull. A wall of muscle and chain comes barreling straight for Zephyr. You knew how to talk, Zephyr deadpans. Try it on someone else. People might think you are somebody's pet. Nearby, watching hunters trade, a nervous whisper, scary guy. I knew he was strong in the dungeon, one mutters, but he just dropped Sahak in an instant with some martial art I have never seen. The brute's morning star tears the ground apart, flinging broken stone at Zephyr like shrapnel. He is blocking every single piece of it. Someone breathes, stunned. Chains and rubble whip past as Zephyr weaves through the barrage untouched. The brute's flail slams down again, cratering the stone beneath him. What if he actually wins like this? The helmeted guard frets. He will not be able to file that arrest warrant if he loses this badly. The Inquisitor pales. If you lose, I get arrested right alongside you for helping. Do not you dare lose. Guess we can just walk away clean if he wins, the guard shrugs. Good luck, Zephyr, someone calls out, half joking. Ka, it is over, a guard murmurs. Zephyr has been dodging and blocking everything on reflexes that do not look human. Then the chains snap tight around his arm. The red field's stolen power locks around his wrist like a brand. He stands his ground, chains sparking against his skin, refusing to buckle. While the red field holds, he is stuck fighting on someone else's terms. The brute's arm bulges as he wrenches the chain taut. He strains against Zephyr with everything his massive frame can give. A surge of red energy rips through the ground as Zephyr plants his feet and roars. His eyes blaze. Everyone else, he mutters, done playing along. He spins and drives a glowing, brand-marked fist straight into the brute. The memory jumps again. A new foe, wreathed in flame, closes in for the kill. Haha, playtime is over now, he sneers, drawing a burning blade. You should have just quietly. Begged for your life and asked to be sent to prison from the start, he finishes, cloak whipping in the firelight. I will make. You regret that decision, Zephyr cuts back, standing his ground. He shifts his footing, already reading the next attack before it even comes. The two collide in a shower of sparks along the rooftop. Crimson and violet energy blades rake across the stone in every direction. Ha ha ha, how is that? The swordsman crows. Can you not see a thing now? A blade grazes past Zephyr's face, close enough to draw a flinch. Die and realize the truth of your fate, the flame swordsman screams, unleashing everything he has. He cackles, certain the fight is already won. Something shifts. Zephyr is not where he was a second ago. The chain-wielding brute crashes down from the other side, trying to catch him between two enemies at once. Blue lightning crackles around Zephyr's fist as he braces to answer both of them at once. The strike detonates in a blinding flash, rock and chain shattering together. One of Zephyr's own allies reels back from the shockwave, stunned. Someone chokes out as the dust settles. Zephyr rounds on his own team next, unimpressed. All of you, what is wrong with your teamwork? The flame swordsman spits blood, stunned. My defense, none of it mattered. Since you keep flitting around like a fly, he complains, the big guy has got nothing left to hit. Chains lash out again, and Zephyr barely twists free in time. This bitch, the brute roars, lunging with everything he has got. Get over here, he bellows, chain whistling through the air. The two lock fists midair, chain grinding against chain. Why are you clowning around over there? Zephyr taunts, instead of tanking with a build like that. You fuck, the brute spits back, veins bulging with rage. Are you scared of a close-range fight? Zephyr goads him on. He recalls his old life for a moment. If his own subordinates had run a team this badly, he would have straightened them out fast. Zephyr snarls, power crackling as he winds up the finishing blow. He shatters the chain's grip clean with a burst of raw force. The brute goes flying, chain and all, screaming as he is flung across the pit. Zephyr stands there gripping the broken links, breathing hard. The crowd of watching hunters falls dead silent as the brute hits the ground and does not get back up. Zephyr breathes, looking down at the beaten Inquisitor. What are you? The man rasps. Still shaking, he demands, what is your true identity? Zephyr just tilts his head. You made that sound like you had some impressive questions lined up. Was that really the only one? You do not have the right to hear that answer, Zephyr says and simply walks away. Elsewhere, a hooded figure watches a lone traveler pass by a cathedral window. A red-haired figure in cult robes freezes mid-thought. That, there is no way, they whisper. Their hand trembles at their lips. That guy, did he send him here for us? The cultist stares into the light, dead serious now, bracing for whatever is coming. Three onlookers freeze up, stammering about what they just saw because word was this guy never loses a fight. Well, today he did. Our white-haired hunter Zephyr just strolls off like he didn't flatten a guy with a bigger reputation, leaving him face down and steaming on the stone. Behind him, the loser chokes out a pained gasp, the fight clearly costing more than just his pride. Then the screaming starts, pure rage, spit and fury, swearing bloody murder on Zephyr's name. Zephyr doesn't even glance back, so loud he mutters, already halfway down the steps like this is a normal Tuesday for him. In his head though, he's not nearly as chill. Step one of his plan is done, but the real headache starts the second a certain someone hears about it. He heads off alone down the road, figuring it's only a matter of time before this whole mess catches up with him. And catch up it does fast. Mid-step, his whole body seizes like something just reached in and yanked the plug. He hits the dirt, clawing at the ground, stunned that he can't even wiggle a finger. Turns out this is mana freezing, the brutal cramp that hits any mana user who's run themselves completely dry. He grits through it, cursing that the move burned through his mana faster than he planned, and that his younger body just can't keep up with what he's asking of it. Because at this rate the bill's about to come due, literally, the collection is starting. Dark energy rips through the storm around him, and you can practically hear a debt collector cracking their knuckles. Something huge and gilded starts descending through the rain, dragging chains and a giant ceremonial bell behind it. I am the spirit Shylock, it announces, because apparently even the debt collector spirit needs a dramatic entrance. Shylock's here on official business, sent under the authority of the god of loan himself, and the paperwork says Zephyr's mana just hit 0. Here's the fine print nobody reads. Every time this skill fires, the pain and damage don't just vanish, they get filed away as debt. The moment his mana bottoms out, all of it comes back at once, lone shark style, and plenty of hunters have used this exact trick to punch above their weight. Most of those hunters didn't live to brag about it. Meet Uzra, the god of loan, the one who makes sure every debt gets paid one way or another. It's a power that literally feeds on wrecking its own user, and somehow Zephyr still finds the energy to talk trash, betting Uzra loved every second of that fight. The swearing kicks back in fast as the collection magic closes in around him. Sweat pouring, jaw clenched, he braces as the glowing circle beneath him lights up like a countdown clock. Meanwhile, the one calling the shots just settles onto a throne, petting some little creature like this whole life or death situation is a lazy afternoon. One flick of the hand sets more chains rattling to life. The system starts running the numbers now, calculating exactly how much pain Zephyr owes. And then the countdown starts. 10, 9, his limbs might as well be filled with concrete. 8, 7, he's screaming at his own body to move, and it is just not answering the phone. 6, he's flat on his back in the rain, and this is not going well at all. 5, 4, he claws toward something, anything. This is officially an emergency. There, a recovery potion strapped to his arm. 3, this is his only shot. 2, whatever's coming to collect is close enough now that its glowing eyes cut right through the storm. 1. The world erupts in light and chain as the countdown finally bottoms out. And right on the buzzer, he manages to jam that potion down his throat. The storm of magic drains away into the mist, quiet slowly returning. A voice above confirms his mana count is back up and starts announcing the verdict on the collection. It's a stay of execution. The collection is called off for now. Postponed until next time, the god of loan announces before the whole terrifying show folds itself back into nothing. Zephyr just lies there gasping, then starts cackling, the unhinged kind of laugh that only comes after dodging your own death. You underestimated me, he taunts, bragging that he's the guy who survived a full year after humanity itself went extinct. Casual flex, no big deal. Dodging a debt collector, he shrugs, isn't exactly hard once you've already lived through the actual apocalypse. As long as he keeps his mana management tight, Wall of Iron is genuinely the safest power move he's got. He starts doing the math on what this skill cost him back in his past life. Something like 500 gold, he figures, back when any decent skill was pricey and every reckless hothead wanted one anyway. He throws out a sarcastic thanks, you motherfucker, at nobody in particular, because apparently surviving debt collection earns you the right to be petty. Then his mind rips sideways into a blur of some old, brutal fight, blood and claws flashing past. And everything just cuts to black. Consciousness flickers back in slowly, barely there, hovering somewhere between waking and not. His eyes finally crack open with a confused little grunt. He blinks around, trying to piece together whether he actually blacked out and where the hell he even is now. A sweetly sinister voice answers first, a hooded woman asking if he slept well and had any sweet dreams. He looks down and realizes his wrists are bound. This so-called nap just took a very hard left turn. His feet are lashed to the bed frame too, and there's a tray of very unfriendly-looking tools sitting right beside him. The woman coos that he shouldn't worry, this is just her workplace, and he looked so exhausted when he showed up. Turns out he slept a little too soundly, and while he was out, a certain loan deadline quietly came and went. An hour overdue now, and behind her the muscle is already muttering that this customer's clearly lost his mind. Recognition hits Zephyr's face. That gentle smile belongs to the temple priestess, same sweet nun running the organ collateral racket. She's heard all about his little dungeon stunt using her collateral, meaning parts of his own body, without a shred of caution. Now interest is piling up too. If he keeps acting reckless, she reasons sweetly, why should anyone believe he actually intends to pay her back? Zephyr's eyes narrow, doing quick math on exactly how bad this situation has gotten. You fucker, he mutters, and she snaps back that she wants an answer. Is he paying up or not? In his head, he's panicking for a totally different reason. He's still got that other debt hanging over him, and using any magic right now could restart the whole collection countdown. Out loud, she's already declaring they'll take everything he owes, no negotiating. She rattles off the full tab, unpaid daily loans, stacked interest, and scoffs that some cheap Cobalt tier dungeon reward won't come close to covering it. So what's the plan, she asks, before casually floating the idea of just harvesting his organs right now. She calls in the muscle, two bald enforcers who answer with an eager yes, sister. They pin his arm flat right next to that tray of tools. Just one finger for now, she offers, all sunshine, griping that people always underestimate her little temple's operation. She's sure losing a finger will really wake him up. Meanwhile, Zephyr is racking his brain, chasing some name that might just get him out of this. If only he could just remember it in time. No such luck. The order comes down, cut it off. The enforcer rears back, blade ready to come down. The knife starts its slow, horrible drop toward his hand. Every eye in the room locks onto that blade as it keeps closing the distance. Then Zephyr's own hand shoots out and catches the blade bare-fisted, stopping it cold with one word, wait. Dead silence, the priestess just stares, completely floored. Did he seriously just do that, she thinks, staring at the hand wrapped around a live blade like it's nothing. Zephyr looks up at her calm as anything and asks the one question nobody saw coming, who are you really? She freezes as he grips her wrist right back, and the chapter cuts out on that cliffhanger. Deep in the night, a hooded sister leans in close over an injured, half-dressed Zephyr, staring him down and demanding to know exactly what he is. Silence hangs between them until she finally breaks it with a clipped, wary what. Two bald, blade-wielding guards burst in asking what's wrong, sister, only to get waved off by the fuming sister. She snaps at everyone to get out, clearly done playing nice. The guards trip over each other bolting for the door, muttering that nobody wants to test the sister's temper tonight. Alone with him now, she leans against the closed door for a moment, the silence heavy. She rounds on him, tell me the truth, how in the world do you know that name? Zephyr just smirks from the pillow, how could he not know that name, sister? Or should he call her by her other title instead? The monster broker known as White Rose. Turns out this humble sister of the Shrine of Light has a second name entirely, Anna Primrose. And under that hood is also the underworld's favorite trader, White Rose, who deals monster corpses, gear, and secrets to whoever pays enough. See, Zephyr knows exactly how insane it would be to walk into a raid dungeon with nothing but scraps scavenged off broke hunters. So that's the plan, squeeze the city's shadiest broker for the good stuff. He was already on his way to hunt her down anyway, and honestly he can't complain that she found him first. She fires back, how about untying him first, since negotiating with a guy chained to a bed is more than a little awkward. Let's just have a productive talk instead. Night settles quietly over the shrine's rooftops as the two of them get down to a very different kind of business. Across town, a hospital sits quiet under the night sky, though not for long. Chaos breaks loose inside as a bandaged patient thrashes wildly, sending trays and staff flying while panicked nurses scream for him to calm down. The staff scramble to hold him down, begging him to just calm down for 1 second. His mind is stuck on a memory, Zephyr standing over him, coldly telling him he never had the right to carry that blade in the first place. The humiliation still burns, how dare he, I'll kill him. He swears through gritted teeth he'll finish the job himself, right as heavy footsteps announce someone's come to see what all the noise is about. A calm voice cuts through the wreckage, asking who exactly decided to throw a tantrum in the middle of a hospital. The patient freezes and the staff snap to attention, it's Sir Ned. Ned strolls in, tells him to just lie back down, then dismisses the healers so the two of them can have a private word. Alone with Ned, the patient starts backpedaling fast, apologizing, insisting his little mistake tonight is nothing to worry about. Ned answers by pressing a blade right against his skin. Nothing to worry about, Ned says every single person he ran into tonight was talking about it. All night, people gossiping about his screw-up and he's telling Ned not to worry. Ned recalls a lesson drilled into him by someone called Lord Matthias. Never do anything that brings shame on us, that's the rule. But here he is, Ned snarls, beaten down like a useless dog in front of a crowd of slaves. The man can only stare back, terrified, as the blade doesn't move an inch. He screams as the knife bites in, punishment for the shame he's brought them. Blood drips to the floor as Ned looms over him, almost wistful, remembering when he first scouted this demon god worshipper and thought he'd actually found some real talent. Sahach, of all people. Just two, Ned muses, that's all it takes for the higher-ups to start losing faith in someone. All night, people asking Ned how much longer they have to put up with him. And now, thanks to tonight's stunt, he's turned their entire holy department into a laughingstock in front of everyone. Sahach can barely choke out a broken sir, pinned down and bleeding. He begs for just one more chance, just once. Anything, he pleads, he'll do absolutely anything Ned asks. Fine then, Ned says coldly, let's go with what they've always done. Don't let anyone who's shamed them live. That's the rule, and Sahach knows exactly what that means. They'll decide his fate only after the job is done, and if he can't even manage this much. Ned drops something into his shaking, bandaged hands. A pulsing purple stone. This is a demon god worshipper's, Sahach realizes with a jolt. The cursed relic sits glowing in its blood-red pouch, humming with dark power. Isn't this the one they pulled off the demon worshipper they captured that night? Sahach stammers. Ned tells him it's his choice whether to use it or not. Ned reminds him he doesn't exactly have the luxury of being picky about how he gets this done. Make a decision you won't regret, Ned warns and walks off, leaving Sahach alone with the choice. Ned disappears down the corridor without another word, the matter already settled in his mind. They call him the crazy dog, Sahach, sworn enemy of every hunter in the city. 26 hunters dead at the shrine over the past year, and somewhere off in the dark, someone cackles at the thought of the crazy dog getting dragged back into being somebody's slave all over again. Sahach crushes the glowing stone in his fist, screaming that he won't let his life fall apart now, not after finally clawing his way out of the gutter. Warped power crackles around him as he snarls that this can't end here, not like this. Across town, Zephyr's eyes narrow. The one who dies tonight, he thinks, won't be me, it'll be him. Somewhere in a dark alley, Ned strolls off cackling, clearly enjoying every second of the chaos he just set in motion. He orders his masked aide to keep a close eye on Sahach so he doesn't cause any more problems. Yes, Sir Ned, comes the reply. People need to be shown their place from an objective point of view, Ned muses with a thin smile. That way, he says, you don't just get thrown away like that one did. Talent, please, he never even understood the real reason they picked him up in the first place. Honestly, Ned admits he should thank Sahach. All that chaos he caused actually got the knights to stop suspecting them. With a low laugh, Ned lays out the real plan. Infiltrate the Shrine Knights' next dungeon raid, intercept their haul, and quietly take out the Shrine Knight captain hiding inside while they are at it. An important mission, one that could shift the balance of power for the whole demon god cult. Ned Streer, it turns out, is no ordinary shrine official, he's one of their top disciples. He can't afford any disturbances right now, he reminds his aide, ordering them to also dig into someone else entirely. Oh, that guy, the aide realizes, catching exactly who Ned means. The move Zephyr pulled, Ned says, only their master and the 4 sworn brothers know that technique. So was he sent by the master himself? If so, why hasn't he reached out through proper channels? Something's off about him, and Ned can't risk exposing their whole operation by approaching him directly. So he'll let Sahach find out for him instead, and if it turns out Zephyr isn't one of theirs after all, then there's only one option left: eliminate him. Ned's expression stays ice cold, already 3 steps ahead of everyone in the room. Somewhere else entirely, a broken, humorless laugh escapes someone who doesn't understand any of it anymore. Back at the shrine, Zephyr and Anna admire the freshly hauled predator corpse. This thing is incredible. So she asks coyly, do you like it? Huh, does he actually like this? She blurts it out before catching herself and clearing her throat like the proper sister she's supposed to be. Anyway, she says, business first, let her get this list organized. Her sale list: 1 predator corpse, brain and bones slightly damaged. Her wish list in return: advanced holy enchanters, a miracle rosary, a salamander stone. Blessed sun's herb, blessed moon's herb, dear antlers, the shopping list for a proper raid loadout just keeps growing. Nothing on that list they can't get their hands on, she says. The real problem is the price tag, 5,000 gold flat. She tells him he'd need to bring in 3 more predator corpses to cover it. No problem, he says, he'll have them ready in 3 weeks flat, so she'd better have the gear waiting. Deal basically sealed, arms crossed and confident. Zephyr's already thinking 2 steps ahead, but before that, he flashes a sharp, knowing little smile like a man who already knows exactly how this is all going to play out. We open on a quiet frontier town tucked between forest and hills. Nothing fancy, but it's about to host a very awkward reunion dinner. At a cramped tavern table, a hunter squad gathers around their newest recruit. Their captain clears his throat. Time for round 2 on the introductions, since the first one clearly didn't land. Goth raises a mug with a big, confident grin, determined to make this welcome feel official. First up, Marco, the squad's easygoing, orange-haired frontline tanker, all grins as he introduces himself. Next, Dale, hooded, quiet, only 3 months on the squad, but apparently sharp enough already to earn some respect. And finally, the man of the hour, Zephyr, the mysterious newbie everyone's been buzzing about. He barely says a word, awkward silence all around. Their captain tries to smooth it over with a hearty toast. Nobody's fully sold yet, but hey, free drinks. Marco isn't so sure it's working, sweating as he wonders if the new guy actually likes any of them. Someone frets that the welcome feast wasn't grand enough, apologizing for the bread and cheese. When your whole squad is buried in debt, a 5-star banquet just isn't in the budget. Zephyr finally speaks up, dead serious. He's got one thing to say first. He reaches for something on the table, completely unbothered by the tension. Personally, he says he doesn't drink horse piss. Cue nervous laughter. He pulls out a gleaming bottle and pours. The good stuff catches everyone's eye instantly. The squad can't believe it. One of them practically inhales a mouthful, demanding to know how a shabby town like this produced booze this good. Turns out it's imported straight from White Rose, a luxury even these hard-up hunters could never afford. Zephyr just hands it over like it's nothing. One shot in and suddenly he's a lot more popular. You're nicer than I thought, someone admits, raising a cup. Behind that easy smile though, Zephyr's mind is running calculations. He already knows Goth from a life he's lived before, so he knows exactly which buttons to push. Goth just needs the right kind of teacher, he figures. The other 2, though, are a blank page. They weren't even alive yet back in the timeline he remembers. So does he win them over or cut them loose early? Get rid of them fast or make it work? Dale sips his cup, completely unaware he's being sized up. Zephyr shrugs it off mentally, plenty of time to figure people out later. His playbook is simple: give money to the greedy, give results to the ambitious, and give respect to the proud. Every person's got a price or a pride worth flattering, except of course for the exceptions. Because some people just want to pick a fight no matter what you do for them, and he's got zero patience for those. Sure enough, across the table, Goth stares into his cup with one quiet, uncharitable thought: I don't like this bastard. Later, up on a rooftop under the stars, Captain Tin can gripes about rank. One measly level of difference and suddenly people treat you different. Typical hunter nonsense. He presses Goth to actually welcome the new guy properly this time, then can't resist needling him about it. A miner saved their lives and now Goth's cutting deals with him. Since you're the leader, that's your call, he admits. But would it have killed you to loop the rest of us in first? Honestly, Captain Tin can still isn't buying it. A miner soloing a predator while the rest of them lay knocked out cold, sure, and pigs fly. Goth snaps back, oh sure, then who did it, genius? Before it turns into a shouting match, someone hisses at them both to keep it down. Because getting caught doing what they've been doing could mean prison or worse. These aren't small stakes they're gambling with. Marco, ever the peacemaker, points out the decision's already made. They're splitting the rewards 3 ways regardless, so why not just let it play out? Let it play out? Captain Tinkin isn't having it, gripping his cup like he wants to throw it. Alone later, he stews. The leader's made up his mind. The other guy got bought off with good liquor, but he still doesn't trust this newcomer one bit. Goth, for his part, figures time will tell. Scammers like Zephyr never last long out here anyway. That's the thing about hunting the dungeons, have a way of exposing every fraud eventually. Cut to the squad trekking a mountain trail, heading toward a settlement built straight into the cliffside. A town carved into these mountains centuries ago, still standing, still full of surprises for a fresh recruit. Someone marvels that they never even knew this place existed, just 2 days out from the temple. Zephyr, wide-eyed, asks if people actually live in these cave houses. Turns out the insides are even nicer than they look. Captain Tinkin plays tour guide, rattling off the amenities: living room, bedroom, guest room, and mentions he crashed at the inn here himself back when he was the new guy. Fast forward, and someone's kicking themselves wishes they'd tagged along on that old trip. Because that same cozy town isn't cozy anymore. It's been swallowed by a monster's nest and they're the ones walking in. The squad slips into the dark, careful and quiet, past webbing that coats every surface. Zephyr's hand glows faintly as he activates his hidden skill, mana detection. By pushing his mana out through the ground and the air, he can feel the whole space around him, every shape, every object, like a whole extra sense just switched on. He can pick up the faintest movement, any trace of magic left lying around. The whole dungeon lights up in his mind's eye, a web of information nobody else in the squad can see. He can feel everything in range, like he's touching it with his own hands, guiding his teammate deeper in behind him. Someone spots the telltale signs near the entrance and goes pale. Black steel spiders, not good. The squad huddles up to plan, confirming it from the markings left at the entrance. Zephyr lays out the plan: move through the dungeon without ever touching the webs, work their way toward the chamber holding the babies. Keeping his mana detection running the whole time won't be easy, he admits, but the spiders should be asleep in daylight if they're careful. It's not about how difficult it is, one teammate cuts in, clearly rattled. This is flat out impossible for the 4 of us, he says, if there really are black steel spiders down there. And there's good reason to panic. These things wear a shell of solid steel. High attack, even higher defense, and they multiply fast enough that a whole nest is worse to fight than a full-grown predator. This isn't a job for the 4 of us, the teammate insists. Better to retreat, report it, and come back with real backup. Zephyr actually agrees that's not a bad idea, he says, catching everyone off guard. Because he plans on clearing it solo anyway. Dead silence, nobody expected that kind of confidence out of the new guy. Goth's still half convinced he's just a con artist talking a big game. But then he remembers the stories, things he never actually witnessed himself. Soloing a predator, dueling a heresy examiner, and walking away. If even half of that's true, maybe this dungeon isn't the death sentence it looks like. Both feats sound made up on paper, but Goth's starting to wonder if this dungeon's danger has been overstated. He figures Zephyr never expected anyone to actually tail him after all those warnings, so he decides to follow in secret. A hand brushes a strand of webbing in the dark, testing, probing. Goth freezes, something's very wrong. Zephyr, without even turning around, calls it, let's see how long you can keep up the act. Because Goth's stuck properly, humiliatingly stuck to a spider's web, and it will not come off. Worse, the web isn't empty. Dozens of glowing eyes blink awake in the dark all around him. Goth's whole body goes rigid with dread. A black steel spider bares its fangs and skitters closer, fast. Goth screams, thrashing uselessly against the silk holding him in place. Zephyr, cool as ever, just watches the swarm close in. Here they come. His hand flexes, ready to move. He drops in like a blur, cutting straight through the swarm to reach his trapped teammate. Spiders scatter and fall as he carves a path, moving faster than anything they've got. Deep in the dungeon, the ceiling comes alive, a writhing mass of spider bodies, all fangs and legs, drops straight for the squad. One of the hunters barely gets a warning out before the swarm swallows his view, screaming as claws come down on him. Zephyr, cool as ever, just watches them close in. Here they come, he says like it's nothing. He reaches out, mana crackling around his fingers, already reading the fight 3 moves ahead. Then he's a blur, kicking a teammate clear of a spider's jaws and putting his own blade between them and the swarm. He lands hard, catching his breath for half a second. No time to rest, more of them are already crawling in. The spiders regroup, hissing, circling for another pass. Zephyr just smirks at the nearest one. What, surprised you couldn't sink your teeth into me? Cocky, but he's earned it. A claw comes down again, and one of the hunters barely gets his guard up in time. Zephyr answers with a mana-charged punch that detonates on impact, blasting the thing apart. Elsewhere in the scorched wreckage of webbing, Goth grits his teeth and keeps pushing through the dark. Everyone, get close! Zephyr shouts, calling the squad in tight before the swarm can pick them off one by one. Feet pound over broken strands of web as the team scrambles to form up. The squad locks into formation around him, Goth, Dale, and their spear-wielding squad leader all falling in on Zephyr's call. Spider legs lash out of the dark, testing the new formation. In his head, Zephyr's already 3 steps ahead. In the end, this is still just a plan. I won't really know what's in here until we're in it. That's exactly why you build a plan for combat at all. Out loud, he starts handing out orders. Dale, Goth, wrap your weapons in your capes too. A normal blade won't cut their silk clean, he explains, but a webbed-up weapon will shake the strands right off when you swing. Sure enough, the trick works, blades snapping free of the webbing mid-swing, clean and fast. There we go, it's working, the squad leader grins, hammering through strands even as they cling to his weapon. They're weak one-on-one, I can keep swinging all day. Moments later, the bravado cracks a little, but damn, how many of these things are there? Goth's not faring much better, swinging wildly and yelling at the things to back off. Dozens, maybe hundreds, and no end in sight. A spider lunges out of the dark mid-word. Its face fills the frame, fangs bared, entirely unbothered by the pep talk. One of the hunters barely reacts in time as another spider comes swinging in from the side. Zephyr keeps laying out the plan mid-fight, fist already glowing with mana, and once we've got all the monsters gathered up, I'll take care of them, he finishes and detonates the whole cluster in one shot, rocking him and Goth both with the blast. The explosion tears clean through the webbing, monsters and all. Afterward, Zephyr and Goth just stand there catching their breath, nothing but exhausted laughs between them. Did we actually get them all? Goth asks, still not quite believing it. He checks himself over and winces, the wound's deeper than he thought. Ugh, fuck. Salt in the wound, he even needed backup to pull it off. This would have been easy, he grumbles, and I still made a fool of myself letting my guard down. Zephyr hands him a bottle without a word, medicinal water mixed with herbs, he says, works just like a potion. Goth just stares at him, quietly recalculating. This guy tracked literally everything happening in that fight. In real time, his senses are operating on a whole other level. If you're that aware, Goth presses, you would have known from the start it was me who got caught in the webs. Not gonna say anything. Zephyr just shrugs, everyone messes up. Just be careful next time. Zephyr's expression barely shifts, unreadable as ever. He takes a swig from his own bottle. Well, this is pretty normal for me, honestly. In his head, the gears are turning. Even in his past life, he spent years training soldiers, and plenty of them never got it right no matter how clearly he laid out the plan. Since Goth can clean up his own mess after slipping up, it's really not a big deal. Better he learns it firsthand than gets everything spelled out for him. Still, Goth clearly hasn't stopped side-eyeing him. Zephyr figures he'll draw his own conclusions once they are through this dungeon. The real question gnawing at him, does Goth bow out of dungeon runs for good after this or fall in line behind him? Back to business, a blade rips clean through a cluster of spider legs. Something screams in pain as it goes down. Another one drops with a final shriek. There we go. The squad leader clocks something useful. They're moving slower, it's the potion. Their poison is finally kicking in. Blades carve through the slowed swarm with room to spare now. Zephyr calls out another weak spot without missing a beat. The flesh near the stomach is softer than the back. Go for the stomach. Goth tries it. It's actually true, he mutters, almost annoyed. Everything the guy says just checks out: habits, weak points, status, all of it spot on. The best way to kill them every single time. How does he know all of this? Goth starting to sound less impressed and more unnerved. His face says it plainly. What exactly is this guy? Goth throws himself back into it, blade flashing through another spider. It goes down in a spray of ichor. We got it, someone crows from on top of the kill. Nice one, Dale. Ha, that one was easy, comes the reply, riding the high. Even the squad leader gives Zephyr a nod, not bad for a first run, just keep helping out like that. Zephyr just perches quietly on a downed spider, saying nothing, catching his breath. Behind him, the squad can't get over it, that's insane. He cleared his whole side while we were still working on one. Let's regroup, Zephyr calls out over the corpses. Goth, let's eat. The squad settles down for a meal, and between bites someone finally asks the question that's been bugging everyone. So what did you actually used to do? The guessing game kicks off. An explorer maybe? Nope. Big guild, apprentice to someone famous. Zephyr just lets them spin their wheels. He goes quiet for a second, somewhere else entirely. Fingers close around a small, worn keepsake, and just like that, he's somewhere far from this dungeon. In the memory, a hooded, robed figure squares off against a much younger, shirtless Zephyr, mid-stance in some cracked, ancient ruin. A master sizing up his student. A pair of eyes glow out of the dark, sharp and unreadable, watching him. Zephyr blinks back to himself, silent for a beat before shaking it off. Before any of that, there's still a dungeon to clear. Only the boss room's left. The squad leader grins, rallying the group. Oh, Goth perks up, so what's the move now? Something on the ground catches Zephyr's eye, knife already in hand, brow furrowed. Fists collide somewhere close, a sharp crack cutting through the quiet. Zephyr squares up again, weapon drawn, ready for whatever's waiting deeper in. Then out of nowhere, dead serious, all of you, get out. Now, the whole squad freezes, completely blindsided. 4 years, that's how long our narrators survived as a hunter, not thrived, survived. Plenty of hunters died in that stretch. He didn't, and he credits exactly one habit for it. That habit, never ever cross a dangerous bridge. Case in point, while his old squad debated whether a bigger party would clear a dungeon faster, he was busy sticking to the safest path available, no matter how slow. He also made a rule of only following people stronger than himself, even back when some blowhard shoved him around barking orders. Sure, it tanked his rank-up speed, but nobody else was rushing to protect him. Present day, their escort stops cold at the dungeon mouth. This is as far as you go. He starts to finish before Zephyr cuts him off cold. Everyone get out, now. Turns out he'd planned to solo the boss from the start. The squad grumbles they'll just let him have his moment, though one of them can't resist asking if they can at least stick around till the end. Captain Tin can about loses it. What are you saying? Someone floats the idea that more hands might help. Even level-headed Dale seems tempted, and Captain Tin can whips around, betrayed. Even you, Dale? He rounds on the whole squad, panicking. Everyone needs to wake up, they'll die if they try anything risky. He begs Zephyr to talk some sense into the others. Zephyr just crosses his arms and flips the question back on him. Aren't we useless to you anyway? It seems like everyone's misunderstanding something, Zephyr murmurs. I told you to get out, he clarifies. That never meant you weren't allowed to help. I'll be handing out everyone's roles right now, he announces, and one already rattled teammate can only squeak out a terrified ah. Ah. Cut to the dungeon proper, dark, cramped and coated floor to ceiling in thick spider silk. Zephyr slips in completely alone. He creeps deeper, careful not to snag a single strand. Almost there, he mutters, just ahead should be this dungeon's breeding room for the queen spider herself. And judging by what's crawling around in there, this is not going to be a quiet stroll. A quick lore card fills us in. Night spiders, the queen's personal bodyguards built to never abandon their post. And presiding over the whole nest, the queen spider, undisputed master of this dungeon. Its many eyes glow through the dark, daring anything to get closer. Zephyr's expression doesn't flinch, he's already done the math. One wrong move against that silk though, and it's game over instantly. I guess this is as far as I can go without one of them noticing me, he figures. The night spiders never budge from their posts, loyal to a fault, right up until something trespasses. Their whole job is protecting the queen while she lays her eggs. Step out of line and they swarm. Careful and low-key, Zephyr starts checking the wrapped-up loot lying around. First find, a silver key. Second find, a sack of ordinary flour, riveting stuff. Not exactly treasure hunting at its finest, but he keeps rummaging anyway. Then something shifts and he's not alone anymore. A strand of web snaps taut, the spiders are awake. Zephyr doesn't hesitate, cutting straight into the fight. He cocks his weapon, all business now. Something in his grip starts to glow. And then he's airborne, tearing straight through the dark. The blade doesn't slow down for anything in its path. One spider's leg shatters clean off. Turns out that flour wasn't for baking. A flame burst inside a dense flour cloud ignites every particle at once, one massive chain reaction. The whole chamber goes up in fire. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the good old dust explosion, and Zephyr just weaponized a bag of baking supplies. He rides the blast wave straight through the chaos. One of the bigger spiders shrieks bloody murder as the flames catch. It keeps screaming, thrashing against the fire, eating through its shell. Then arrows start finding their mark. Yep, poison arrows. He's not just burning them, he's poisoning them too. A little overkill, sure. A lore card even chimes in. This poison is no. 68 from the 72 toxins of Poison King Fade, specialty extreme pain. The spider's screech confirms it's working exactly as advertised. More arrows rain down, relentless. He doesn't let up for a second. By now the creature's more fire than flesh. Rewind slightly. Before heading in alone, Zephyr walked the squad through his plan, holding up a spider's silk sack. Squeeze it like a pouch, he explains, and it shoots out webbing. Someone asks the obvious question, won't the webs just stick to the spiders too? Only, he shrugs, if they forget to coat their legs in the anti-stick fluid they usually secrete. All they need to do is lay a trap with that silk exactly where he tells them, then stay sharp while they wait. His reasoning: the boss room's packed wall to wall with webbing inside, so fighting the queen in there is a death sentence. So step 1 is simple: lure her out first. Back in the present, deep in that web-choked chamber, Zephyr's setting the bait. He flashes a quick signal out into the dark. A blade flashes somewhere in the tunnel ahead. He reacts fast, cutting down whatever gets too close, no time to think twice. Now it's just the one-night spider left chasing him, he notes, weaving through the tunnel. Right on cue, it barrels straight into the squad's web trap outside, shrieking as it gets stuck fast. The team wastes no time finishing it off. Zephyr presses a hand to the tunnel wall. It's coming. Something much bigger is barreling down that tunnel toward him. The queen herself finally shows her face, roaring loud enough to shake the webs. Zephyr bolts, sprinting flat out to keep the fight moving toward the exit. The queen is coming. Outside, Captain Tinkin grips his spear white-knuckled, yelling for him to hurry. And then she bursts out into the open, right where they wanted her. Her acid spray comes first, and Zephyr's already diving out of the way. The queen's poison. That poison's a strong acid on its own, but the real horror story is what it does beyond the burn. It carries an innate curse that eats straight through defense and regeneration. No resistance, no recovery, no second chances. Marco screams a warning at everyone in earshot: dodge it for your life. Wherever the stuff lands, solid stone just dissolves. Zephyr threads the needle, weaving through the falling acid from above. The queen answers with a massive claw dripping venom, forcing him right back on the defensive. Another spray nearly catches him. He answers back with a clean, glowing slash of his own. He's breathing hard now. This fight's finally starting to cost him something. Up close, the queen looms even bigger, wreathed in flame and fury. Someone barks the order back at the rest of the squad: everyone to your positions. The team watches wide-eyed, bracing themselves for what's coming. The queen shrieks again, closing the distance fast. Zephyr meets her head-on, diving straight through the flames. Another strike lands clean. The impact rocks the whole chamber. One of his teammates finally jumps into the fray too, blade lit up with magic. Zephyr locks blades with one of her scythe-like limbs, holding the line. The clash sends a shockwave rattling through the whole room. He answers with a flurry of glowing strikes. His weapon just keeps building power. Off to the side, Goth watches with a confident smirk. He's seen enough already to know how this ends. The queen roars in fury, refusing to go down easy. Zephyr plants his feet. Come at me, he says. I'll be tanking this from the front line. I'm the only one who can take the boss head-on anyway, he reasons. Well, I've got her attention locked on me. You three deal the damage that actually finishes her off. He glances back at Goth, Captain Tin Can, and Marco. Showtime. Funny, looking back, he spent 4 years making damn sure his own safety always came first. That's what I did, he thinks. No, what we did. Somewhere behind him, hearts are pounding, silently wondering if they can actually put a thing like this down. In full view now, the queen spider is somehow even bigger and uglier than any warning could have prepared them for. One tiny hunter, one enormous nightmare, and the fight that decides everything, right where the chapter cuts us off. We drop straight into chaos. Zephyr locks eyes on the boss and lays out the plan cold. I'll keep him busy, you're the ones who land the real damage. And there it is, a monstrous, fire-wreathed horror rearing up out of the smoke, claws the size of tree trunks. Yahi, this is the thing they are supposed to kill. Zephyr drops straight into the fray, weapon in hand, plunging toward the beast without a second of hesitation. Nearby, the squad's armored captain grips his blade so hard his knuckles ache, muttering the question everyone's thinking: can they actually kill something like that? Around him, nerves are fraying. One hunter bites his lip, heart hammering. Goth grits his teeth and clenches his fists, bracing for what's coming. Sweat drips, jaws clench. The fear is written all over their faces, but nobody's backing out now. Rewind. Back when Zephyr first joined this crew, this was the welcome he got, hazed like an errand boy. Hey, get over here and cook for us, one of them barks, and clean our gear while you're at it. Another scoffs right in his face. You, a hunter, don't make me laugh, you can't fight for garbage. This is the only way you'll ever be useful to us. Cue the ugly laughter. Snap back to now. One of the squad grits his teeth, biting down hard on his gear strap. We made it all the way here, he mutters, hardly believing it himself. Goth rallies the group, sword raised. There's no need to be scared, we can fight this thing. Steel flashes and someone screams a name in alarm: Dale. Goth, sweat pouring down his face, forces out a shaky, yeah, trying to hold his nerve together. This squad has never faced anything like this monster before. Flashes of every desperate swing they've thrown so far flicker past. However, Goth launches into another attack, his blade carving straight through a swirl of raw magic. Something changed the day Zephyr joined this crew, and everyone can feel it. There he sits under the stars, quietly plotting 3 steps ahead of everyone else. The Queen's monstrous face fills the frame, eyes glowing a sickly green, a stark reminder of exactly what they are up against. The captain roars for the team to trust Zephyr one more time. After all, so far he's called every single move before it even happened. Elsewhere, frustration boils over. Someone snarls that the others just won't listen to him. The old friction inside this squad still hasn't fully healed. Cornered by the choice in front of him, he grits out that he has no option left but to fall in line and join the plan. Zephyr swings hard, letting out a full-throated battle cry as steel meets the beast. An explosion rips through the boss's armor plating. Once that shell cracks, that's the opening they've been waiting for. The team scrambles into position. We can hurt him once we're inside, someone shouts, closing the distance. Teeth gritted, one hunter reminds the group, her outer shell is the only part that's actually tough, everything else is fair game. Goth grins, ready to test the theory. Why don't we try it out then? Blades flash and a heavy hammer comes crashing down. The squad throws everything they've got at the opening. A burst of raw magic detonates across the battlefield as the fighters press their advantage. Zephyr breaks down the anatomy lesson mid-fight. There's a bundle of nerves at the center of each leg, and they're going to slice it open with blades soaked in paralyzing potion. Goth surges forward with a full power swing. All right, I've got a good feeling about this. Goth grins, gripping his blade tight. A blinding streak of light cuts across the arena as the fight kicks into overdrive. It goes wrong fast. Goth gets snared straight in the Queen's webbing, stuck fast with no way out. I can't dodge this, Goth chokes out, trapped and staring down the strike coming right for him. The Queen's blow lands in a blinding flash, sending someone flying. Goth's thrown clean off his feet, crashing hard and crying out in pain. That's when Zephyr snaps his glare onto the beast. What are you staring at, you overgrown insect? A shockwave rips through the arena as the clash escalates. Zephyr weaves through another assault, barely giving the boss room to breathe. Sparks and magic explode as Zephyr and the Queen trade blow after brutal blow. Goth watches, stunned. This is some unbelievable skill. He's blocking every single one of the Queen's attacks. Sweat drips down Goth's face. I can't even keep up with any of this, he admits, humbled. Doubt creeps in. Someone mutters they're too weak to matter, that Zephyr would be better off without them, until he cuts them off cold. Enough, Zephyr says flatly, laying out the real plan. As long as the queen stays locked onto him while he torches every egg in her nest, the rest of the squad can move completely unnoticed. He adds one more detail. This black steel queen spider, he explains, has a very specific weakness worth exploiting. 5 minutes in and Goth can only shake his head. It's playing out exactly the way Zephyr called it. Back in the thick of it, Zephyr presses the attack in close, reading every twitch of the queen's massive frame. He keeps narrating the theory even as he fights. Queen spiders like this one rarely leave their egg chamber, so their back legs barely move at all. Which means, he explains, the space right behind those legs, past her stomps and her webbing, is actually the safest place to stand. Most of her attacks, he adds, are aimed straight ahead, so staying out of her direct line of sight is half the battle. A blast catches him off guard mid-explanation, forcing a hard, sudden dodge. It's a pattern I know well. I've fought giant spiders like her before, Zephyr mutters, fist tightening around his blade. On top of everything, Zephyr's still eating every hit meant for the team. Goth presses the advantage, sure that once the paralyzing potion kicks in, the fight's basically over. The captain grits his teeth behind his helmet. We can do this. Marco slams his weapon home, splattering green blood clean across the arena. The captain leaps into the fray, polearm flashing through the smoke. Steel screams against Chitin as the fight rages on without a moment's pause. The queen recoils, genuinely caught off guard as one of the hunters closes in on her. The queen spider throws her head back and shrieks, a sound that rattles straight through your chest. Zephyr braces against the shockwave, refusing to give up an inch of ground. Her claws come slashing down in a blur of motion and fury. Another detonation rocks the battlefield, dust and debris flying everywhere. Someone's caught in the blast, crying out as they're sent tumbling across the ground. The queen finally screams her fury for everyone to hear. I won't forgive you mere humans, how dare you touch my babies. Zephyr's fist glows gold as he charges up for the counter. Blades clash in a shower of sparks as he meets her strike head-on. A fleshy purple limb whips out and locks around his bandaged arm. This is it, the poison gland, tucked right into her neck, exactly where he needs to strike. His eyes narrow, he's found his opening. Zephyr rips into the limb, green blood spraying everywhere as he forces his way through. The blade tears deeper, ichor splattering through the air. He wrenches the gland back with a brutal, unyielding grip. One clean cut, and the poison gland comes free in his hand. The queen lashes out again, claws whistling through the air. She swoops down for another pass, still not backing off despite the damage. Teeth gritted, Zephyr keeps his cool. There's no need to be nervous, he tells himself, staying locked in. Her eyes flare with venomous green light as she readies another assault. Zephyr swings hard, the impact shaking the whole arena. Her claws rake toward him again, but he keeps his own advice in mind. Don't rush and be sure of every move. He slashes clean through, dust and debris exploding outward. Goth's eyes go sharp and focused. This fight he starts. The captain and the rest of the squad brace as Goth finishes the thought. Whoever loses focus first loses everything. And that's exactly where this chapter leaves us. The rain hasn't even stopped and this predator's already down for the count. Nightmare fuel for anyone else, just another Tuesday for this crew. Goth's practically vibrating with joy, fist in the air, screaming that they actually pulled it off. But hang on, Goth stops mid-celebration. Something about this victory doesn't add up. His eyes drift to the quiet guy with white hair standing off to the side. He let them get the kill. That guy is a monster and not the kind they just fought. Zephyr just flexes a bandaged hand like it's nothing, completely unfazed. Goth's putting it together now. Hunting isn't about brute strength, it's about who's actually calling the shots, and lately that hasn't been him. A dangerous little thought creeps in. Maybe, just maybe, sticking close to this guy could take him somewhere big. Later, alone with his thoughts, Zephyr figures he can spare a few of the bigger spider carcasses for someone he calls White Rose. Whoever that is, they're clearly worth the trouble. One of the squad chimes in, telling him he must be exhausted after all that. Zephyr just blinks, not quite used to people fussing over him. Someone else jumps in to handle the grunt work, insisting Zephyr just sit back and rest. All he gives back is a flat, silent stare. The squad's practically falling over themselves to earn brownie points, one guy bragging about his monster dissecting skills, another scolding the rest for making Sir Zephyr wait. He can't help but let out a dry laugh at the sudden 5-star treatment. Honestly, their fussing isn't the worst thing. It saved him some energy, and if this keeps up, hunting might finally stop being a life-or-death gamble against monsters like Uzura. He allows himself a small, satisfied smile. Maybe this squad isn't so bad after all. The rest of the crew is busy planting a spear in their kill like conquering heroes, completely oblivious to how outmatched they'd be without him. But that warm feeling doesn't last. Something in his expression turns cold. Somewhere else, a shadowy, hooded figure with glowing eyes watches from a distance, muttering that this ragtag squad won't be worth much when the real fight comes. Whatever's coming, it mutters, this isn't enough preparation. Something needs to change. It turns away, already scheming its next move. Cut to the temple, someone gasps at the sight of a real predator corpse being delivered. Stunned Zephyr actually pulled it off. Payment changes hands without missing a beat. Zephyr hands over the goods with a promise that it's exactly as advertised. The priestess can hardly believe how much he's brought her. She thanks him with all the practiced sincerity of someone who definitely isn't running a shady side hustle out of a holy building. She offers to lend him some storage pouches for next time. Zephyr just gives her his signature silence. Outside, a golden knight statue stands watch over the temple grounds, a reminder of just how much muscle backs this place. Zephyr muses that safety's basically a luxury item these days, at least now it's one he can actually afford. Down the line, though, he knows money alone won't cut it. Eventually, no amount of selling himself short will keep him safe. Turns out luck was on their side too. Buyers for both the Predator and the Black Steel Spiders showed up right on schedule and paid well. The priestess admits she didn't expect him to bag Black Steel Spiders this fast. He's proving more impressive than she bargained for. Straight to business though, she wants to know exactly how much they cleared. She rattles off the numbers: 48% of target, a fifth of it swallowed up paying off her own debt to the temple. Then she hesitates, there's more. She's arranged him a side gig cleaning the temple's lab, handing over the work clothes and pass to get him in the door. Renting proper alchemy gear wasn't an option either. Apparently the good stuff is too valuable to just lend out. Zephyr figures if the lab's always short-staffed, he could get called in as soon as tonight. As they walk, another figure falls in step behind them, and the priestess reassures someone that everybody involved gets paid, no worries. A voice calls out, catching the priestess completely off guard. Someone's found exactly where she's been hiding. The stranger says he's got news to share and wants a moment of her time. He strides closer, unbothered, each footstep landing heavy with quiet menace. He presses a finger to his lips with a slow, unsettling grin. Zephyr huffs out a short laugh. Of all people, he never expected to run into this guy now. This is Ned, a member of the Heresy Examiners, and clearly not just here to say hello. One of only 12 Class 1 examiners in existence, a fighter even the temple respects. Zephyr's about to make him very unhappy. The priestess quietly wonders how to get out of this. She's got her own business to handle. She realizes fast that Ned isn't really here for her. Word is he's the superior of someone called Sahaku, who got soundly beaten by the man standing right behind her. She knew this confrontation was only a matter of time. She's almost impressed by the nerve of it, starting a fight right in front of clergy. She tries to wave it off, suggesting they talk later. She sweetens the deal with a lower interest rate, buttering up Ned's good standing with the temple. He's not backing down though, he just wants to ask about something. Something urgent, he says, tease on him. Ned turns the invitation right toward Zephyr himself. Why not join them for a chat? He probes further, needling Zephyr about his supposed relationship with this Sahaku fellow. Zephyr just tilts his head, playing dumb, never heard of him. Then twists the knife, claiming his memory's just bad when it comes to remembering useless people. That's all it takes. Ned's temper snaps and fire erupts to meet a crackling wall of blue energy head-on. The clash rips through the sky hard enough to send birds scattering for their lives. The priestess can't believe what she's sensing. This magic is way too sharp for a supposed nobody. Her whole body reacts to the sheer force radiating off Zephyr. This isn't normal. She realizes with a jolt that whatever Zephyr actually is, he's fighting on the same level as the temple's own knights. Ned's smug grin falters. This might actually be more than he bargained for. Up close, Ned finally gets it, why Sahaku just couldn't help himself picking a fight with this man. He wasn't even planning to fight today, and yet here his fire is already lit. Screw it, Ned decides, might as well enjoy himself while he's at it. That's the priestess's cue. One furious shout, one blinding surge of holy light, and both men are brought crashing to their knees. Whatever they were about to unleash on each other gets swallowed whole by her authority. Turns out she's got the right to slap down a slave's engravement, a mark that forces anyone branded by the followers of light to obey their orders. And Ned just earned one. Zephyr goes down too, gritted teeth and all. Two supposedly terrifying fighters, reduced to kneeling like scolded schoolboys. The priestess isn't done making her point either. She lays into Zephyr with a smack, demanding he remember exactly whose turf he's standing on. Yanking him by the collar, she asks if he's actually trying to get himself killed and drags him off for a proper scolding. Then almost as an afterthought, she rounds on Ned too. She warns him plainly, try anything and she'll be the one ending him. Ned just stares back in silence. Later, Ned lets out a long sigh on a rooftop, grumbling that Zephyr apparently can't go 5 minutes without picking a fight. He admits, still visibly shaken, that the guy really is as dangerous as advertised. Even as a Class 1 examiner himself, Ned can barely read how Zephyr fights. Nobody seems to actually know his style. Maybe because, the priestess points out grimly, everyone who's ever actually witnessed him fight for real hasn't lived to talk about it. Back to Zephyr, she lays down the law, cause more trouble and she'll kill him herself, purely because he's her personal money printer and she needs him in one piece. Still, there's a flicker of real worry behind that scolding. She reaches out, about to say something more. Ned brushes it all off with a wave, claiming he was just saying hello and reminding her that if things had gotten serious she'd have been powerless to stop it. Zephyr, walking off, reads Ned's little visit as a sign the enemy's timeline is speeding up. He'll need to move fast too. The priestess asks where he's headed. Just the lab, he says. She stops him with one more thing. One more favor, she asks. He barely reacts. After a beat of stunned silence, he lets out a disbelieving laugh at just how far this Mark's power really goes. Ned mutters to himself, marked and none too thrilled about it. Yeah, he admits this whole situation has him in a genuinely foul mood. Turns out that Mark wasn't his idea at all. Somewhere else, Ned is pushing back hard against his own superiors, disgusted at even the idea of wearing a slave's brand. They remind him he's got history with these people, plenty of grudges to settle. Still, they need him to do this. Word just came in that 2 of their own, disguised as priests inside the temple, were caught and executed. Ned's face says it all. Security's tighter than ever now, and the operatives still inside are just trying to survive undetected. That approach is dead, but there's still another way in. One option still stands. Nobody suspects a marked slave. If Ned wears that brand, the temple will hold back on him, and that's exactly the opening they need. So the plan is set, get marked, then walk right through the front door. From there, quietly siphon off the loot the temple pulls from its raid dungeons, a job only Ned can pull off. Best part, they've already cracked how to nullify the mark whenever they need to. Just not yet though, they'll wait for the perfect moment to pull the trigger. And when that moment comes, the followers of light are going to pay for everything. Meanwhile, far from all this scheming, the steady clang of hammers rings out over a quiet little village. Villagers work through the day raising up makeshift defenses, piece by piece. Someone calls a break for food and nobody argues. A cheerful villager waves the workers over before they collapse from hunger. One worker grumbles that this is basically a monthly chore now, wondering out loud why their barrier keeps taking damage in the first place. Truth is, a village this small could never afford real protection from the temple. A homemade barrier is all they've got. Then a familiar face shows up at the village gates, Goth. A nervous villager asks what brings someone like him all the way out here. Goth cuts straight to business, asking the head count. About 50, the villager guesses, not bad Goth figures. But someone else has been sizing up this village too, a scarred stranger with a wicked grin and a blade like a monster's claw. Something monstrous tears itself into being right behind him, wreathed in sickly purple light. Goth barely has time to react before the whole scene erupts. Purple energy rips through the village square, villagers scrambling and screaming. Whatever this thing is, it's tearing through everything in its path. Blood and wreckage everywhere, the quiet little village doesn't stand a chance. Somewhere in the chaos, a fist clenches, stained red. A flashback flickers through the scarred man's mind, the humiliation of being beaten down once before, an old wound that never healed. He swears he'll never forgive it. Whoever humiliated him is going to pay 100 times over, and he can't stop laughing at the thought. The village burns behind him as his laughter echoes into the night, to be continued. Deep inside the Temple of Light complex sits a private laboratory officially for potions and gear, unofficially for whatever secret project our guy is cooking up tonight. Blue herb residue, fungus-covered bark, even rotten cobbled slime. Not exactly a 5-star recipe, but every gross ingredient on this table has a purpose. Toss in gray centipedes and corpse mushrooms, boil it all down, and just like that the poison is complete. He holds the finished vial up to the light. This is Zagan, poison number 61 out of the legendary 72 crafted by the long-dead Poison King Fade. Casual bedtime reading, apparently. A knock rattles the door in the dead of night. Someone's come looking for him and she is not going to like what she finds. He needs her room, no questions asked, because if the temple's inquisitors catch wind of this experiment, he's a dead man. She grumbles about losing her space but caves anyway. She did promise to look out for him. She tries to settle in for the night, but sleep doesn't come easy when you've just handed your room to a guy secretly brewing poison down the hall. Back in his makeshift lab, he studies a diagram marked with strange dotted points across a human body, somewhere between medicine and something a lot more dangerous. He picks up a block of Arcan wood, hard as steel by reputation. He channels raw mana into his palm, ready to shape it. With a burst of focused force, he splits the ironwood clean, shaving off needle after needle. Sparks of energy hiss off every cut. This is precision work, not brute strength. She can't help but gasp at how cleanly he's carving them. Why would you even need something like that, she asks. He sterilizes a needle over a candle flame. Acupuncture needles, he explains. In the East, they use them for medicine. She's still stunned he can split wood this fine. His mind drifts back to something he once believed with total certainty. Poison is simple. Its only real use is killing someone without much effort. Or so everyone used to think. Who could have guessed when the demon race invaded this world and the gods stripped away the power they'd once granted humanity? People like him ended up relying on poison instead, to think it ever came to that. A poison strike lands clean, a golden mark blooming across the skin. In the pouring rain, his body convulses under the poison's grip. Another round of testing it on himself because apparently that's a normal Tuesday for this guy. He grits through the agony, forcing back a scream. A magic circle flares against his chest as the poison and his own magic collide. He collapses right there in the shop, vials scattering everywhere as a girl comes running. "Dear customer," she cries, a memory from a life that already feels like someone else's. Back in the present, he warns her flatly, "Don't be surprised by what happens. When I give the signal, do it." Her eyes go wide. What are you even trying to do?" she demands. "An upgrade," he says simply, standing there glowing with quiet confidence like he didn't just say something terrifying. He explains, Fade's 72 poisons transform completely depending on how diluted they are. Mix diluted poisons against each other just right and you get something else entirely. A miracle drug that can push your abilities past their natural limit. He's already panting, veins bulging under his skin as the concoction takes hold. The problem, he's combining Belial, which causes agonizing pain, with the wildly unstable Zagan. He'll suffer through extreme pain and lose stability in the process. There's no getting around it without better ingredients or higher stats than he's got. He starts circulating his internal energy, trying to keep the poison from tearing him apart. The technique lets him control the flow of his own magic, heal injuries, and with enough repetition, grow his total power. Right now, it's the only thing keeping the poison from winning. If this works, he can push his stats to the next stage entirely. But fail and his body shatters to pieces, no pressure. He tells himself it's nothing, this doesn't even count as pain. His face says otherwise, sweat pouring, jaw clenched against the agony. His mind flashes back to another time entirely, a battlefield wreathed in fire, a scythe cutting through the chaos. Something monstrous moves within the flames of that memory. Compared to that, this is nothing at all. A demon's grinning, fanged face burns in his memory. Whatever happened back then, it makes tonight's pain look like a paper cut. Blue energy roars around him as he forces his way through. The ground cracks beneath him as raw power floods his body. She watches in disbelief as the color drains back to normal in his veins. They are returning to normal. The chaos in his chest finally starts to settle. Keep watching the situation, he tells her. When I give the signal, he pauses. Once I pull this off, I probably won't be able to move. He marks a spot on the diagram. Stick the last needle in right here. Are you ready, White Rose? He asks, and now we finally know her name. Now, he says. White Rose steadies her shaking hand and drives the poisoned needle straight into the crown of his head. He already knows exactly what failure looks like here, even without asking. Death. Her hands won't stop shaking. What should I do? She whispers to herself. Can I actually do this? The weight of it all hits her at once. Somewhere close by, a strange light streaks skyward. A few hours earlier, out in the northern forest near the Temple of Light, a flare streaks up into the night sky. It bursts into a brilliant cross of light, visible for miles. Below, hunters are sprinting through the rain, screaming for their lives. A whole flock of monstrous birds shrieks down after them. They're closing in on us. Run, keep running, one of them shouts. Fuck those recon team fuckers. One of the birds sinks its beak straight into a hunter's shoulder. I already shot the flare, the red-hooded hunter yells. Reinforcements will get here soon. Bleeding badly, she gasps out, just keep running to the temple. The flock keeps closing the gap behind them. A hunter leaps for his life as claws rake past him. It takes over 20 minutes to reach the temple, even in broad daylight. Someone shouts back. It is, notably, not daylight right now. He kicks a bird clean out of the air mid-charge. About 5 kilometers left to the temple, he pants, willing his legs to keep moving. Fuck, he's running on pure adrenaline at this point. A monster's beak snaps toward the shield bearer at the back of the group. He barely gets his shield up in time, the impact rattling him to the bone. A blade flashes, slicing the attacking bird clean out of the air. Bodies and feathers tumble down through the rain. Then the whole sky lights up in a massive burst of energy. The shield bearer freezes, staring up at it. Whatever that was, it wasn't one of theirs. Energy surges up from somewhere just ahead of them. The birds shriek in confusion, sensing something new has entered the fight. And there he is, Zephyr, standing dead center of the chaos, bracing as a monster bird dives straight at him. He catches it bare-handed, mana crackling around his fist. The bird lets out a confused shriek as he grips its beak like it's nothing. It screeches and thrashes, but it's already lost. One glowing punch is all it takes. He tears clean through it, brutal, efficient, over in seconds. A beat of silence follows in the rain. The rest of the flock shrieks, scattering back in raw panic. He counts the bones in his fist. 12 down, 12 monsters left outside the dungeon. He mutters, perfect. He sends the rest flying with a single wave of force. One last corpse gets pinned to the ground by blades of pure energy. The shield bearer just stares at him, speechless. Zephyr catches sight of him and reacts. He recognizes this guy. Reinforcements from the temple, they are already here, someone murmurs, spotting the temple mark on his arm. But he came alone, the hunter asks, stunned. Where's the nest? Yes, the hunter blurts, snapping to attention. Just keep going down this path, Zephyr tells him. Okay, the hunter says and takes off running toward it. Something in the dark forest ahead makes him freeze mid-step. He wanders into a scene of total slaughter and realizes, almost without thinking, that he just told this stranger exactly where the dungeon entrance was. Only after he came back to his senses did he regret not warning him about one crucial thing. By then, Zephyr had already vanished into the dungeon. 4 of his own 7-person party died in that same dungeon once. Of the three who made it out, he was the only one still alive. "It's dangerous in there," he mutters, fist clenched. "I should have stopped him. We were supposed to wait for reinforcements. I should never have let him go in alone. Shit, what do I do?" He breaks into a dead sprint after him. Deep in the dark, Zephyr's eyes are already glowing. The dungeon erupts in another burst of raw power. He tears through wave after wave of them without slowing down. A final massive clash lights up the whole dungeon. The hunter arrives just in time to see it and just stands there stunned. A beam of light shoots straight up into the sky above the dungeon. Zephyr walks calmly out of the wreckage, stepping over the bodies of everything that tried to stop him. "How?" the hunter stammers, sweat dripping down his face. "How can this be?" Behind him, the true boss of the nest rears up, a massive, horned, winged monstrosity. "The boss monster," the hunter shouts, except it's already dead and Zephyr's the one standing over it. Zephyr just shakes out his hand. "Phew," he says like he finished a light workout. "My body feels so light," he thinks. "Feels like my stats just went up 2, maybe 2.5 times. Turns out nearly dying for a forbidden poison upgrade actually paid off." "Well then," he says, and lights off a flare of his own. "Wonder what gear I should pick up with this," he muses, watching the green flare streak into the sky. The signal for emergency crisis resolved. He and the hunter sit together on a ridge, watching the night finally start to break. But somewhere deep in the shadows, something else is stirring. A mass of glowing eyes opens in the dark. Whatever this is, it's been watching all along. A figure lies motionless nearby as the shadow creeps closer. Soon, it seems to whisper. A pair of sinister eyes gleam in the dark, closing in on something precious. And that is exactly where this one leaves us hanging. A few days pass and we cut to a grand cathedral town standing tall against the sky, our real setting for this chapter. Word spreads of an out-of-control cicatris nest, mid-sized but led by a monstrous 30-meter boss, exactly the kind of raid that gets people's attention. Behind closed doors, investigators pore over a case file. Some incident was apparently cleared by just one slave, and that little detail has caught the temple's attention. 2 temple officials descend a spiral stairwell, matching testimonies and muttering that this mystery man is clearly angling for a spot in the raid 20 days out. One of them, sharp-eyed and smirking, floats an idea. Why not haul him in for questioning and see if he's secretly a demon god worshipper? Meet Matthias Grimmer, senior heresy examiner for the Temple of Light's 3rd Division and the guy who just volunteered to play interrogator. His superior isn't interested. A tall, long-haired blonde knight cuts him off flatly. "Leave the man alone." That's Lucius Giornati, head of the Temple Knights, though even he admits he's uneasy about letting suspected heretics slip through unchecked. Turns out Lucius's real policy is colder than it sounds. As long as someone's useful, their faith or lack of it doesn't matter to him one bit. Matthias explains further these suspects barely have the strength to reach the boss room in the first place, so where's the harm? Except the harm is the plan. Use the suspects as expendable meat shields to punch through to the boss, then let the boss finish the job for them. Matthias reminds Lucius, friend to friend of 20 years, that he was against this exact scheme not long ago. Now he's laughing it off, insisting he's only sharing the plan because his old friend was so worried about it. "Sure, buddy." The two of them head deeper into the temple, toward a heavily sealed chamber neither seems eager to talk about out loud. The doors creak open on something chained in the dark, and even these two look rattled by what's staring back at them. Matthias's jaw drops. Whatever's behind that door, it's clearly not what he expected. Bound in glowing chains is a winged, armored figure, some kind of captive divine being, locked away and very much not happy about it. Turns out this discovery comes with a haul, legendary gear Matthias has only ever read about in old books. The dungeon that ate 10 years of their lives is finally, officially cleared, and the loot is apparently worth every miserable minute. Lucius struts off with a new toy of his own, bragging that nothing's going to touch him in the raid to come. He soaks in the moment like a man who's already decided he's the main character of this story. Cut to a quieter part of the city, where one restless hunter grumbles that he's not even warmed up yet, so why is everyone else already gathering? Turns out the training grounds are packed today, and Goth's squad is getting roughed up in the usual friendly chaos while they wonder why. Marco fills them in. It's all about the upcoming raid, with word that only 2 or 3 leftover slots are left for the so-called slaves desperate to prove themselves. Not their problem, someone shrugs, necking a drink, right before getting blindsided by a very familiar voice. Speak of trouble, the squad's least favorite visitor breezes in, a sweetly smiling temple sister who greets them with a cheerful reminder to pay their debts, you trash. The squad is baffled to see her coming out of their own dorm room, since when does the lone shark nun make house calls? Something new catches the light on someone's hand, a ring that definitely wasn't there yesterday. Zephyr sits on his bunk, turning the ring over on his finger like he's still getting used to wearing it. The squad spots it and nearly short-circuits, since when does the new guy have jewelry like that? He was just with the sister, they realize out loud, putting 2 and 2 together as they crowd him for an explanation. Zephyr barely glances at it. This, he says like it's nothing. It's a ring of purification, boosts mana flow, strengthens magic defense, and casts a curse removal spell once a day. Not exactly pawnshop jewelry. Turns out White Rose gifted it to him personally, and from the look on his face, even he thinks that's a little much. In his head, Zephyr's almost impressed. He told her to get him anything, and she had something ready before he'd even finished asking. She's clearly got a nose for sniffing out money, he thinks, which, coming from him, is basically a compliment. Elsewhere, White Rose strides down the hall, muttering that she's already got a black market informant digging into him. Her expression says she's not just being nosy for fun, she's building a theory and she's dead serious about it. Her mind drifts to old rumors of the Persephone Assassin Guild, legendary killers who never miss their mark. Suspiciously good hunting skills, deadly precision, a near-mythical reputation, it's all lining up a little too well in her head. She starts connecting dots, body reinforcement through poison, abilities that shouldn't be possible. To her, it's all adding up to one wild theory. She flashes back to an old client of hers who really was a Persephone assassin, and can't shake the feeling she's found another one. Whatever conclusion she's landed on, it's put a very calculating look on her face. In her head, the math is simple. Nobles will pay a fortune for the best talent and the best poison money can buy. Forget small-time loan interest. She's decided to lock this customer down for herself before anyone else gets the same idea. She takes off at a sprint, vowing to hook him up with the best equipment money can buy. Somebody's about to get sponsored. Back with Zephyr, he can only shake his head. She's wildly misread the situation, but hey, free gear is free gear. One of his squad mates decides this is actually great news, however it happened. Elsewhere, someone else is quietly pleased too. If White Rose starts talking, the man they're hunting might just walk right into their hands. Something clawed and hungry stirs in the dark, a reminder that not every threat in this story wears a temple robe. Hands tighten in the shadows, plans are moving forward whether anyone's ready or not. Back at the dorm, one wide-eyed squad mate can't get over it. A ring as a gift from her, amazing, doesn't begin to cover it. Zephyr cuts through the noise, done with the theatrics. He's actually got real news about the dungeon, and it lands with a thud. The room goes quiet, someone or something just knocked and the squad goes still, listening. Who's there? Someone calls out, already bracing for whatever this is. Whoever it is doesn't answer, just leaves them staring at each other, unsettled. By the time anyone checks, the hall outside is already empty, just a shadow slipping away into the quiet. Pinned to the door with a knife, of all things, is a note nobody remembers ordering. One of them just stares at it, completely lost for words. It's an official emergency order form for the Goth group, the real deal, signed and sealed, telling them to move out and assess the situation immediately. What kind of person delivers military orders by knife, they wonder, but the seal checks out. It's the real signature of the hunting team's chief. Zephyr confirms it himself. That signature is the real thing. One of the squad grins, recognizing the handwriting. This was drafted by a man named Ned. Zephyr realizes exactly what this is, an invitation practically handed to him, and decides on the spot he's handling this one solo. No fanfare, no goodbyes. he just quietly gets ready to move before anyone can talk him out of it. Something out in the wilds just took a serious hit, dust and light bursting skyward. Zephyr sprints through the wilderness alone, racing a clock that's already counting down toward the Temple Knight's raid. 20 days left before the big raid, and the dungeon he's headed for is anything but ordinary. This is the tomb of the abominable princess, one of the world's 8 riddles buried deep in the ruins of the long-dead kingdom of Media. Hunters have thrown themselves at this place for over a decade straight, and not one of them has ever reached the boss room alive. Only 2 kinds of people get into the raid party: a priest's personally vouched slave or someone holding a recommendation letter from one. Climbing the ranks the honest way is a lost cause. There's simply no time left to grind his way to eligibility. So he's picking the other option. This time around, he's going straight for Ned. He's going to use Ned, the one lead that can actually get him through that door. See, Ned isn't just anybody. He's the personal slave of heresy examiner Matthias himself. Fool Ned into vouching for him, and that recommendation letter is Zephyr's ticket straight into the raid. And he's got the perfect hook. Zephyr happens to know the exact same martial arts style Ned uses. There's no way the man ignores that. Sure enough, somewhere out there, Ned's already puzzling over the stranger who shares his technique, wondering if his own master sent a test. Or maybe Ned thinks this guy's just a thief who stole the style outright. Either way, he's dying to find out. Whatever's about to happen, it starts loud, a wall of blue energy tearing through the scene. A single strike sends debris flying in every direction. Even Zephyr seems curious about the answer to his own question: just how strong has he actually become? Someone nearby watches the display with wide eyes, clearly not expecting a show like that. As the dust settles, somebody mutters that this has got to be the most dramatic entrance they've ever seen. Then a familiar voice cuts through the smoke, and somebody's eyes go wide with recognition. A grinning, branded stranger steps out to greet him, half shocked he came all this way solo, and blurts out a name from what sounds like a very different life: Sahaku. Elsewhere in the group, someone else clocks him with far less enthusiasm, muttering under their breath, "Why is he here?" Somewhere off in the wastes, a scarred stranger cannot stop grinning. 10 days straight, all he can think about is the man who carved those scars into his own mouth. He hasn't slept a wink since, watching from a distant ridge. Meanwhile, Zephyr goes dead quiet, like he already feels the eyes on him. That's Sahach cracking his knuckles and hyping up a brand new trick he's dying to show off. A shadow claws up out of nowhere behind him as he grins and warns Zephyr to brace himself. Big talk, small payoff. Zephyr answers with a blast of light and Sahach goes down coughing. Zephyr doesn't even blink, just one word for the effort: dumbass. As the hits keep coming, Sahach can only think one bitter thing: his actual master, Ned, is an even bigger perfectionist about pain than this. Mid-beatdown, Zephyr's head snaps up. Someone's been watching this whole time and he's done pretending not to notice. Dust blasts outward as he plants his feet and dares whoever's hiding out there to bring it, all of them if they want. The clearing goes eerily still, smoke curling through the rocks like something is about to crawl out of it. A low, mocking chuckle drifts out of the fog. Cuck, 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 someone out there is enjoying this way too much. Zephyr tightens his grip on his blade, eyes locked on the swirling mist, waiting for whatever's coming to actually show itself. And then it does. A writhing mass of purple flesh, teeth, and way too many eyes rips out of the shadows. The scarred stalker snarls that Zephyr ignored him again, like that's somehow unforgivable. His hand crackles with corrupted power as he gets ready to make sure he's never ignored again. The monster shrieks and thrashes, tendrils whipping out at everything within reach. Sahach's blood runs cold the second he clocks what it actually is. The stalker's face twists into something barely human as he promises to kill Zephyr nice and slow. "Rip him to shreds," he screams, and sicks the beast on Zephyr by name, Shoggoth. The thing looms over Zephyr, a nightmare of grinning mouths and blinking eyes closing in for the kill. For a second, Zephyr just stands there in the dark, letting it come. Then power floods his hands, crackling white against the creature's sickly purple glow. Sahach can only stare, stammering out the question everyone's thinking: what the hell is that thing even doing here? The fight tears the ground apart, streaks of light and shadow colliding in every direction. The stalker just cackles through it all, screaming for Zephyr to die. Zephyr's arm sparks with energy in the wreckage, gathering everything he's got for what's next. Blue lightning erupts and rips clean through the monster's grip while Sahach watches, completely floored. Even Sahach can only stammer out a stunned "Wah what?" The stalker isn't laughing anymore, he wants to know exactly how Zephyr just pulled that off. Zephyr just stands there, letting the creature's tendrils writhe uselessly around him. The air keeps crackling around him, refusing to let the monster get its grip back. Then it clicks for Zephyr. He's read about this thing before, a Shoggoth, a biological weapon built by demon god worshippers. He never thought he'd actually run into one. The story goes that Shoggoths hibernate as eggs for years, doing absolutely nothing at all. Until they hear the right sound, an instrument tuned to a very specific, very nasty kind of hypnosis. And guess who's holding it? A Shoggoth is basically a mindless stomach with an infinite appetite, and regular attacks just bounce right off it. Worse, every person it swallows makes it stronger, feeding off their mana like fuel. And it's not just the teeth you have to worry about. One touch from it is already doing damage, tendrils wrapping tight and drawing blood. But the teeth and hunger aren't even the scariest part of this thing. Just being near a Shoggoth starts stacking something called mind corruption in your head. It hits like pure, crawling terror, and once that corruption maxes out, you black out into a full-on frenzy. In that state, you lose all reason and just start slaughtering everyone around you, friend or not. Which is exactly the point. It's a walking massacre machine built by cultists to turn victims into the weapon. The stalker grins wider, spotting Zephyr's eyes flashing red, and warns him he has no idea what's about to happen. Wrapped in the creature's grip, Zephyr's whole body starts glowing with the telltale sign he's about to snap into frenzy. The stalker practically cackles, sure the corruption's about to hit 100% and finish Zephyr off for good. Zephyr just goes quiet. He's got one card left to play, a skill called Curse Removal. A blast of golden light erupts off him, burning the corruption straight out of his system. Turns out that's his ring of purification talking, a piece that boosts his defenses and lets him wipe out a curse once a day. The last of the corrupted energy just gets blown apart in the light. And now it's the stalker's turn to panic, gagging as Zephyr grabs him by the throat. Zephyr's mind drifts back, way back to a long time ago. Back when he carried a different sword and a different face, other thoughts started creeping into his head. What if he'd had more people around him who actually knew how to fight? What if the people who survived had banded together instead of scattering? The faces of the people he loved flicker through his memory, gone before he could save them. Would they have lived even a little longer if things had gone just a bit differently? All that's left of that old life now is a crown, abandoned in the dust. The stalker, still choking in his grip, has absolutely no clue what any of this rambling even means. This time Zephyr says, things are going to go differently. This time he's the one saving who he can, and handing anyone hungry enough to get stronger an actual shot at it. Then his voice goes cold again. He wants to know exactly how many people this creep has fed to his monster. Reading the guy's twisted memories, he guesses, around 100. How many more have to die, he asks, just so this guy can feel good about himself. Trash like that, Zephyr decides, doesn't get to keep breathing. He rears back a glowing fist and lets loose. One brutal punch after another slams home. The stalker gets sent flying, all that earlier swagger completely gone. Zephyr doesn't let up for a second, chasing him down for more. Blood sprays from the guy's mouth as he chokes out a strangled cry. Zephyr just keeps hammering him into the ground, payback 10 days in the making. The finishing technique is brutal by design, a barrage of blows capped by one final palm strike aimed straight at the blood he's already coughing up. That strike doesn't just hurt, it detonates into lightning, a technique feared across the East called the Dragon's Roar. Electricity floods up his arm, crackling and hungry for release. It's got a name and a big one, the Dragon King style's secret art, the Thunderclap Palm. Zephyr drops down on him, wreathed head to toe in crackling lightning, cloak snapping in the storm he's creating. The whole battlefield lights up white as the strike lands, and that is exactly where this one leaves us hanging. Another cultist's down for good, one touch of that lightning and it was over in an instant. judging by the scorch marks that had to hurt on the way out. He doesn't even look back. In his book, that's exactly the ending a bastard like this one deserved. He pulls a small, wriggling red creature out of the wreckage, and from the look on his face, he already knows exactly what it is. Turns out physical hits are useless on this thing, a Shoggoth. You need electricity, fire, or holy power to actually put it down for good. Lucky for him, this one's on the small side. One more hit and it's gone for good. Not that he needs to burn through his real magic on something this pathetic, he's saving that for when it actually matters. Dust settles, the job's done, and he walks off like it was nothing, but this was just the warm-up act. Someone's impressed he can even play the tune that him's supposed to be locked inside the cult, and knowing it just bought him instant credibility. Not even Temple Intelligence could have gotten their hands on that song, which is exactly why playing it makes him look like the real deal. A cloaked figure's robe snaps open in the wind, a dramatic little entrance from whoever's about to size him up. He turns, watching, waiting for the next move in this very dangerous game of pretend. The man watching him, long auburn hair, sharp golden eyes, narrows his gaze. "You know quite a lot of things," he says. Translation: he's suspicious. Someone calls out the name he's been waiting to hear, Ned. Finally, after all that setup, his actual target is standing right in front of him. A flicker of memory cuts through two hands locked together in what looks like an old, unbreakable vow. His mind's racing through the plan. There's no way Ned, stuck on a mission he can't afford to fail, would ignore someone who fights with his exact same style. This is it, the moment he's been steering toward. Convince Ned he's a fellow demon god worshipper, get that recommendation, and change the future before it repeats itself. A memory surfaces, him, younger and stripped down, kneeling before a hooded figure. Whatever happened back then, it clearly still weighs on him. There's a debt sitting in his heart, one he never got to pay off in his past life. Whatever this is about, it's personal. "I want you to face a different end this time," someone tells him, fists clasped tight. Sounds like somebody's getting a second shot at doing this right. Back to business. To get anywhere with Ned, he needs an opening, a way to worm his way past all that suspicion. Across from him, Ned's already made up his mind about something. No matter what, he mutters to himself. "And I've come to a conclusion," Ned says, and from the look on his face, it is not a good one for our guy. Steel flashes. "You," Ned says, sword raised, "are a target for elimination." Well, that escalated fast. Ned tears into him with everything he's got, purple energy ripping through the air. The clash lights up the whole battlefield. This is no longer a friendly chat. He weaves through it, blue lightning crackling up his arms as he ducks the worst of it. Ned keeps pushing, a whip of orange fire lashing out again and again. But every strike just streaks past him, not one of them lands. The attacks keep missing, and Ned's starting to realize something's very wrong here. Ned freezes, something about the feel of that last exchange has rattled him. "All of my attacks missed," he snaps, blue sparks crackling around him, the exact kind of electricity that shouldn't be anywhere near a total stranger. Blades clash again, faster this time. Somebody's about to lose a weapon. Grudging respect flickers across Ned's face. Impressive, he admits. He can't wrap his head around it, dodging and countering that combo. Outside of his own master, nobody on this continent should be fast enough. Something else is going on here. The exchange sends a weapon flying, the momentum swinging hard in an instant. Ned squares up, palms out, readying something bigger. And our guy mirrors the stance right back at him, palms pressed together, cool as ever. From above, the two of them circle each other like predators sizing up the kill. Energy rips through the space between them in a streak of red and gold. This is the Dragon King style's secret art, the same principle as the thunderclap palm, wrapping the whole body in electricity from explosive acceleration. It's a massive boost to speed and power. The catch is, anyone trained in the same clan's techniques knows exactly how to counter it. Blue lightning coils up his arm, the Dragon King style's other secret art. This one's called Flowing Cloud, and it's his. Yin electricity, yang electricity, and when the two meet, they don't cancel out, they attract. The two techniques collide head-on, lightning meeting lightning in a blinding flash. "It can be done," Ned mutters, shaken, "but only in that one instant, right after you've poured on a tax he can't dodge. The trick is timing it exactly with your eye. Wrap yourself in enough electricity and the attack just bounces off harmlessly. Get it wrong and it lands." Nailing the exact spot, the timing, and the right amount of electricity takes years of drilling until it's pure reflex. Not something you fake with a cheap trick like skill copy. Sweat beads on Ned's face. He's the real deal, he thinks, and that thought clearly terrifies him a little. Lightning dances across his knuckles, calm and controlled, like he's barely even trying. "That just makes this more confusing," Ned says. "Only my senior brother and I were ever taught this style's secret art, so how does a random stranger know it too?" "Who the hell are you?" Ned finally demands. Fair question, honestly. The scene fades to black for a beat, like the story itself needs a second to catch its breath before explaining exactly why this technique is such a closely guarded secret. Long ago, a man crossed the demon-infested Sahara Desert all the way from the eastern continent to this one, the Aslan continent. He clawed his way up to an executive rank in the demon god cult using a mysterious style all his own, the Dragon King style, and he only ever passed it on to two people. Unlike the hundreds of regular apprentices who barely scratch the surface, these two learned it down to its core. One is his own biological son, Jin Gang, the strong dragon. And the other is someone he picked up off the Aslan continent, Ned Streer, yes, that Ned. The idea is that two successors spar against each other to really internalize the technique. One student alone just wouldn't cut it. Only two ever, because the secrets of this style have to stay locked down tight. Which brings Ned right back to his problem: "I've never seen your face among the regular apprentices before." And that's far from the only suspicious thing about this guy. "You obliterated the cult's valuable asset that Shoggoth took 100 people to raise just for this raid," Ned says, "and I'm not even convinced you're actually one of us." "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" Ned demands again, and this time our guy doesn't have an easy lie ready. "It's simple if you actually think about it," Ned continues. "There are only two successors who ever learned the secret art, but what happens if one of them dies?" Ned asks, and it's clearly a question he's already worked out the answer to. "If one of us dies and the other's left alone, there's nobody to train with. Our master's too busy to personally coach whoever's left, and training a new successor from scratch takes years," Ned reasons out loud. Realization creeps across Ned's face. If that's so, it can't be. Under the open night sky, our guy finally speaks. "I am," he starts, letting the silence hang, "a shadow apprentice, prepared for exactly the moment one of you dies," and just like that, everything Ned thought he knew gets turned on its head. Ever hear of a shadow disciple? It is an old, dead-serious tradition among the Eastern martial sects. Trained in total secrecy as a backup heir nobody is even supposed to know exists, insurance in case the official successor does not make it. And the catch: if that official successor grows up just fine, the shadow gets quietly killed off. No loose ends allowed. It is a cold, practical rule: stop a rival with equal training from ever becoming a problem. And our white-haired schemer swears, dead serious, he is not making this up. Problem is, the real shadow disciple cannot exactly show up to the raid. He is stuck babysitting Altair and her crew instead. He smirks, picturing Altair getting up to no good without him around to keep an eye on her. And just like that, he decides to use her absence to his full advantage. A sharp, red-haired stranger squares up to him. If his story is true, he growls, then Zephyr's whole existence should be the best-kept secret in the sect. So why is he here? Ned already checked with their master to confirm it and got told no such order was ever given. A disciple like him standing here, Ned's temper starts to flare. This is a lie, Ned spits, and if Zephyr really is a fake, he figures the excuses are about to start flying. Zephyr calmly points out that cult members hiding inside the temple can barely contact the outside world, so acting on his own judgment was only natural. Ned's hand crackles with red lightning. One more shady move, he warns, and he is putting this guy down on the spot. Sparks keep dancing across his knuckles, patience running dangerously thin. Zephyr recites his actual orders word for word: hide his identity from the other cultists, and earn his own spot in the raid through his own strength. And if anything happens to Ned, Zephyr is supposed to take over the whole mission himself, straight from their shared master. Ned narrows his eyes, so this is really about grabbing the dragon heart and bolting. The dragon heart, a literal gemstone said to grow inside a dragon's chest. Legend says it rivals a dragon's raw power. 1,000 years back, the so-called abominable Princess Eurydice dug it up and dragged it into her own tomb, and there is no way the temple knights can keep pace with what is coming. Because once he cuts loose with the Dragon King-style's lightning footwork, he tears through a whole crowd before anyone can even react. The second he is holding that stone, nothing short of a miracle stops him from walking out. Ned just crosses his arms. Whatever this guy can pull off, he insists he can match it. His glare makes it clear he is not bluffing. Turns out their master was not fully confident sending Ned in alone. That is exactly why backup got sent. Zephyr admits it straight. He broke his own orders and dangled a flashy trap to lure Ned in, because the raid's entry conditions turned out way messier than expected, and he would rather not slog through the hard way. Not when the easy way is standing right in front of him. Classic shortcut-loving protagonist energy. Ned crosses his arms, so got something to tell me. Zephyr leans in close and drops 2 words in his ear, blood tears. Ned's eyes blow wide. How could this stranger possibly know that name? Blood tears, his own family's treasure, stolen from them long ago. He is only sticking with their master to reclaim it and get revenge on the temple, and only their master was ever supposed to know that. Ned demands answers. What exactly does this guy know? Zephyr just smiles. He will talk once he decides Ned has earned his trust. First, why not make things a little easier for him? The ask is simple: get him added to the raid roster. He is done with the stinking barracks they have dumped the low-ranked hunters in. Ned just grits his teeth in silence. There is just no way he can afford not to believe him now. So the deal is struck, and Zephyr heads off toward whatever comes next. Their meeting point, a rundown abandoned building tucked just outside the temple grounds. Ned strides into a huddle of hooded cultists. "My brothers," he announces, "I have brought the last one." He introduces him plainly. This is Zephyr, sent personally by their master to help with the mission. And yes, Ned has already run the checks himself to confirm exactly who Zephyr is. One of the cultists eyes Zephyr up, figured someone this eye-catching had to be somebody important. Guess that tracks. A bearded, grinning figure looms in, Matthias Grimmer himself, ranked 36 among the demon god worshippers, telling Zephyr he should feel honored to assist the chosen successor of their Eastern master. The lowest-ranked slave nominees who will be tagging along behind the heresy investigators and hunting teams have finally been decided. 40 of them total, all secretly demon god worshippers. And since there is a fresh face in the group, Matthias offers to run through the raid strategy one more time. He drills it in, memorize every detail, zero room for mistakes, all for the glory of their cult. Quietly, Zephyr's real plan clicks into place. Use Ned to sniff out exactly which cultists are hiding inside this raid party. Except all 40 of them turn out to be cultists, which is honestly too ridiculous to even laugh at. And unlike some old rival named Sahaku who leaned entirely on gear and monsters, or even his own past self who back then ran on nothing but raw ambition, these guys are genuinely strong. A real elite squad built for one job only. Assembled with exactly one purpose: pulling this mission off. Someone bites back at Ned, so then why is he following the demon god at all? Ned reads between the lines. Their master showing his face at all means he is not being fully trusted anymore. And if the rest of them are already this strong, the person their master actually trusts most might not even be Ned anymore, it might be Zephyr. He catches himself. No, he cannot afford to waver. Because their master made him a promise. If Ned proved himself important enough, their master vowed he would personally see Ned's revenge through. And Ned needs that master badly if his revenge is ever going to happen. So the dragon heart is going to be his, no matter what it takes, not the shadow disciples, his. And something else is nagging at him. If Zephyr really has been groomed this whole time to replace him, then Zephyr might actually want him dead, since Ned's death is exactly what would hand him the successor title. Which means right now that blade might already be pointed straight at his own throat. Back at the briefing, Matthias wraps up the strategy talk and starts splitting everyone into groups. Ned steps up to Zephyr and holds out a hand, since they have technically been handed the exact same mission. Why not stick together in the same group? Better that, Ned figures, than let a guy who might be gunning for his life wander around unwatched. Keep your enemies close, as they say. I'll be in your care, Ned says, offering the handshake. What Ned does not know is Zephyr remembers a whole other timeline, one where this exact version of him got destroyed chasing revenge and trusting all the wrong people. Deep down, Zephyr knows the truth. Ned is actually loyal to a fault and patient with it. Which is exactly why Zephyr has zero interest in making an enemy of him. He wants Ned on his side for good. Win his trust this time around, and Ned becomes the ally who could help him survive everything still coming. So Zephyr shakes on it. Likewise, he says, and this time he actually means it. Of everyone he lost for nothing last time around, Ned is the very first one he has decided to save. Then, out of nowhere, a flash of memory hits him hard enough to make him gasp. A single burning word cuts through the vision: choose. A blazing, scythe-wielding figure looms over a young Ned, offering him a way out, learn the ultimate martial arts technique, and escape this place for good. Or this turns out to be the very connection that forged Ned into the strongest fighter he would ever become. The same master who personally taught him the Dragon King style, long before any of this began. The next day breaks quiet and clear, but everything is about to change. A notice goes up. The roster for the raid on the tomb of the abominable princess has finally been posted. Every drafted hunter is ordered to report at 6 sharp tomorrow, then move into shared lodgings for training until departure day. Total lockdown, no talking to outsiders, pack light, settle your affairs now. That's the whole pep talk you get before a death dungeon. Off to the side, Zephyr just nods along. Everything is going exactly according to his plan, and now it is time to tie up loose ends. Behind the scenes, he has already cleaned house. The black steel spider dungeon, the cicatrice nest, even the fake goblin den Ned forged paperwork for out in Canyon Village, all 3 clears he promised Goth, quietly wrapped up. 2 of his squad mates pull him into a hug, thanking their big bro for everything he has done for them. Zephyr tells the squad their promotions are coming soon, and warns them the road only gets rougher from here. Goth tries to work up the nerve to say something, then chickens out with a mumbled "it's nothing." He is dying to beg Zephyr to take him along and keep teaching him. He just cannot get the words out. As Zephyr walks off into the light, Goth realizes the truth. This man is chasing something far bigger than any of them. We're too weak to even ask to follow him, Goth thinks, watching him go. But Zephyr stops and tells him, train yourself half to death. And there will come a day you can walk right beside me, so come find me then. Zephyr strolls off with the rest of the squad trailing behind, telling Goth he expects great things from him. Goth chokes out a thank you because as far as this squad knows, 2 men who should be corpses right now are still breathing, and it is all thanks to him. Here is the secret nobody else knows. 3 years from now, if the demon god cultists finish their summoning ritual, most of the people around him are going to die. To stop that future, he needs one thing, the dragon heart, and it is sitting inside the very dungeon they are about to raid. He walks the temple halls, asking casually if she likes what she picked out for him. White Rose shows off the equipment she has procured for the raid. The 2 of them size up a private armory stocked floor to ceiling with weapons and enchanted gear. They're good, Zephyr says, exactly what he ordered. Off to the side sits a rack of blunt weapons, picked out for a mana-channeling fighter joining the raid. The tomb of the abominable princess is no ordinary dungeon. It is crawling wall to wall with living, moving skeletons. Dead men do not feel pain and bone does not bleed, so every trick built to cut flesh or drain stamina through a wound is completely useless here. Zephyr tells the merchant he is buying every weapon on the rack, on the spot. A hand closes around a blade among the pile. One sword in particular catches his eye. It is the Twilight Longsword, a 100-year-old relic pulled from a place called the Twilight Mansion, still humming with unknown energy, though White Rose warns him a longsword is not exactly built for gutting skeletons. What is he even thinking, she wonders, watching him weigh the blade in his hand. He already knows what he is really up against in that dungeon, and it is not just the skeletons. The Temple of Light is trying to finally close out a 10-year-long dungeon clearing effort, and demon god cultists are going to throw themselves into the chaos to protect their cult. He has to cut through all of it and walk out with the dragon heart. Which means, in his own head, one blunt truth: the entire raid party is his enemy. His thoughts drift to Ned, the one man in this whole plan who still does not trust him. Even if he lays out the whole truth, there is no guarantee Ned believes a word of it. And if persuasion fails and it comes down to blades, this time there is no walking away in the middle of it. It ends when one of them is dead. Elsewhere, a new face comes jogging up late, apologizing with a grin. She introduces herself as Angelia, an enchanter from the Research Institute, and asks if he is the customer her friend told her about. Enchanting means baking divine power, magic, or elemental attributes right into a piece of gear, and the better the enchanter, the stronger and longer that power sticks. If he remembers right, Angelia is supposed to be one of the best enchanters the temple has got. He hands his gear over and Angelia purrs that of course she can handle it, handsome Appa. Light floods the room as the enchantment takes hold. His new loadout comes back stacked: blessed Griffon feather clothes, the blessed Twilight longsword, black Griffon leather boots, and a blessed mace of adversity. He adds a blessed black steel spider hook to the pile. If he cannot even survive the dungeon's own malicious aura, none of this prep means a thing anyway. With that, the bare minimum is finally squared away. 5 enchanted pieces, 3,000 gold total. The shopkeeper asks how he is settling the bill. Angelia hands the finished order over to White Rose, calling her Unnai. These two clearly go way back. Zephyr cannot help but think 3,000 gold for a black market job by an enchanter of Angelia's caliber is dirt cheap. White Rose must have called in a favor. Now it is time to settle up the rest of the tab. Are you sure about this? She asks pointedly, and he genuinely has no idea what she means, seeing as she barely charged him any commission on a whole pile of gear. You were probably in a rush too, he says, flashing her a thank you. White Rose's whole face goes red on the spot. Ahem, well, as long as you know, she recovers, right before he casually drops the actual problem: he is completely out of money. Not a coin left, he says flatly. Her jaw hits the floor. Come again, dear customer. Turns out cicatrous byproducts are not worth a thing on the open market. Worse, that whole Canyon Village goblin den was a fake, so there was nothing worth looting there either. He has got nothing left to give her, and she is not taking that well. So instead, he raises a glowing hand and offers an alternative. How about I pay with these instead, he says with a smirk. He is holding 2 vials of poison, King Fade's deadly poison, and White Rose's eyes just about pop out of her skull. She lunges for it immediately, and he yanks it out of reach just to mess with her. Do you get off on teasing people? She snaps, hand out for real this time. She warns him dead serious that a contact called Mole buys poison like this and is way too dangerous to deal with, then practically melts once the vials are safely in her hands. She sends him off with real warmth for once. Be careful, come back safe, and do not you dare skip visiting her again after the raid for his change. He walks off down the hall, her hand still lingering in the air behind him. By morning it is time. A courtyard fills wall to wall with rows of hunters, knights, and healers, all waiting to ship out. Someone whistles at the turnout and asks just how many bodies are here counting every knight and healer. The answer, roughly 100. Zephyr looks out over the crowd with Ned at his side, thinking the quiet part. Out of everyone standing here, only a handful survived this dungeon in his past life. Footsteps echo down the line as a new figure strides in. It is the man leading this whole raid, Temple Knight Captain Lucius himself. He walks the front of the assembled party without a word. Then with a faint smile he gives the order, let us begin. Here's the roster for the big one, the Tomb of the Abominable Princess raid. On the priest's side alone, the Temple Knights are fielding 18 battle knights and 10 healers, all official rank, top of the food chain. But down in the basement of that org chart sits the hunting team, slave rank, 20 poor souls total. And there's our guy, one white-haired hunter, looking less than thrilled about being voluntold for this. Over on the Inquisition side, same deal. 12 battle inquisitors and 6 healers running the show, plus 20 more disposable agents pulled from the slave ranks to do the dying for them. All 86 of them just got split into 2 crews. Vanguard for anyone who likes getting stabbed up close, and Rearguard for the ranged support keeping everyone alive from a safe distance. Command comes down to 4 names. Healer Captain Arno keeps everyone patched up, and Rearguard Captain Leona holds down the back line. Then there's Vanguard Captain Matthias, the guy who's already decided these slaves are just meat shields with a pulse. And when the crowd starts screaming Sir Lucius, you know somebody important just walked in. Say hello to Party Captain Lucius, blonde, golden, and apparently a literal saint. Turns out he earned that halo the hard way. He got branded with a stigmata at just 7 years old and has been the church's golden boy ever since. Ordinary people practically worship saints like him as walking angels. Getting this close to one is supposed to be the honor of a lifetime. Zephyr doesn't share the enthusiasm. He grits his teeth watching Lucius parade himself in front of the regular grunts. Stardom's cute until you remember you're the cannon fodder. Somewhere in the crowd, someone's eyes narrow to slits. Nobody says a word, the silence says plenty. Lucius raises a hand for quiet. I'll prophesize one thing, he announces, and the whole party leans in. His big promise, this raid finally puts an end to 10 straight years of failed attempts on the tomb of the abominable princess. Clear it and they'll have put one of the world's 8 great riddles to sleep for good. No pressure. Then the real hook drops. Every name on this raid gets recorded in church history, and any slave who survives it walks out a free man. Suddenly volunteering makes a lot more sense. Walk the road of glory with me, Lucius says, arms wide, while the crowd below chants prayers to their goddess area like he's a rock star. Freedom, glory, salvation. The pitch is doing its job on everybody except our cynical hunter. Cut to training, an eagle circles high above a cliffside fortress, shrieking peak, the raid's brutal boot camp. Tiny climbers dot a mountain wall that looks like it wants to kill them just for showing up. Zephyr mid-climb mutters the quiet part out loud. Glory glory for who exactly? Sure, he admits clear a big enough dungeon and the honor trickles down to everyone who showed up. But strip away the propaganda and this whole crusade isn't about heroism or saving humanity. It's purely business. Case in point, Matthias hands a hooded slave a literal piece of cursed tombstone, telling them to just get used to carrying deadly magic energy around 24/7. Totally normal. Behind the scenes, it's all politics. Securing clearance rights, recruiting bodies, and squeezing investors for the eye-watering expenses of running a raid this size. Win the dungeon and the land underneath gets safe and valuable overnight, which is exactly why the money people keep bankrolling this circus. Even the third great temple itself is basically just St. Lucius's forward base for cracking open the tomb of the abominable princess. Anyone who shows promise gets fast-tracked into training, and only the elites who grind through it daily get picked for the actual raid roster. Enter the drill instructor. Think of the glowing lights as enemy spells, she warns. Get hit 3 times and you're dead, so tap out and step aside. No hard feelings, allegedly. Training golems swarm in on command. Begin the mock battle. The slaves scramble against a wall of stone fists, and even the hardened fighters admit it. This is basically a real battle. One golem takes a hit and goes down hard. Not everyone's making it through this unscathed. One trainee just flops over dead on arrival with the driest possible commentary, I died. Somewhere a comedy writer is taking notes. Off to the side, Zephyr trades banter with Ned, his sharp-eyed, red-haired training partner, the two of them quietly agreeing they can't exactly bust out their real Dragon King-style moves here without blowing their cover. Back into the fray, swords flash, stone cracks, and the mock battle turns into a genuine workout. Zephyr and Ned fall into rhythm, fighting side by side, reading each other's moves like they've trained together for years. Golems get shredded left and right in bursts of blue-white energy. These two are not messing around. One last leaping strike finishes the job. Mission complete, 500 golems down, somebody call it in. A 15-minute break gets called and even Lucius, watching from a distance, can't hide it. Wow, they're doing way better than I expected. Word around camp is this batch of slaves is straight up stronger than whoever they scraped together for the last raid. Especially those two, someone notes, nodding at Zephyr and Ned, skilled, in sync, and quietly the best team on the field. It's got Lucius actually wondering out loud if this might be the attempt that finally clears the dungeon, while the faithful keep praying to Arya for good measure. Healer Captain Arno steps up next, all smug confidence with a blessing hand raised to the sunset. His pitch: as long as we healers are here, you'll squeeze 4 weeks of training into 2, then, without missing a beat, now let's start from the top again. Rest is for the weak, apparently. Then it's the night before the final day of training, the last calm before things get real. Eat, drink, and sleep well, that's all, the officer barks. The trainees answer with a very enthusiastic yes. One lone figure lingers on the castle wall at dusk, soaking in a rare quiet moment before the storm. Training's over, the instructor announces. Honestly impressed nobody got eliminated. A hellish march to the dungeon starts tomorrow. Cheerful send-off. That night, Ned notices Zephyr barely touching his food again. Zephyr brushes it off, great food last night and all, insisting he's already eaten plenty. Ned's got his own reasons for watching his diet too. I have to maintain my weight to maximize my acceleration, he says, dead serious about his own personal fight physics. Ned shoves food at Zephyr anyway with a pointed reason: I'll have to carry out the mission if you fail. Zephyr's not sure whether to be touched or insulted. Still trying to outdo me? Ned smirks, waving off Zephyr's suspicion. Don't make that face, I brought you something. Zephyr just says good and keeps walking, a man of few words, especially at night. He tosses back a flask instead. This'll warm you up so you can move better. Turns out he can be thoughtful too when he's not being cryptic. Ned goes quiet for a second, studying him a little too closely. Then, on the rooftop at sunset, drink in hand, Ned finally asks the question that's clearly been eating at him. How much do you know about me? He means the fact Zephyr's clearly been testing him this whole training stretch. At first, Ned figured he was just trying to eliminate a rival and take his spot. But that didn't add up either, because Zephyr never once seemed to actually want the position for himself. Zephyr grabs him close, dead serious now. It's about the blood tears. Whatever that is, it clearly matters a lot. Tell me what you know about the blood tears, Zephyr demands. Ned just smiles. I'll tell you once I decide you're trustworthy. What I want, my secret, Ned lays out coolly. If you already know this much, your next move is obvious: threaten me or make me an offer for what I know. Zephyr calls out the trap in his own logic. You said you'd tell me once I earned your trust. That's a weirdly specific promise for a guy playing this careful. So what is it you actually want? Zephyr presses. Something about Ned doesn't add up the way the others do. He's different, and Zephyr knows it. Ned flashes back to their first real encounter. Zephyr, blade drawn and glowing with power, blindly trying to kill him on sight. 2 weeks of training together clearly did something, though. The murder attempts given way to something a lot closer to trust. You're asking the wrong question, Ned tells him. What you should really be asking is where the blood tears is and who has it. Zephyr's face says it all. That landed. I'll tell you, Ned finally says. Right now that sword is. Whatever he says next, it's bad enough to knock the wind out of somebody with a single wide-eyed what. And that's exactly where the chapter cuts, cliffhanger and all. Picture a dim castle hall, chains wrapped around a blade like it might make a run for it. A young boy named Ned is told this is the Strier family's greatest treasure, a cursed sword called the Blood Tears. This sword's got a bloody resume forged from a victory over demons of the desert generations back. The kind of heirloom you frame, not the kind you touch. Turns out slaying demons comes with perks. A title, a barony, and one very heavy family duty: guard this sword forever. Generation after generation, the Striers kept that promise, treating the blade less like a weapon and more like a sacred family curse. Now it's little Ned's turn. Dad's got that proud, unmistakable look as he lays the family legacy right on his kid's shoulders. One day you'll be Baron Strier, kid, but first you're going to become a knight worthy of that sword. Ned snaps back a yes, father, and Dad can't resist one dry joke about needing a solid return on his parenting investment. Cute, almost too cute. Cut to years later, and that same family sword is being dragged out of a temple while someone screams a name across the courtyard. A priest named Aldian is making off with the blood tears, and whoever's chasing him is begging for it back. His only answer is a cold get back and zero explanation. The temple's own guards come running, more annoyed about the noise than curious about the stolen sword in Aldian's hands. Grown up now, Ned's father squares up to reclaim what's his. That sword belongs to Baron Streer, not you. Aldian doesn't even blink. Leonard signed his title away to cover the family's debts, so technically he's got no claim left. Cold, very cold. You can see his grip tighten on the hilt. Technicalities don't mean much when it's your family's blood on that sword. And that's it, blades are drawn, and the courtyard turns into a battlefield in about 2 seconds flat. Someone's already bleeding, and the look on their face says this fight just went somewhere nobody can walk back from. Somebody's screaming curses into a wall of blinding light, and whatever just happened, it is not going Leonard's way. The dust settles on a scene nobody wanted. This is the day everything for the Streer family falls apart. Blood on the temple stones, the kind of quiet aftermath that says more than any line of dialogue could. Someone's about to get a very unpleasant lecture about knowing his place, starting with a reminder that he's just a commoner in a holy building. Turns out the man Leonard just tangled with is the bishop's own son, noble blood and all. If Leonard's blade had actually landed, the boy's own son would have been executed right alongside him. Leonard's left bleeding on the ground, told to be grateful he missed. That's the mercy on offer here, not justice, just a warning. Rewind 12 years and here's how it all started. Dungeon investing was the hot new trend, with everyone throwing money at raid parties hoping to strike it rich. For a while, it actually worked. Prices soared, fortunes were made, and it looked like free money for anyone smart enough to get in early. Then the raids started failing. Scam guilds popped up overnight to fleece investors, and the whole shaky system finally collapsed. Historians would call it the dungeon bubble break. And guess who was selling the riskiest garbage investments right up until the bubble popped? The Temple of Light, promising safety right until it wasn't. While ordinary families lost everything, the temple made sure it walked away richer. Funny how that always seems to work out. And the man who orchestrated it all walked away clean. Grown-up Ned makes it very clear. One name tops his list: priest Aldian Lasker. Aldian didn't just scam the family, he used their friendship to lure Leonard in, then took his life outright. Ned only survived so he could burn that betrayal to the ground. Years of searching, and Ned still hasn't found so much as a rumor of his family's stolen sword. The Temple of Light buried it well. But something's rattling him now, a question he can barely force out. Why does his own master have the blood tears? The man who trained him and promised him revenge somehow has the family sword. That's not a coincidence Ned can just shrug off. Zephyr's got intel of his own. Not long ago, their shared master let slip who's really running the demon god cult, right down to its inner circle of 12 apostles. And it's not some shadowy stranger pulling those strings. Half of those 12 apostles are high-ranking priests inside the Temple of Light itself. The cult and the church are the same rotten hand. Ned's face says it all. That's a gut punch even for someone who's spent years assuming the worst about these people. Zephyr lays it out plainly. Their master promised the exact same thing to more than one of them. Prove your worth and I'll hand you your revenge. Zephyr doesn't sugarcoat it either. That promise was never real. Ned's composure cracks for a second, and what slips out isn't pretty. The real plan, apparently, is to hand the demon cult's leader a relic called the Dragon Heart, a peace offering that would make their true target completely untouchable forever. In other words, play along like a good little pawn and watch your revenge get traded away for somebody else's deal. Ned's whole world tilts. The man he calls master, the closest thing he's had to family in years, might have been playing him from day one. He wants so badly to call it a lie. But there's a problem with denial. Zephyr somehow knows the exact words his master said to him in private. That's not a lucky guess. So now Ned's stuck standing in the dark, his revenge plan in ruins, asking himself the one question nobody else can answer: what now? No easy answer comes, just a long shadow and a longer walk back into the raid he's already committed to. Whatever he decides, it'll have to wait because there's a dungeon ahead and it doesn't care about anyone's family drama. Enter the tomb of the abominable princess, and even seasoned hunters are already saying this dungeon is on a whole different level. One bandaged raider mutters that the air itself feels like it's scratching at the bottom of his soul. Cheerful start to a dungeon crawl, honestly. Turns out this place is one of the fabled 8 riddles of the world, the kind of dungeon legends get written about for better or worse. The door groans open, glowing like it's got its own opinions about visitors, and the party steps through anyway. Someone's already repeating the briefing, because apparently not everyone was listening the first time. Lucius reminds everyone what's at stake. His party has been grinding away at this exact dungeon for 10 straight years. Those little markers scattered around aren't decoration, they mean a floor's already been cleared and purified. Floor 1, check. 9 floors total, and last time out they'd already fought their way down to floor 7. Slow, bloody progress. This time they even took down the gatekeeper guarding floor 8. A big win, but that hanging although never means good news. And there it is, something huge, undead, and glowing green comes tearing out of the dark to prove that point. Those hollow green eyes are not the kind of thing you want staring back at you mid-raid. Orders fly fast, vanguard into formation, everybody brace, this fight is happening right now. And Ned, of all people, looks almost thrilled about it, flashing a grin like he's basically inviting the monster to dance. Meanwhile, miles away, back at the Temple of Light, a very different kind of conversation is happening. The temple sits quiet in the evening light, deceptively peaceful for a building this rotten underneath. A warm welcome at the front, steps the kind of politeness that usually means somebody wants something. With most of the temple's fighters off on the raid, Bishop Alfonso is grateful for the borrowed backup, and his guest just waves it off like it's nothing. Worth remembering, this bishop is Lucius's own uncle, and while Lucius risks his neck underground, some very different people are quietly moving in back home. And there's the gut punch of a cliffhanger. Cardinal Aldean Lasker himself, the very man who wrecked Ned's family, confirmed as a demon god worshipper. Ned has no idea how right he's been all along. Deep inside the tomb of the so-called abominable princess, a wall of skeletons shrieks awake, and the raid crashes straight into them. Blades, arrows, and bone fly everywhere as the raiders carve a bloody path through wave after wave of the dead. One masked raider wrestles down a snarling, worm-like guardian while chaos rages on all around him. Nearby, a grizzled old brawler swats a skeleton aside like it is an after-dinner snack, laughing the whole time. A bandaged veteran fills in the newer raiders. Eurydica, the tomb's abominable princess, was a magician so powerful she supposedly bewitched thousands of her own people and dragged them down here alive. No wonder the bones never run out, he jokes. 1,000 years of dead treasure hunters buys you a lot of skeletons. Then the ground itself shudders and every fighter freezes. Something bigger just woke up. Towering out of the dark, a rotting bone golem rises, stitched together from who knows how many skeletons. The real fight is only just starting. Its footsteps alone crack the stone floor as it bears down on the party. It swings once and the shockwave alone flattens everything in its path. Shockwave incoming, a knight screams, diving for cover and praying to the goddess area to spare him. A priestess raises her staff and calls down golden chains of light to bind the beast in place. The chains slam home and hold. Nobody wastes a second before rushing the opening. Swords and spears hammer the pinned golem, but someone still has to keep the skeleton foot soldiers off their backs. The golem strains against the glowing bindings, cracks spreading through the light itself. Bit by bit the chains start to give. The chains broke, watch out! Someone screams as the golem tears free, and that is when one man steps up, murmuring a prayer of his own. Light erupts down the hallway like a blade carved out of pure gold. It is Matthias Grimmer himself, channeling crackling golden power through his blade, and he cuts the golem down to bone dust in one stroke. The afterglow of his strike keeps arcing through the hall long after the golem is gone. As expected of Lord Matthias, one knight breathes though their commander barks at everyone to stay sharp. This fight is not over. If a bone golem was guarding this hall, something is still down here summoning more of them. Somewhere close, the source controlling every one of these bone golems is still lurking. It is a skeleton mage, a mid-rank horror that can sling spells and command any skeleton weaker than itself. And it is not fighting alone. It has got a small army of lesser skeletons at its command. Kill the mage first or it will just keep churning out more golems. Destroy it now. One annoyed fighter cannot help but grumble that, yes, obviously everyone already knew that. Problem is, only the rearguard's ranged attacks can actually reach the mage through the crowd. Eyes narrow, scanning the chaos for the real target. If they do not find the dragon heart's trail fast, this whole fight is about to spiral out of control. Translation: they will have to smash through every one of these golems one at a time just to get closer. Matthias cuts through the noise with one sharp question: forget the mobs, where is it? Then simple as that, found it. A blonde figure steps forward and tells everyone flatly to get out of the way. Then she lets loose with her spear, and a wall of golden light just erases everything in front of her. Every raider in earshot just stares, momentarily speechless. Turns out she did not even need to pick a target. Tombstone and mage gone in the same blast. With the mage down, it is just mop-up duty on whatever is left. One onlooker recognizes the weapon by name alone, the legendary Spear of Brilliant Light, and he cannot hide his shock at what it just did. Nearby, Zephyr just mutters that apparently that is what 2 million gold worth of gear buys you these days. She just stands there afterward like it cost her nothing at all. Word spreads fast, the 8th floor is clear, nothing else climbing up, time to patch everyone up. They make camp for the night with a cheerful reminder that skipping the anti-curse wards means you might not wake up. While everyone else settles in, Zephyr slips off alone, running his hand along the wall like he is hunting for that dragon heart himself. And there it is, his fingers catch on something that should not be there. The next day, the raid's leadership gathers to lay out the map for floor 9. Leona estimates 6 days to reach the boss room if they clear every tombstone along the way. Someone pushes back, why not carve a straight line and save 4 days? Then reminds her pointedly that she is forgetting something, Lady Leona. They tried the shortcut approach once before. They made it all the way to the entrance that time too, right before they started losing people. Same entrance 1 year ago. And that shortcut is exactly what got them wiped out. So no, they are not gambling on the fast route again. Leona admits it plainly, the long road still costs them people if they get swarmed, the short one just costs more. The real plan, it turns out, is getting someone specific to the boss room in peak condition. If it is their captain at full strength, he might actually be able to put the boss room's guardian down for good. Cut to a year earlier, a lone fighter approaches that same gate and everything goes quiet. Whatever is waiting on the other side, just looking at it leaves the whole party gasping. The gatekeeper of the boss room stirs awake. A massive armored death knight wreathed in violet light unfolds to its full height, and it is instantly clear why this thing wiped out a whole raid. Just its presence was enough to shatter the party's nerve before a single blow landed. The dark spreads and things go very wrong very fast. Someone screams as the gatekeeper's blade finds its mark. Back in the present, chaos, what in the world happened? They had 5 Shoggoths prepped for exactly this kind of emergency. Someone is down and bleeding, and the argument breaks out over whether now is even the moment to commit those reserves. Somebody swears under their breath, furious at whoever just triggered this mess. Then, in perfect unison, every squad leader turns to stare at the exact same spot, like something in their gut just screamed danger. Call it instinct, call it experience, the strongest fighters here all just felt the same warning. And the source of it is Zephyr, still crouched by that wall, hand wrapped around a mechanism he really should not be touching. He freezes mid-search, sensing eyes on him. Someone has caught him red-handed and wants to know exactly what he thinks he is doing. His grip tightens on the old mechanism anyway. Whatever this thing is, he is not letting go yet. And then the floor itself starts to give way beneath them. Stone crumbles into the dark as the whole passage tears itself apart. Leona barely keeps her footing as the ground splits open beneath her and someone finally puts words to the horror. The dungeon itself is moving. The night before the raid roster goes public, the demon god worshippers hold their own secret meeting and the topic is that boss room door. Nothing opens it except killing whatever's guarding it first. Once you're inside, the gate seals shut behind you. The only way out is through the boss. Matthias lays it all out, everything the scouting teams found, everything they decoded off the gate's magic script. One of the hooded conspirators floats the obvious question, why not just smash through the walls? Matthias shuts that down fast. 10 years of trying already proved it. The deeper you go, the nastier the wards get, so blasting through is off the table. Lucky for them, Knight Captain Lucius is loaded, and that gave Matthias an idea. The stake of faith, a pillar so sacred it's basically unbreakable, and Matthias just so happens to know a guy. He borrowed the Pope's own legendary relic, deposit and all, just to jam it between the boss room doors. Doors literally forged by a great sage. That's real commitment to a bad idea. Step 1. Bait Knight Captain Lucius into tanking the boss solo, shoved as far from the exit as they can get him. Step 2. While everyone's distracted, Brother Ned lifts the dragon heart and slips clean through the doors. And the trigger for all of it, Matthias's own order, wake the Shoggoths. The Shoggoth, a living weapon that only gets stronger the more magic and the more people it eats. Its touch corrupts anyone it grabs, though the captains, Lucius included, have enough magic resistance to shrug it off, mostly. Ordinary priests don't get that luxury. 5 Shoggoths worth of mind corruption is more than they can take. The math is simple and brutal. 30 seconds of chaos while the captains watch their own priests turn on each other, then 3 more minutes to mop up whoever's left standing. One opening is all they need. After that, the boss itself finishes off Lucius for them. Then the cult just slips out of the dungeon quietly and tells the temple the raid simply failed. Easy. Matthias hands out the real insurance policy. Hypnose's ocarina for everyone, with strict orders not to touch it until the mission's actually underway. The ocarina's a leash for the Shoggoths themselves. Hold it and their corruption can't touch you, and neither can their teeth. Zephyr just smirks and pockets his. Watching all this unfold, one thought crosses his mind. These demon cultists really did their homework for this raid. Cut to right before the plan kicks off. One overeager hunter is already having regrets, thanking everyone through visible panic. Zephyr isn't worried. With this many healers on hand, it won't turn into a total bloodbath, probably. He raises the ocarina and plays. The tune is strange and otherworldly, and it cuts straight through the noise of the dungeon. Somewhere nearby, a hooded cultist freezes mid-step. That music, they know exactly what it means. The melody keeps rising and something huge starts thrashing in response, deep in the dark. Then the screaming starts, Shoggoths plural, and they're loose. Zephyr barks the order to gather in one place, buying himself a second to think. He presses a hand to the wall, reading the dungeon itself for a way out that isn't the front door. Something answers, a flicker, a pull. He's found the thread he needs. The raid party pushes deeper toward the boss room entrance, unaware of the trap closing in behind them. Somewhere up ahead, gold light gathers around a staff, one of the temple's own, bracing for what's coming. Ned makes the introduction to a wary raid officer. His name is Zephyr. Sent by Master to help with my mission. The officer isn't fully buying it. The officer keeps side-eyeing Zephyr. What's he doing over there? Zephyr catches the stare and calls it out flat. What are you looking at? Something in the dungeon's machinery groans and shifts. The walls themselves are starting to move. Zephyr's mind drifts back. This dungeon used to be a shelter people hid in to dodge the demons outside. He's moving now, weaving through the shifting corridors as purple energy crackles around him. The whole place is rigged with a failsafe, a contraption that randomly reshuffles every wall and stone in the tomb. Good news for him, he camped in this exact ruin with old comrades once. He still remembers the layout cold. He pushes on, energy trailing off him as he threads the reforming maze. Elsewhere, talk turns to Zephyr's reputation. Apparently he cleared out an entire nest solo just to look good enough to join this raid. Someone floats interrogating him to be sure he's not a cultist. The officer's not convinced. He's the slave Matthias mentioned before. Is he one of them too? Lucius doesn't wait for an answer. He invokes the slave brand outright. As long as that mark's on him, he has no choice but to obey. Then the command, stop. The forced command slams down like a lightning bolt, catching its target square on. But the cult planned for this too. A shaking cultist officer confesses it under his breath. A drug passed out to the executives beforehand that blanks the slave brand's effect entirely. His drug. Fists clench. Whatever comes next, it's not going to be pretty. Lucius answers with everything he's got, his blade blazing gold as he calls on his goddess. Fire and lightning tear down the corridor in answer. Blades meet in a shower of sparks as the fight goes fully live. Someone's pulled out the real surprise, an Eastern weapon called the Urumi, the soft sword. It's flexible enough to hide under a belt, and vicious enough to wrap around flesh and shred it like a whip. A voice cracks with disbelief, Ned. Blood sprays as the blade finds its mark, someone screaming, caught completely off guard. One of the cult officers takes a hit meant for someone else. I blocked Matthias's attack, but there's one more coming. You're on your own for this one, Zephyr. The warning barely lands before a second bolt of golden lightning comes tearing through. It rips down the corridor, unstoppable and blinding. The officer takes the hit, thrown back by the force of it. Zephyr gets caught in the follow-through, gold lightning arcing straight through him. Now, a blade of light and lightning slices clean through the passage. Lucius's eyes go wide. Whatever he expected, this wasn't it. What? Too bad for you, comes the reply, cold and certain. No attacks landing on me right now. A status window flickers into view. Strong luck, a temporary aura of good fortune, 3 charges, 1 already spent. Cue the flashback. A radiant, winged figure once told him the gods themselves hand out perks to anyone who regresses, and he could check his the moment it happened. The day he actually clawed his way back to the past, that's exactly what he did, and strong luck was sitting right there on the list. The idea hit him like a lightning bolt. This dungeon's own defense system reshuffles every stone in the place to protect it. Which means, for one brief window, a path opens that was never supposed to exist, and the front gate becomes completely pointless. Get lucky enough to read that shifting maze right, and you can walk straight into the boss room. And right on cue, he moves, fire trailing off him as he threads the impossible shortcut. Luck is on my side, he's not wrong tonight. Ned catches up to him anyway, and Zephyr can't help but be a little impressed. Wow, you actually managed to follow me. Obviously, Ned fires back. Whatever you can do, Ned adds, sharp-eyed and unimpressed, I can do just as well. Alone together on a rooftop at last, Zephyr lays out what everyone already assumes. You're going to steal the dragon heart the second everyone's inside the boss room, just like the cult planned. Ned doesn't flinch, but you think I'll just run off with it myself instead of bringing it to the secret meeting point. That's what you're really thinking, isn't it? If you do that, Zephyr tells him flatly, you will die. The only way either of us walks out of here alive is clearing that boss together, just the two of us. Ned's whole expression drops. What? Let me tell you one thing, Zephyr starts, and Ned's already done. I'm not listening to any more of your garbage. Beat the boss with just the two of us, that's the big reveal. Zephyr just settles in, unbothered. Sit down, I'll let you in on my damn brilliant plan. Ned crosses his arms, refusing outright. I'm not listening to any more of this. The plan is laid out under a blood-orange sky. That is the end of it, someone says. Any questions? For a second, nobody answers. Ned mulls it over, hand at his chin. It actually has a decent shot at working, he admits, but there is a problem. Credibility, he says flatly, eyes narrowing. That is the real problem. He is fast enough with the Dragon King style to outrun anyone alive, he brags, silhouetted against the dusk. And that is before the rest of the plan even kicks in. Then he drops the real idea. What if he just became the Dragon Heart's owner outright? 2 things stand in the way. Hold on, didn't you say running off with the Dragon Heart is a death sentence? First things first comes the answer. Absorbing it needs a very specific method. Try it raw and a dragon's own power tears you apart. He can't perform the ritual himself, but he knows someone who can, which brings up problem number 2. The man set to physically carry the heart into the Third Parish Temple has a name, Cardinal Aldean Lasker. And that name spells trouble. His guards, the twin knights, rank among the 10 strongest people on the continent, and the second word gets out, the entire demon god cult comes hunting. The entire cult, not exactly comforting odds. That includes their own master, Zephyr adds grimly, the head of the Dragon King style himself. Zephyr needles him, you that confident? Ned throws it right back without missing a beat, confident enough to outrun all of them without my help. Then talk stops, green light tears through the dark as the plan finally kicks into motion. Energy crackles across the chamber, a countdown already running somewhere in the back of their minds. A blade of light carves clean through the dark and bodies drop in its wake. Someone catches them mid-strike and freezes stunned, what you? One of the cult's brothers frowns to himself, something is not sitting right. Worried the Temple of Light will get suspicious because their carrier stands out too much? Oh my, so Master really did tell him it would be Sir Aldean. Matthias cuts in smug as ever. He has not heard the how of it yet, they have an unimaginably safe method locked down. Just worry about his own job. That informant told him quite a lot, apparently, given how tightly the cult guards its executives' identities. Master must really trust him, ha ha ha. Ned's expression hardens, every single word out of Zephyr's mouth true. In his head, Ned lays it bare. His sworn nemesis, Cardinal Aldean Lasker, is a demon god cult executive close enough to their shared master to be trusted with an operation this important. And apparently ruining his life once with a scam was not enough for the man. The memory boils over, to think he had been deceived his entire life. Something in him finally cracks, like glass giving way all at once. A hand sparks with raw lightning, and it is not aimed anywhere friendly. Bolts crash down around two fleeing shapes as the whole scene erupts into fire and light. A furious voice vows to burn it all down. The demon god worshippers, the Temple of Light, every last one of them. Zephyr practically hauls his partner along by the collar. What is he doing? He told him to just focus on running. One more second and the whole plan falls apart, Ned mutters. Yeah, he knows it too. Zephyr softens just for a beat. He understands exactly how he feels. But there is no room for feelings right now, he warns. 15 seconds left before their lucky buff runs out. The clock keeps eating away at their window while chaos rips through the hall behind them. 13:12, ahead of them a green gate finally flares to life. 9 seconds and the portal is still not fully open. Something massive closes its fingers around a weapon somewhere in the dark. 8, whatever that thing is, it is already moving. They duck together as a voice booms out of the dark, starting with just one word, my. Heart, the voice finishes, it does not sound happy about missing one. A hulking, corrupted shape rears up behind them, furious and very much not finished. Zephyr does not wait around, jump, he yells. They throw themselves off the edge together, claws swiping through empty air right behind them. The dark keeps clawing after them the whole way down. There it is, the gap that leads to the boss room. One last burst of magic rips the opening wider. Both of them go tumbling through the gap side by side. 3, 2. Ned stretches for the last sliver of light. The passage narrows down to a single point of light ahead of them. 1, 0, and they are through. Both hunters hit the ground gasping for air. Phew, Zephyr does not know whether to be relieved or baffled that they actually pulled off strolling straight into the boss room like that. Ned barely gets the question out. Where's the boss? Something answers before he can finish. A single eye opens somewhere in the dark, watching them both. A glowing, spectral woman studies them, puzzled. She can still feel her knight standing guard outside the door, so how did they get in here? Who dares interrupt the royal family's slumber? She demands, veil and hair drifting like smoke around her. Her presence fills the entire chamber, ancient and not remotely pleased about visitors. Outside, the rest of the raid party finally catches a break. The walls have stopped shifting and the last of the Shoggoths are down. The temple priestess barks out orders. Everyone regroups in one spot and get a head count of survivors first now. A couple of hunters turn to their captain, waiting on the call. One of them is still shaking over what he saw. A slave's brand wiped clean in front of his own eyes while someone screamed for it to stop. Lucius turns it over in his head. Maybe the man never had a brand to begin with, or maybe he had something that could strip one off entirely. And there is more. The instant the Shoggoths swarmed in, Zephyr had triggered some kind of mechanism, and the entire dungeon lurched to life. It all points to one conclusion. Lucius realizes: at least two people know actually. There could be any number of demon god worshippers hiding inside this very party. Even after he handpicked the most trustworthy hunters and their personal slaves for this raid himself. He calls his subordinate over. Arno, yes, Captain. Names, he demands who they answer to. Arno hesitates, then gives it up. The silver-haired one is Zephyr, the one in red is Ned. Zephyr got into the party on Ned's recommendation, and Ned answers directly to Sir Matthias. Lucius's eyes go sharp. Matthias. Matthias is livid. Did those two really bail because they got scared of the boss after making a mess this big? This operation was supposed to be his big break, cult credibility, and a golden ladder up the Temple of Light, all in one shot. His perfect plan torched by those two, completely, utterly wrecked in his own words. He calls his cult brothers to a halt. Operations over, everyone, get ready. For what? Someone asks, confused. To kill, he says, or be killed. Footsteps close in around the group, and every hand drifts toward a weapon. Then the ceiling opens up, and gold-armored temple knights drop right into the middle of it. Matthias, comes a voice he knows all too well. Lucius stares him down. Does he have anything he would like to say? Matthias just grins back, blade already crackling with light, like a man who still thinks he has got one more trick up his sleeve. Deep inside the ancient tomb, a lone figure descends past crumbling pillars, chains dragging behind them as ghostly blue light spills from the walls. Two more raiders push further into the ruins, wind howling through the dark as they close in on whatever or whoever is waiting for them. One hunter swallows hard. This cursed tomb belongs to Princess Eurydica, the abominable princess who supposedly slaughtered her own people 1,000 years ago. Then they see her carved likeness, pale, serene, almost impossibly beautiful. Not exactly what you'd picture on a mass murderer. The squad starts second-guessing the history books, wondering if the atrocities were a cover story, and if they're about to loot a tragic woman's grave for a dragon heart that might not even be there. Sorrowful eyes stare back at them from the crumbling stone, and the doubt creeps in fast. One hunter murmurs that he wishes he could ease her sorrow. Sweet sentiment, extremely bad instinct in a haunted tomb. I would do anything for her, he breathes, right before something slams into the ground behind him. A magic circle flares and blasts one of the hunters clean off his feet. Whatever spell of sympathy they were under just got very literal. The others can't believe it. Falling for such a basic illusion isn't like him at all, someone mutters, guessing it's because his old master's betrayal left him rattled. A sharp-eyed fighter spots it first, a trap-type magic circle underfoot. One more step and it would have gone off. Dark tendrils rip up out of the ground with a nasty clicking sound. The tomb itself is fighting back. The strike goes wide. What a shame, someone hisses, none too happy about the miss. A monstrous white-haired face splits into a grin full of fangs. My chance to eat you, hee, it purrs, right as the real attack comes screaming in. Zephyr's expression hardens. Illusions or not, this fight just turned very real. A blast of raw white energy tears through the chamber as both sides finally clash for real. Towering over them, the true guardian of the tomb, a monstrous red-eyed echo of the princess herself, wreathed in wild white hair and pure killing intent. The fight explodes into motion, streaks of crimson and white slashing through the dark. Wings of raw energy, pink and blue and black, batter the chamber as the spirit unleashes everything it has. Someone can't resist needling Zephyr mid-fight. That's your girlfriend there, you idiot. I'm out of the illusion, so shut your mouth. Zephyr snaps back, sword already moving in sync with Ned as they press the attack together. Their strike detonates against the spirit in a blinding flash. The princess's ghost answers with her own signature move, skill, Dark Hand. One clawed hand locks onto a fighter and starts draining the stamina straight out of him. A second hand goes for magic power instead. Zephyr recognizes it instantly from a dungeon report he secretly read in his previous life, one where this exact skill turned half the raid party into the princess's personal batteries. Back in that old timeline, only Lucius managed to barely, miraculously put her down. Somewhere in Zephyr's mind, a shady old god watches his struggle with a hungry, expectant gaze, like he's been waiting for this exact moment. A new perk unlocks? Skill Wall of Iron, courtesy of his less-than-charitable sponsor, the god of loans, Usra. Every bit of fatigue and damage from using it gets tallied as debt, due in full the instant his magic power hits zero. Nothing's free with this guy. The spirit's monstrous jaw looms in close, teeth bared and hungry. Elsewhere in the ruins, the rest of the raid pushes on through crumbling, silent halls. Blood marks streak the stonework as something dark gathers overhead. A swarm of shadowy creatures pours across the sky above an ancient bridge, closing in fast on the raid party. Deeper in the ruins, Lucius rounds on Matthias Grimmer with cold fury. Why are you trying to ruin everything we've built over the last 10 years? Since when were you with that side? Lucius demands. Matthias says nothing out loud, but in his own head he has to admit it. Lucius is no idiot. Matthias's mind races. A slave who can shrug off the brand's control, a Shoggoth showing up right on cue. There's no way Lucius missed those clues. He's not just suspicious, he's building a case. If he walks away empty-handed after blowing a mission this important, the demon god cult's executives will kill him for it. There's no way out now, he has no choice, he has to kill Lucius right here right now. To stay alive, I have to kill Lucius right here. Lucius just chuckles darkly. Since when, huh? I wonder, do you want to know? Matthias says. What terrible luck, he adds under his breath. He runs the numbers. The saint is decked out in legendary grade gear, flanked by the healer captain and a squad of battle priests. Taking them down without the dungeon boss or the Shoggoths looked impossible until he remembers he's still got one card left. They've marked his side as enemies. But they have no idea he's got hidden brothers embedded on their side too. An opening is all I need and I'll get my opportunity, Matthias thinks, eyes narrowing as a spell starts to form. Something clicks into place with a sharp metallic snap and both fighters freeze. Then we move to Plan C. Matthias decides, pulling out a vial of demon god cult contraband, a drug that temporarily cancels out a slave's brand. Let's settle this with a duel like nobles, Matthias offers, all fake civility. Beat me and I'll tell you everything you want to know, Lucius agrees, already counting down. 3, 2, if you win, Matthias starts to say, vial ready in hand. All of you. Attack Matthias, so much for that noble duel. Lucius never intended a fair fight. Holy light rains down on Matthias from every side. Turns out anyone wearing the slave's brand answers first to whichever priest of light outranks their master, and Lucius outranks everybody. Shit, I was a step too late, Matthias curses, the drug still useless in his hand. The vial shatters. Lord Matthias, a hidden ally, cries out, no, this can't be happening. Somewhere far off, a grinning cult figure snarls at his failed agents, you useless dimwits. Lucius calmly lays out the rules. While his slaves are carrying out his orders, they ignore every other priest's commands. You can't call off the attack, Matthias, not without beating them first. A single tear slips down his face. It's truly a shame, Matthias. They've been friends since they entered the academy together at 12 years old. 20 years of trials, close enough to read each other without a word, and Matthias still betrayed him. First, Lucius orders, clean up the trap you built with your own hands. Lucius stands tall over a mountain of fallen enemies, spear in hand, every inch the saint of light. Blades flash white across the dark as the fight rages on. The final strikes come down hard and red, closing out the ambush for good. Deep in the muck, something is dying and something else is being born. A hand claws up through the swamp while pained groans rise from the dark. A face twists in agony as something forces its way out. This is not a pleasant birth. And there it is, a monstrous black centipede, red-veined and hungry, tearing itself free into the open. Turns out that thing has a name, the branded worm, a parasite every demon god worshipper grows in their own gut. That worm is the real secret behind their freakish combat strength, and here's the kicker, the god's brand isn't marked on the person at all. It's carved into the worm's shell instead, which means one person can walk around as a temple slave or priest by day and a cultist by night, completely undetected. Somewhere close by, that loophole just blew up in someone's face. What a letdown, Matthias, comes a cold voice from the man who trusted him. Lucius spells it out, seething. He handed Matthias the job of picking the raid's slave escorts, and every single one of them turned out to be a cultist plant. Word is Matthias himself is no joke in a fight either. He mowed down over 30 of those cultist slaves without breaking a sweat. 30 of them gone in 30 seconds flat. Impressive, too bad that's about to matter a whole lot less. Because standing over him now, chained and looming, is someone stronger still, the captain himself. Matthias strains against the chains, bloodied and furious, spitting out a curse he can't take back. He admits it through gritted teeth. He knew this fight would be brutal, but he never landed a single hit on the captain. One-sided doesn't begin to cover it. The captain's blade lights up the dark like this was never even close. Matthias grits out the hard truth to himself. Some gaps in power aren't about skill, they're about being a saint versus being ordinary. He glares up at the armored figure looming over him and asks the question every loser eventually asks, is this just what God decided for me? The answer comes as a boot to the ribs, and Matthias coughs up blood in the dark. Cornered and broken, Matthias does something drastic, choking down a strange bloody object with a grimace of pure disgust. If a fate like this is really his, he decides, then fine. Then he's done playing by human rules. Something flashes in the dark. Lucius steps closer, jaw tight, and finally asks the question he's been sitting on. Why did you betray me? Matthias just laughs, a nasty little chuckle from a man with nothing left to lose. Seriously asking that, he sneers, fine, since you're so curious. Curious, he spits, then go ask your goddess about it in the afterlife. And with that, whatever was left of the man wearing Matthias's face just isn't there anymore. Lucius's eyes go wide. He knows exactly what he's looking at, and it's bad. Something writhes and unspools out of the chains, twisting itself into shape. It erupts in a scream of red light, and the man who was Matthias Grimmer is gone for good. Flash back a bit. Someone once handed Matthias a gift with a warning attached, use this only when everything's already lost. They called it the Stone of Revelation. A stone built to sync with that worm inside him and turn a man into something else entirely. One catch, use it once and there's no changing back, ever. Matthias's real grudge finally comes out. Everything Lucius has, the rank, the glory, was supposed to be his. If some god's been pulling his strings his whole life, and being human just means he can't fight back, then fine, he'll stop being human. His body twists and swells into something monstrous. Then I have nothing left to lose as a human. Matthias Grimmer, fully demonified now, roars the order to attack. His knights scramble to warn Lucius the demon's brand new and unstable. This is the moment to strike. So they charge in as one, weapons up, screaming their way into the fight. Steel meets whatever Matthias is now in a blinding flash of gold. And it does exactly nothing. Every blade just bounces right off. The demon doesn't even flinch before swiping back, claws first. The impact sends a knight flying, screaming as he goes. Lucius doesn't wait around. He's already moving, sword crackling with light. Up close, the thing that used to be Matthias barely looks human anymore. Lucius names his strike and lets it fly, judgment, and the whole area lights up gold. His men whoop from the sidelines, sure their captain just ended it. Lucius follows through, blade singing through the smoke. It connects, tearing a real wound into the demon this time. Except the wound just knits itself shut and his knights' faces fall. Didn't work. Panic spreads through the ranks. If even the captain's legendary blade can't put this thing down, what hope does anyone else have? Then Leona's eyes snap wide with an idea. Right, they still have that. Cut back to before the raid. Lucius hands Leona their other legendary relic, the Stake of Faith, telling her it's not just a doorstop for boss rooms. He wanted her to have it for exactly a moment like this, whenever the situation called for it. Back in the fight, Leona grips the stake tight. If she can link its power straight to the captain, they might actually have a shot. Someone's eye goes wide, catching a flicker of something nobody else has noticed yet. Meanwhile, clear across the dungeon, someone else is holding onto a very different kind of trick. Ned can't help but marvel at Zephyr's plan, admitting even he didn't see this particular move coming, crude as it sounds. It's truly a damn good plan, he mutters, right as the whole area erupts in light. Blue and crimson energy collide as the fight kicks into overdrive. Ned counts it down under his breath 3, 2, 1. And strikes, blade drawn right on cue. Spot on, Ned grins, sweating. Every beat of this fight has gone exactly the way Zephyr called it, right down to that lingering curse that only fades if you dodge it for a full 15 seconds. And apparently their enemy can't chain big spells back to back either. There's a hard limit baked into how magic actually works. Stack too many heavy spells in a row and the caster's own brain overloads and melts. Smaller spells in between cool things down, and no amount of fancy gear changes that rule. Armed with that knowledge, Zephyr weaves through a wall of grasping red thorns like he's already seen every strike coming. One step back, 3 to the side, then straight up the creature's own body. He calls his own footwork out loud mid-fight. And he scales the monster itself, sword in hand. Lightning and flame rip through the air as he closes in for the kill. Because a fight, he reminds himself, is never a straight line. It's one surprise after another. Even knowing how this all plays out doesn't mean he can predict every single twist. What actually gets him through is the blade in his hand, the Twilight Longsword, a rare weapon that can flip between light and dark power on command. He drives it home, gold light tearing through the creature's tangled limbs. In the end, he decides what matters isn't foresight at all. It's everything he's built up to get to this exact moment. Whether he's got people he can actually trust at his back, whether his nerve holds when everything goes sideways, whether he's tough enough to claw through whatever garbage situation gets thrown at him next. With a sharp battle cry, he throws everything he's got into the swing. All of it built the version of him standing here right now. This fight right here is the proof. He calls out the technique by name, Dragon King style Cloud Dragon Ascension, and unleashes it, a single blazing arc of light tearing skyward. The creature reels back, finally actually hurt. It shrieks, thrashing in a haze of pain and purple light. But Zephyr's not celebrating, not even close. He mutters, sweat dripping down his face. It's not over yet. Because the thing towering back up out of that wreckage is bigger and a whole lot angrier than what he just hit. Somewhere in the shadows, someone else just cracks a slow, knowing smirk. I was waiting for this exact moment, Zephyr grins, and that's where this one leaves us hanging. Panel opens right back in the ambush. A hulking undead horror thrashes loose in a haze of violet smoke. A hulking shadow lunges out of the smoke and Zephyr meets it head-on, snapping, "I've been waiting for this moment," before shouting for backup, "Ned." Ned's already moving, sword coming up, "I know," is all he says. The horror surges again, dragging the fight back into motion. Its cloak whips like smoke, a cross-shaped brand burning across its chest as it bears down on them. Catching his breath, Zephyr lays out the grim math. Even throwing every secret art they've got at it, this thing can't be killed outright. Destroy its head and it just shifts into a nastier second form. But there's a catch, he adds. For one heartbeat mid-transformation, it can't move or use a single skill. Ned's fist clenches, "That's the window, that's where we hit it." Zephyr floods his blade with holy power, light crawling up his arm. A massive golden stake of light comes crashing down like a falling star. The monster shrieks as it tears straight through, a sound that could curdle blood. It's no ordinary weapon either. This relic is built to react to malicious energy. By releasing its own surge of divine power, this stake of faith turns the creature's own corruption against it. Pinned in a blaze of golden wings, the horror thrashes and screams, unable to break free. The stake will do most of the heavy lifting from here, Zephyr reasons, watching the flames climb. In the meantime, he says, readying his blade, we just have to stop it from ripping that stake back out. He strikes again, muttering with a smirk, "Well, it's not my money anyway, cheap gear, expensive monster." The blow lands clean, the creature reeling under the follow-through. The stake's blaze finally dies down, its ignition has stopped. Which can only mean one thing, the enemy's been well and truly taken down. The two of them trudge off through the mist. "Tusk," Zephyr grumbles, "that thing was so stubborn it didn't give us a second to breathe." He lets his sword drop, spent. "All the divine enchantments burned clean out of my gear, guess that's cheap considering what we just fought." Knocking back a mana potion, he wonders aloud, "I wonder how Lucius is holding up out there, and if Matthias has already gone full demon." If not, he shrugs, "Well, it can't be helped." Ned just watches him, silent, unreadable. Leave it, Zephyr says flatly. It can't come back from this. And if it actually dies here, the door opens and the real gatekeeper walks in. Let's go find that dragon heart first, he says, already moving. Ned holds out a glowing red vial, a healing potion. Top off, no telling what's waiting for us out there. Something makes them both go still, eyes narrowing at the dark ahead. Half to himself, Ned murmurs, a dungeon boss ranked among the 8 riddles of the world, taken down by just the 2 of us. Honestly, a miracle. From behind him, Zephyr shrugs it off. I'd call myself strong, sure, but not miracle worker strong. This one was all your plan. A creeping unease settles over the mist. Whatever's ahead, it's gone well past surprising. Somewhere in the ruins, a hooded onlooker flinches hard, staring at Zephyr like he's seen a ghost. Deep in the dark, something ancient and unseen groans, a pale seam of light splitting open like a door. The ground itself convulses, black energy boiling up from where the fallen horror lies. The surge only grows louder, like something's clawing its way back from the dead. Zephyr plants his feet and grits his teeth, sword raised against the pressure bearing down on him. Through the haze, a massive gate looms ahead, wrapped in coils of violet mist. Somewhere past it, a single red eye blinks open in the dark, and a low, awful moan rolls out. A name rises out of the murk, Georgius, and a voice, ancient and starving, rasps out 2 words, my knight. The air itself starts tearing apart around it. Caught in the middle of the storm, someone shouts, what the hell is this? Zephyr shoves himself between Ned and the chaos, blade up. Ned can only admit, I don't know either. Ned's mind races. This isn't in the dungeon clear report he read in his past life. Lucius beat the gatekeeper here and moved on. Ned skipped that fight entirely, which means the future's already changed because he did. Out of the wreckage rises a tall, pale figure wrapped in white, jagged cracks of red light spidering across its skin like a shattered vessel. Its red eyes lock onto them, and it raises its blade ready to strike. Nearby, the stake of faith flares back to life, straining against this new threat. Georgius closes the distance in a blink. Zephyr meets it head-on, blade wreathed in blue lightning. Steel and light collide in a blinding clash. Zephyr roars and drives the strike home, Ned gritting his teeth as he watches, ready to jump in. Lightning tears through the air as Zephyr keeps up the pressure. But the blade passes clean through like it was never there at all. There's no slashing feeling, Zephyr realizes, stunned. Ned's eyes go wide. He knows this trick, this skill, he breathes. It's the ancient magic of media, space distortion, bending reality itself around its wielder. Zephyr springs clear just in time, blade trailing green light as he dodges through the wreckage. Off at the edge of the ruins, the hooded watcher flinches again, unable to look away. Georgius lunges with a horrible shriek, and Ned barely throws himself clear in time. It's fast, Ned gasps, shock plain on his face. Zephyr thrusts a hand out, snarling, no you don't. A beam of binding silk lashes out. His queen spider's web catches the thing mid-charge. He resets his stance, sword low, eyes locked on the trapped horror. His fist clenches tight, a ring glinting as he loads up one last strike. Zephyr plants his feet, fist wrapped in crackling mana, and throws down the challenge. Come here. The answer comes as a monstrous roar, a wall of black and blood-red energy tearing loose from her twisted, feral form. He channels raw mana into his arm with the basic reinforcement technique, priming for the exchange. Blue and blood-red energy collide head-on, the shockwave ripping through the chamber. As a defensive skill, her space distortion is basically unbeatable, but it warps space around her so completely that even her own strikes can't land. So the second Eurydica closes the distance to attack, that's the opening they've been waiting for. Blades and claws crash together in a blur of red and black. Thorned red tendrils rip through the dark, hungry for an opening. Ned darts in fast, maroon hair whipping, landing a clean strike before she can react. All right, the attack went through, he starts before his amber eyes narrow. Something's wrong. He presses the advantage, driving another strike home with everything he's got. That confidence was premature. Eurydica's ancient black mirror magic reflects every hit taken and cranks the damage up by 300%. A blood-red summoning circle blazes to life above them as Ned braces, sensing the payback coming. Her claw lashes out through the smoke, reaching for him. It's her signature dark hand, the curse that drains the life straight out of whoever it grabs. Ned takes the hit dead on and screams, red and blue energy tearing through him. Zephyr doesn't hesitate, mana surging into his fist as he moves to close the gap. Thunderclap palm, lightning erupts from his hand and slams straight into her. The strike detonates in a blinding storm of white and violet lightning. She lashes back through the storm, claws raking for him. He doesn't just hit her, he follows through, chaining a second strike into the same spot. This is no ordinary punch, it's an Eastern technique that targets pressure points to shut an opponent down cold. By pressing the meridians that carry her mana, he can't outdamage a sword or a fist, but he can choke off every skill she tries to activate. Her mana moves at an insane speed, the mark of a true master magician, one he never would have caught without serious training. All those grueling sessions with Altair finally pay off, and Eurydice reels, staggered for the first time all fight. She recoils hard, the blow landing clean through her guard. Her red eyes lock onto him, tears of blood streaking down her furious face. The two collide again in a blinding burst of light and lightning. A shrill, inhuman shriek cuts through the chaos as her eye burns red in the shadows. Zephyr reaches for the rosary he bought off White Rose, a set of beads carved with real temple healing skills anyone can use, priest or not. Only catch, each skill only fires once. He channels one into his palm, racing against the clock. 9 seconds left before Dark Hand's curse finishes its work on Ned. He fires the beads without a second to spare. The healing charm streaks through the air, chasing down its target. It connects in a flash of light. All right, Zephyr breathes, with this he won't die. Ned gasps as the healing magic closes his wound just in time, while Eurydice watches on, teeth gritted. But she doesn't let up, and the counterattack sends Zephyr reeling. "Goddamn monster," he spits. She shrugged off his pressure point lockdown in mere seconds flat. Her power surges wild and unchecked, red energy whipping around her like a living thing. She rises into the storm of her own magic, a small silhouette wreathed in searing pink light. She lets out a low, mocking laugh, thorned red energy coiling tighter around her. Zephyr just wipes the sweat off and deadpans. What a twist of events. Cool line, worse timing. The whole chamber goes up in a wall of fire and light. The blast wave rips across the ruined battlefield. Something shatters in the wreckage, and somewhere, someone mutters a surprised "oh my." Cut to the so-called organ nun back at her stall, fumbling a bead off the counter, gone strangely quiet. "Dear customer," she murmurs, staring at her spilled stock, "I really hope nothing bad is happening." She wonders if he's actually using what she sold him. Bad feeling creeping in, she figures she should have sprung for the higher capacity rosary. She lingers by the window, still thinking about that rosary. Back in the tomb, her healing circles lie scattered across blood-stained stone. A bloody hand reaches weakly for one of the last beads. Zephyr's down, blood pooling beneath him under the crimson glow of her lingering magic. Eurydice's own robes hang in bloody tatters, while Ned lies motionless nearby. Shit, Zephyr grits out. Once she took the momentum back, there was no getting it again. In his head, he can't help but think in his old life before he regressed, a fight like this would have been nothing. It really hits home right now just how far he's fallen, how worthless he feels in this moment. Every consumable he packed is gone, and every weapon and piece of armor he owns is wrecked. He stares at the shattered bottles around him. What does he actually have left to work with? There's Wall of Iron, sponsored by that shady lone god Usra, who converts every hit he takes into debt owed later. This bastard's clearly gunning for his life. There's also a divine beast egg, but half of those things reject humans outright. Hatching it now might just be digging his own grave. Strong luck has 3 uses and no downside, but he's already decided where the last 2 go. Waste it now and he's done for. There's a literal sword of light too, meant only for priests, plus a revive perk that brings him back 3 days after death. But both come with strings attached, his soul owned outright by whichever god handed them over, turning him into a puppet that only follows their orders. Somewhere above, his divine sponsors lean in, demanding he show them something more entertaining. He realizes it all at once. Every one of these perks exists purely for the god's amusement, dangled just to keep him tethered while he suffers. Every gift they've handed him is really just another chain. They're leashes, not lifelines, and he's done wearing them. If he's going to die here anyway, if his whole plan is falling apart no matter what he does, then he might as well go out doing something on his own terms. He drags a bloody finger across the stone, smirking, something that'll make every one of those gods feel like complete garbage. He finishes the symbol, a crude, deliberate mark carved in his own blood. The instant it's complete, the whole room floods with blinding blue light. A furious winged goddess descends, demanding to know exactly what he thinks he's doing. "Please explain yourself," she orders, towering over him in blinding light. "How does a human like you," she demands, eyes sharp with alarm, know about that blasphemous symbol? Zephyr just laughs, exhausted and bleeding. Guess he cast his bait expecting anything, but he sure reeled in a big one. Fresh off getting wrecked, our hero starts sketching a forbidden symbol, one whose only known history is that it's proof the gods lost badly at something a long time ago. Turns out drawing it is an automatic death sentence straight from the gods themselves. Divine punishment does not ask questions, it just kills you. So he finishes it anyway, blood-streaked hand and all, muttering that he will simply die by the world's own rules. Before the ink even dries, a blinding angel drops out of the sky to stop him cold. Bloodied and half-conscious, he notices something odd. He can no longer sense the vengeful princess's presence at all. Relief of all things. If the angel has thrown up a barrier around him, maybe he will finally get a second to patch himself up. She is not here for small talk though. She wants to know how a mere human even knows about that blasphemous symbol. "How peculiar," she mutters, unimpressed, before demanding he explain himself right now. Turns out an angel needs a real bond with a lower being just to set foot down here, and she has already burned her one free answer on him. Her patience is gone. If he wants more answers, he is going to pay for them. She squares up, wings flared, clearly ready to make him regret wasting her time. Zephyr just grins through the blood, "Pay up if you want to know." The angel's eyes narrow to slits. Has this human completely lost his mind? Blue lightning crackles off her wings as she moves to make good on the threat. His hand simply stops moving mid-motion, frozen solid by whatever divine trick she just pulled. So that is her skill. She warns him plainly, catching the god's attention does not make him a saint or an angel, so do not get any ideas. "You've overstepped your boundaries," she warns. Zephyr's answer, "Fine, then kill me. Try it," he says, "if you think you can handle what comes after." He stares her down, daring her to prove she even has the authority to follow through. Because he has done the math. Reading between the lines of every regression perk the gods handed him tells its own story. One clause jumps out immediately, activate revive, and his soul becomes the property of whichever god granted it. Now he knows exactly what they are really after. One voice in his head practically salivates. Give him a double-edged sword and let him die struggling, an interesting death, not a boring one. A cheap suicide by forbidden symbol would rob every one of these gods of their prize and hand his soul to someone else entirely. That is the whole point of the stunt. Whatever they actually want from him, it clearly is not this. Which is exactly why they scrambled an angel down here before the symbol finished. Bingo, exactly, she admits, so what is it you want? Standing in the rain, bloody and done with all of it, he growls that he cannot keep living off the gods' garbage perks. Might as well die right here. Louder now, he calls straight up at the sky. Are the gods even listening? Because if he dies, somebody up there wins and somebody loses. For everyone about to lose something, he yells into the storm, "Are you seriously just going to stand there and watch?" He doubles down on the pitch. Lose him now and there is no other human out there who will ever entertain them like this again. Bet big while the chance is still on the table. It works. The sky splits open and gods start pouring their attention down on him all at once. One goddess gasps his name outright, delighted. Another just watches, silent, calculating. "How amusing," she finally says, with the kind of smile that spells trouble for everyone else in the room. Runes of light rain down like lightning as the gods finally make their move. Every one of them, it turns out, wants a piece of this reckless human. "Is this what you all actually wanted?" Zephyr shouts back, getting hit by wave after wave of divine light. The whole sky turns into a storm of falling runes and blinding lightning. Smoke and ash settle where the light show hits hardest. Out of the haze, something monstrous stirs, a clawed, red-eyed shape that very much wants a rematch. Zephyr, back on his feet, calls out a casual greeting like he is meeting an old rival. "Did you wait long?" he asks, cracking a grin that says he is more than ready for round two. The monster answers with a shriek and a burst of glowing red rage. Twin claws, one red and one violet, come slashing down out of the swirling energy. A massive winged shape crashes down over him, all fangs and fury. He answers with an explosion of his own, blood and light erupting together. The creature's red eye locks on, hungry for the finishing blow. Red and blue energy collide head-on in a shower of sparks. Somewhere in the chaos, a hand closes around a bolt of pure golden light. Zephyr rises through the storm, wreathed head to toe in crackling gold lightning. A weapon takes shape in his grip, the Sword of Light, a literal shard of primordial light, and its usage restrictions have just been conditionally lifted. The goddess of light cackles with delight, all but throwing the divine artifact at him. Consider it a gift, and there is plenty more where that came from. Another god practically chokes on the sight. You are just handing a divine artifact to some random human. Arya does not even blink. It is her sword, so she will do whatever she wants with it, thanks. Elsewhere, the god of the sky, Arcaris, keeps his own counsel, quietly unsettled by how much interest the god of death has been taking in this particular human. The god of death almost never bothers with the living, which is exactly why Arcaris refuses to just hand Zephyr over without knowing what is really going on. Back in the fight, Zephyr drives his fist and the sword forward together, clashing with the monster head-on. The creature warps the space around itself, a nasty trick straight out of a nightmare. A single burning red eye glares out from the middle of the distortion. Light and shadow crash together in a blinding, screeching collision. The impact leaves the air itself smoking. No matter how strong the caster, ordinary human magic was never going to be enough to block a divine artifact. This fight is already decided. The Sword of Light's exclusive skill ignites, Yehai, or Let There Be Light. Pure white beams tear through the darkness in solid, blinding bars. A clawed, shadowy hand starts dissolving in the glow, unable to hold on any longer. A soft, startled voice breathes out a single word, "Ah." The monstrous, fanged face that has haunted this tomb starts to change, the wild red markings fading away. What is left in Zephyr's arms is someone else entirely, pale, calm, and very much no longer trying to kill him. Turns out Yehai Or is not just a light attribute attack, it carries the highest grade curse removal effect on top of it. "I never thought I'd actually get to use that," he admits, stunned it worked. Whatever curse was chaining Eurydica has been completely wiped away. This finally is Eurydica's true face. No fangs, no fury, just quiet sorrow. "I feel like I just woke up from a dream," he says. A long, genuinely terrifying one. She looks at him with something unreadable behind those calm red eyes. "Zephyr," she says softly, then out of nowhere, "I am your successor." It hits him all at once who he has actually been talking to this whole time. Princess Eurydica, one of the legendary 12 heroes. A knight named Georgius kneels on the shore and holds out something most people would run screaming from, the still glowing heart of the black dragon Kaiseress, a trophy for his princess. She's floored. In her eyes, he just pulled off the impossible, and she tells him so. "You've accomplished something great, my knight, Georgius." Then comes the word every happy scene dreads, however. "You already know this is not going to end well." She presses him. He'd promised once he beat Kaiseress that he had something to tell her. Well, the dragon's dead, time to talk. He goes quiet instead, the two of them wrapped in gold light, the moment stretching just a little too long. She waves off the formality with a smile. "Forget my princess," she tells him, "just call her Eurydica." Looking back on it now, she admits she was certain nothing but happiness waited for the two of them. Foolish, she calls it, you can already guess why. Cut to the real story, a strange facility built for one purpose, purifying the curse eating away at that dragon heart. To power it, Eurydica burned 1,000 years of her own life. She pulled it off, the heart got purified, but the curse didn't just vanish. It chewed through her own body until she lost her human form completely. It was Zephyr and his companion who dragged her back out of that darkness. Even now, she says, she doesn't know how to repay them. Here's the catch: the life she stole back by force is finally running out. Her body has hit its limit and there isn't much time left. So she asks him straight, is he here for the dragon heart? Zephyr, still bloodied from his last fight, doesn't waste breath explaining. Words would take too long. There simply isn't enough time left to spell it all out. So instead he offers her a shortcut. Her own skill, communion, lets her read the emotions and memories of anyone she touches. He holds out his hand. Read my memories, he tells her. And just like that, we're inside them. Eurydice finds herself standing in a grand, glowing hall she's never seen before. Winged, glowing, larger than life, this memory is bigger than anything she expected, with war and chaos already bleeding through the edges of it. A lone, cloaked swordsman walks away from the wreckage while, elsewhere, a frantic red-haired woman looks like she just watched something horrifying. A massive magic circle detonates, gold and green light tearing across the battlefield. A blade of pure light rips through the sky like it's cutting the world in half. The clash only gets uglier from here, faster and more violent than words can keep up with. Another burst of magic slams straight into the fray. An armored figure drops out of the storm, lightning crackling around them, straight into the thick of it. And here's your villain, grinning ear to ear as he taunts someone named Lucy mid-fight. Why do you look so frantic when I'm having this much fun? Nothing says stable mental health like laughing through a massacre. Someone in the fight realizes their strengthening buff just got stripped the instant that dark energy touched them. Not a great sign. The enemy, meanwhile, is drunk on power, roaring that this is what it feels like to finally become a god. Someone else crashes into the fight, demanding to know if he was really planning to enjoy all that power alone. The explosion that follows answers the question for him. A soldier screams as the flames swallow him whole. Two priests, pinned down dodging blind attacks from every direction, admit they have no room left to jump into the main fight. The call goes up anyway, battle, there's no more sitting this one out. Watching from the shadows, hooded cultists marvel at the demon power on full display, exactly the kind of strength they've been chasing all along. One of them starts scheming out loud. Kill a few priests in the chaos, especially the healer captain and the rearguard captain, and maybe he'll score a stone of revelation too, just like Lord Matthias did. Ambition, folks. Another hooded figure justifies a murder on the spot. Your choice of religion led to your death. Do not resent me, cold. A massive worm-like horror lashes out, and the fight turns even uglier. A priest is bleeding, barely holding the monster off. A strange red mark flares to life, and whoever's watching does not like what it means. A blonde priest reels back in horror. There were this many demon god worshippers hiding among the clergy. The infiltration runs deeper than anyone guessed. A skill scroll spells it out. Demon race exclusive skill seizure, a power that rips the strength straight out of the nearby cultists, the so-called branded worms. The horned demon behind it all just laughs, thanking his own worshippers, his own brothers, for so kindly gathering up their strength for him to steal. I will make good use of your worthless lives, he sneers, draining them dry without a flicker of guilt. The blonde priest sees it coming and screams the warning. That skill is dangerous, everyone needs to max out their defenses right now. Fire rips through the battlefield in one huge blast. Someone chokes out a cry of pain, then a desperate stop cuts through the noise. Do not commit any more evil, Matthias, someone shouts. The demon just mocks the word right back at him, evil, evil. A blonde warrior, wreathed head to toe in flame, is the one throwing down that accusation. He's furious, refusing to let it slide, screaming at the thing wearing his old friend's face to stop. And that face just grins right back, twisted and demonic, clearly enjoying every second of it. Rewind further, because here's where it all started. A 7-year-old boy named Lucius Giornetti receives the church's sacred stigmata out of nowhere, completely against tradition, and the whole temple loses its mind. Off to the side, the nobles who bankrolled the other candidate's family are already panicking about their investment going up in smoke. See, that other boy, dark-haired young Matthias, was supposed to be the one groomed for sainthood. The priests scramble to explain it away, quoting scripture that says a mark like this on an unchosen child means an era of chaos is coming. Normally candidates train until they are 15 and the tournament winner earns the mark. Lucius skipped the whole process. All young Matthias can do is ask quietly what happens to him now while the priesthood celebrates a golden new era for their temple. Back in the burning present, the accusations keep coming, extorting devotees, squeezing every last coin out of them while people went bankrupt, while people took their own lives over it. Your family is made up of nothing but scammers, no murderers, the blonde warrior spits. If that is not evil, then what is? You stood by while it happened, comes the next accusation. You people caused the dungeon bubble together. You all took absolutely no responsibility for any of it, he snarls. The demon roars back its own verdict. The Temple of Light is the true evil. Honestly, from what we've just seen, it's hard to argue. The vision blurs, the violence still bleeding through even as the memory starts to fade. A pair of hands glow with cold blue light, casting one last spell. The memory shifts one more time, back to a quiet shrine and two familiar figures bathed in blue light. Eurydice finally comes back to herself, shaken by what she's just lived through inside someone else's memory. The future you lived through, she asks Zephyr quietly, how could you have lived like this? Back inside his own memory, a younger, battered Zephyr stands in silence, still bleeding from whatever came before this. He warns her plainly. The demon invasion she once fought to block will happen again, only a few years from now. I want to win this time, he tells her. I don't want to lose miserably like last time. And that, he says, is why he has to ask her for an unfortunate favor. He explains the danger first. The dragon heart can only be absorbed through one very specific method. Try it recklessly and the dragon's own magic power kills you outright. He admits he can't do it himself. He knows someone who could help with the absorption, someone he'd planned to ask instead, but it's a different story now that Eurydice has her senses back. Nobody alive is more experienced than her. Because it was Eurydice, the great magician herself, who once transplanted the dragon heart into the very first dragon slayer, Georgius. So he makes his ask plain, transplant the dragon heart into me, please. Silence, a long heavy silence. Then her answer comes, quiet and final, I'm sorry, I cannot abide by that favor. Zephyr just stares back at her, stunned, the rejection landing harder than any dragon ever did. 1,000 years before any of this, the whole world was one bad day away from ending. The strongest of the 7 dragons, the black dragon Kaiserus, was busy setting the entire world on fire. He'd been one of the 12 heroes who fought off the demons in the first place, until a demon curse ate his mind and turned him feral. He lost every shred of reason, and the horizon filled with nothing but screams and fire. So the Archmage, Princess Eurydice, rallied her strongest allies, the knight Georgius and a gold dragon still loyal to humanity, to put him down. The 11 surviving heroes had no choice, they had to cut down their own comrade to save the world. The fight against the black dragon dragged on for a brutal, exhausting year. Finally, a knight raises his blade over Kaiserus and whispers, forgive me. The final strike comes down in a blaze of blue light. Knight Georgius lands the finishing blow, and as dawn breaks, the war against Kaiserus is finally over. Flash forward, turns out even gods have rules. They're sealed inside their own worlds with exactly one loophole, summoning. And that loophole answers to one name, the demon god Tartarus. Which is exactly how he can cross straight into the human world, anytime some cult manages to call him. The old cult that once tried summoning Tartarus never actually went away. They rebranded as the demon god cult and they're trying again right now. His old war and his new one turn out to be the exact same fight. She already knows it too, since she looked straight into the memories of his past life. While the demon god's return crept closer, nobles and priests just kept filling their pockets, some of them cutting deals with the very cultists trying to end the world. Everyone else fled, only he and his old comrades actually stood their ground against it. He didn't crawl back through time for a peaceful retirement. He came back to fight again and this time to actually win. And the woman he's telling all this to is Princess Eurydice herself, history's greatest mage, and the one who once united all 12 heroes. A memory surfaces, a hand reaching out and Eurydice's face going still and wordless. He's nothing like her husband, she thinks, so why does he remind her so much of him? Georgius asks her flat out what she's so afraid of. She and the gold dragon spent 3 years scrubbing the curse out of that dragon heart and ran the transplant hundreds of times in secret rehearsal. I'm all right, he tells her, honestly I'm proud. Out past the desert, a red dragon still covets humanity's land and Georgius means to be the shield against it, cradling their newborn like proof of what he's fighting for. And from them too, he adds quietly, that's why the dragon heart goes into me. Georgius, Eurydice starts. What I want, he tells her, is to leave behind a safe world for our child, so trust me. Then it all goes wrong. Georgius convulses, swallowed by a curse-black haze, and Eurydice lunges straight for him. Georgius, she screams, a guard hauls her back, it's too dangerous to get any closer. Something skeletal claws its way out of the dark, right where her husband used to stand. It's the same energy she felt off Kaiserus right before he went berserk, the demon curse. But the curse on that dragon heart was supposed to be lifted, so why is it back? Somebody already knows exactly what she's thinking. A horned figure steps out of the shadows and admits the truth, he only made it look like the curse was lifted. Gold dragon, Eurydice screams, her old ally standing right where the poison came from all along. Even mid-transformation, Georgius manages one last, steady line, comrade, but I still have a duty of my own to fulfill. Eurydice channels a dragon blood skill, dragon tongue glowing head to foot, and only manages a broken I had fun being your, before her voice fails her. Her breath catches. What's left of Georgius chokes and convulses, still trapped in the curse's grip. The gold dragon gloats, the transplant into Georgius's body went perfectly, so did the curse hidden inside it. Take a good look, he tells her, as your husband destroys the entire world. Infinite power pours out of that stolen dragon heart, and there's no reasoning with what Georgius has become. The man she loved is gone, replaced by a screaming skeletal horror. Steel flashes through the dark. Eurydice's face goes hollow with grief, right before she does what has to be done. One last strike, wreathed in violet light, and it's over. I tore that dragon heart out of Georgius's chest with my own 2 hands, she tells him. Then I spent 1,000 years purifying its curse. I've been waiting all that time for a hero worth passing it to, and I already know you're worthy. But your body isn't ready for it. Transplant it now and you'll either shatter into pieces or end up crippled. I know, he says, and I can't push my poison training any further without my whole system twisting up. I need a few months between doses. My Zaganbalil combo only works while my stats are low, too. I've already burned through every quick option I had to get stronger fast. But the odds aren't zero. You're thinking of strong luck, she says, thinking you can just will a non-zero chance up to 100%. Your math is wrong, there's exactly one more moment where you'll actually need that luck. What, he asks. The memory of her own death washes back over him, the same blade, the same wound. He doubles over, coughing, feeling every bit of it like it's happening to him. Eurydice, someone shouts in the memory, and the gold dragon sneers back, even after 1,000 years you're still binding me with dragon tongue. Gold dragon, she cries again, blood on her lips. She can't say his betrayal out loud, the dragon tongue curse won't let her, so she decides she doesn't have to say it directly. Back in the present, she tells him plainly, that moment will be. When you're strong enough to raid Kaiserus's tomb, take his dragon heart and get the transplant done safely. That's the only safe method. You'll have to choose, she warns him, between the one you treasure most and someone else. Give up everything within your. The red dragon, the blue dragon, the ice dragon, and the green dragon, she finishes. Hunt all 4 within a single year, there's no other way. Do you think you can actually do it? She asks, eyes locked on him. He doesn't answer right away. I was wondering what that condition would turn out to be, he finally says. But aren't you underestimating me just a little? A year is way too long to kill 4 dragons, he smirks like modesty was never really his thing. I promise you, he says, I'll build the safe world you and Georgius always wanted to see. I'll get it done in half a year so you can finally lay this duty down. and just watch over me from the afterlife instead. I'm sorry, she says, voice breaking. I'm passing on the duty I couldn't finish in my own lifetime straight to you. Green light erupts around the ancient seal, shaking the whole chamber. Chains rattle loose from a hidden vault, dragging something ancient up into the light. A massive, chained dragon heart rises up, still humming with power after 1,000 years. Eurydice watches it surface, steady and resolved. Somewhere off to the side, a green-haired onlooker's eyes go wide. Kaiseress's dragon heart. I pay my respects to your resolve, new hero, Eurydice says, cradling the burning heart in her hands. Then I will begin. Golden fire tears into him and he screams as the legendary dragon's heart fuses into his own. To be continued. Once more, Eurydice lifts the burning dragon heart and pays her respects to Zephyr's resolve, the new hero chosen to carry it. The heart glows against her palms as she holds it out. Then, without another word, Zephyr reaches for it. I will begin, he says, and the transplant starts. His strong luck perk kicks in, already burned twice, one charge left to get him through whatever comes next. Nothing says this'll definitely work like betting on your last luck charm. Light tears out of him as Kaiseress's heart fuses into his chest. When the light fades, Zephyr finds himself somewhere else entirely, blind in a pitch-black nothing with no idea where he is. Yes, Ivy starts trailing off like he already half recognizes this feeling. He's felt it before, the unmistakable sense that something other than himself is sharing this space with him. A single burning red eye snaps open in the dark, watching him. The presence slams into him without warning, and he braces against the sheer weight of it. It hits again, throwing him back like he weighs nothing. You bastard, the voice roars, furious that he dare set foot in here at all. You dare covet my power? This is Kaiseress's leftover hatred, the ugliest part of him the dragon heart never let go of. Zephyr grits through it, the force of that fury alone enough to knock the breath out of him. What? The presence pauses, like it wasn't expecting him to still be standing. I can smell the gods on you, it sneers, circling him like prey. Those persistent bastards have sent yet another puppet, it spits, sizing him up with open contempt. You're the last one, it warns. That I would ever hand my power over to. The vision shatters mid-word and somewhere else in the dungeon a voice starts counting down. 6, 5, 4, each number lands as a fresh hit, and whoever's on the receiving end is losing ground fast. 3, someone screams in pain. 2, the countdown isn't slowing down and neither is the beating. It's you, Lucius, a fire-winged demon snarls, diving straight at him. That same attack again, Lucius grumbles, throwing his blade up to block yet another repeat. It's no use, golden lightning crackles off him as he tries to force an opening. Too slow, the demon taunts, looming over him like the fight's already decided. Huarg, Lucius takes a hit that snaps his head back. His reaction speed keeps dropping, his hits keep landing softer. He's running on fumes and it shows. This bastard is getting more acclimated to demonic power the longer we fight, Lucius realizes. Worse, I'm the only one racking up damage here. The demon presses the advantage, wreathed in flame and closing the distance fast. Hoop, Lucius forces himself upright through the exhaustion. Steel meets claw in a shower of sparks, neither one backing down. The demon keeps coming, relentless, giving him no room to breathe. Ugh, fire wraps around Lucius and he can't shake it off fast enough. He manages to land one back, sparks exploding off the demon's hide. Cough cugged, he's coughing blood now, barely holding together. Both Arno and Leona, who'd been backing me up, are dead, he realizes grimly. I have no choice but to use that power. However, even he knows the power he's about to reach for could be just as dangerous to himself. The demon rears back, gathering everything it's got into one final attack. Let's end this, it grins, closing in for the kill. Goodbye, Lucio, a lance of dark lightning tears straight toward him. Something stops the blow cold, and even the demon looks rattled. My fireball, it shrieks, something punched clean through it and wiped it out. A single feather drifts down out of nowhere. A feather? Lucius wonders, just as lost as the demon is. He grits through it, chest heaving, bracing for whatever's coming next. A towering, golden-winged figure descends out of the light, radiating a power that dwarfs everything else on the field. Oh, past me, it says, looking down at him like an old friend. How much of your lifespan will you offer this time? 1 month, it muses, that won't be enough to put that thing down, make it half a year. A pact seals itself in a flash of blinding light. Golden armor and lightning wrap around Lucius as the power pours in. It keeps building, arcing off him in waves. What is that? The demon stammers. Why am I, the demon, the one who's afraid? There's no way, it howls, that's impossible. Not long ago this same demon was bragging that someone like Lucius could never touch it again. Funny how fast that changes. Golden light rains down in a storm, burying the demon under everything Lucius has left. You deplorable bastard, Lucius mutters over what's left of it. You're quite tight-lipped, to think you hid power like that for 20 years, it rasps. Lucius doesn't deny it. It's a saint-exclusive skill called Glimpse of Glory, borrowing strength from the angel he becomes in the future, paid for with his own lifespan. It's a secret so closely guarded that only the Pope and a handful of cardinals even know it exists, because nothing keeps a scandal quiet like a Pope and a few cardinals. It's also why the average saint doesn't see 30. Even the ones who'd rather not burn their own future get forced to use it against anything strong enough to warrant it. Worse, the temple keeps shoving its young saints into the deadliest places, going purely for its own benefit. Being a saint, he says flatly, is a brutal, thankless job. We're nothing but jesters, he says, being played around by the temple. Was that it? Lucius asks quietly. Is that really what you sold your friend and everything else out for, Matthias? Cucuck, you can only say that because you were the one who got chosen, Matthias sneers back from the wreckage. Did you think you were the only jester here? There's exactly one difference between us. And she never once acknowledged mine, that's all it ever was, he says bitterly. What made you so different from me? I was the prodigy everyone had their hopes pinned on too. So why did it end up like this? His voice cracks. You still won't answer me, goddess. You're cruel, you know that, he screams up at a sky that never answers back. Whatever's left of him drains away quietly, blood pooling from a hand that stopped fighting. Ugh, elsewhere in the tomb Ned stirs. Did I lose consciousness? It's gotten so quiet, he mutters, pushing himself up. Then it hits him, the boss. His eyes go wide. That's the dungeon boss. Flashback, desperate hands claw toward a blinding light, screaming out to the goddess area over and over. A battered captain in white robes coughs awake first, frantically checking if Arno and Leona have made it too. Of the whole party that marched in, only 3 crawled back out alive. This raid ends here, the captain rasps. There's nothing left to do but limp home. Cut back to the present, something in the ruins stirs again, hunched in the dark. A monstrous roar rips through the tomb and a single red eye snaps open. It's very much awake. A wave of blinding pink light crashes over Zephyr, wrapping him up whole. An onlooker gawks at the glow from a safe distance and chalks it up to sheer, ridiculous good luck. Caught in the blaze, Zephyr can only watch as it coils around him like it's actually protecting him. No need to jump in just because I zoned out for a second, he mutters, cool as ever mid-crisis. Inside his own head, he reminds himself this is his battlefield. Cave now, and whatever's flooding into him will hollow him out and wear his face. He clenches his fist and refuses to let that happen. Recall it, he tells himself. He drags up the memory of who he used to be, lightning crawling up his arms like it remembers too. Power floods through him in a crackling blue surge. Inside his mind, a dragon's shadow rears up, eyes burning red. This is the thing he actually has to beat. He doesn't hesitate, hurling a bolt of raw lightning straight at it. Sword crackling with current, he tears into the dragon head-on. Lightning rips through the dark shape as the fight turns brutal fast. He plants a knee down, sword raised high as the dragon reels. Did you think this was my first time? He taunts. You're not the first evil impulse of a dragon I've had to put down in here. The dragon roars in fury as he adds, including a few from my last life. You're the 5th, buddy. He stands tall in his own storm of lightning, looking like someone who's done this before. You dragons are so annoying, he sighs, driving the blade in deeper. If you're dead, then just be. Time I taught you some manners, Zephyr snaps, blade blazing blue. Your mouth's the only impressive thing about you, the dragon spits back. Come then. Blade meets claw in a shower of sparks. Zephyr presses the advantage, driving it back with everything he's got. Outside his mind, someone's eyes go wide at what's unfolding in front of her. A woman wreathed in golden flame, clearly someone used to being in control, can't hide her shock. What in the world is going on right now? Nearby, a companion frowns at Zephyr's still body. He seems to be unconscious. Was he defeated? The boss is way too busy with Zephyr to notice me right now, the same companion mutters, clearly relieved. The woman they call the boss works in close, golden light pooling around her hands. Elsewhere, Ned's in bad shape too, hunched over and sparking with pain. Mana freezing of all times, he grits out. The dark hand that drained him before he blacked out left him running on empty, and he can't afford to waste this chance. You shouldn't be up yet, please rest, someone tells the boss as she works, while nearby Ned lurches and gags. Her magic slides through the air around her fingers, unbothered. Ned staggers, then reaches something small and pale straight out of his own body. I expelled the fragment of evil inside you, the boss tells him. Still just a larva, looks like you never even triggered the branded worm's power. You got this strong through hard work alone. Impressive, she adds, warning that puking up even a baby parasite comes with bruises, since you've had a taste of my mana. Wrapped in flame, she tells him he'll be fine after a long nap, leaving Ned baffled that the boss just saved his life. I don't know, but I'm so tired, Ned mumbles, finally letting himself pass out. Back with the raid party, someone points out a strange chain device dragged all the way from the 5th floor, a purification device. We have to map this place from scratch, the whole layout's changed, Lucius mutters. It's been 2 days and the food won't last forever. What do we do, Captain? Someone asks. Lucius says nothing for a long, heavy beat. First he finally says, we find the stake of faith. Elsewhere, a sharp-eyed woman known as the Saint is chasing a theory of her own. That's the only way they could have escaped in time. The 2 slaves who stole the stake of faith were acting strange, you say? She asks, striding down a glowing corridor. They're demon god worshippers, sure, but they never got in our way while we fought Matthias. They actually attacked him. Why would that be? Unless they're rivals inside the cult, she reasons. If they wanted Matthias, my political enemy, and me dead, that would explain a lot. If I die and this dungeon's investment goes up in smoke, the temple will have no choice but to auction the place off, she realizes. It clicks. After 10 fruitless years, a rival faction wants this dungeon dirt cheap because it's sitting on the dragon heart. And once they've got the rights for pennies, those 2 slaves waltz back in as the only ones who know the place, she thinks grimly. Which means their cult prepped an escape route for them, or they can just find their own way out, she reasons. Huffing down the corridor, she admits it out loud, or that was the plan. I need to catch them before they vanish. A vicious fight erupts nearby, magic tearing through the dark. The Saint and Lucius round a corner and freeze. The stake of faith was in the boss room the whole time. The gatekeeper's still alive, then how? The door's only supposed to open once the gatekeeper's dead. Someone shouts, staring down a hulking shape in the rain. The thing lets out a bone-rattling roar. The clash that follows lights up the whole corridor in violent purple. Captain, someone screams as a pained cry rips out of the fight. Steel flashes again and again as the fight drags on. Lucius grits his teeth. Glimpse of glory only works once a week, and I already burned it on Matthias 3 days ago. 4 more days before I can use it again. Is this really how it ends? He thinks, eyes stinging. Am I never going to see them again? Back at the boss room, Zephyr strolls out of the glowing gate like he owns the place, something skeletal reaching out of the dark behind him. Something else gets seized in the chaos he leaves behind. The Saint's eyes go wide. How is he walking out of the boss room? Shirtless and unbothered, Zephyr grins. Perfect timing, you made it all the way here. Since someone asked me for a favor, I'll help you out, Saint. He stretches, then turns to something behind him. You there, skeleton head. Golden light flares around his hair as he orders flatly, bow down, now. His fist glows gold, the dragon tongue, a dragon's own power humming in his words, usable only in small doses now that the dragon heart is inside him.